Chapter 1. Dream of Illusions. Huh, you scoundrel. That last move was quite impressive. You nearly took me down. A towering figure leaned on a pitch-black staff, gazing into the seemingly bottomless abyss before him. Panting, "You're running out of steam, aren't you? Go on, keep shouting, cough, cough. It seems I'm the one who has persevered to the end." The valley surrounding them lay in ruins, with crushed vegetation strewn about in utter disarray. The once gently flowing river had evaporated in the wake of their cataclysmic battle, leaving the serene valley shrouded in a profound silence. At that moment, a voice echoed faintly from the depths of the pit. "Humph. Gazing into the abyss is not without peril. Be wary. It may consume you. And don't pretend otherwise after taking that blow. I imagine you're not feeling too grand yourself. Prepare for the next strike that will finish you off." Upon hearing this, the figure, resembling a demonic deity, trembled slightly. As if provoked, he strained to rise again, brandishing his massive staff and bellowing, "Who do you think I am?" A fierce and unyielding aura emanated from him, and in an instant, a howling gale swept through, dark clouds roiling above as the scent of death enveloped the valley. It was as if the very sky could not withstand his formidable presence and bowed its head low. Descend 3 realms to the abyss. With the deity's furious roar, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a colossal jade pillar, rent the heavens with a deafening clap of thunder, crashing down into the chasm with a roar. At that moment, a voice as melodious and clear as a lark pierced the air. The scene in the valley shattered like a broken mirror, scattering into countless fragments, as if drawn forward by a speeding train, plunging the entire world into darkness. Before an old rectangular wooden table lay a small, slender boy. Drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Beside him rested a tattered, yellowed book, the cover barely discernible with the words Scarlet Tai Sui. It was not until the voice from his dream roused him that he slowly opened his eyes, took a moment to gather himself, and finally turned his gaze toward the window. There stood a little girl clad in a simple white dress, her cascading golden waves adorned with a butterfly hairpin. Her emerald green eyes sparkled like luminous jade, her entire being exuding a charming allure, reminiscent of a lovely begonia. The two exchanged smiles before the little girl cupped her hand around her mouth and exclaimed, "Shaola, didn't you say you would wake up early today? Hurry up, or you'll be late and face Dad's wrath again." With that, she waved her small hand at Spire Lu before skipping away. "Sigh, that girl just doesn't learn. She's a whole year younger than me, yet insists on calling me Xiao Lu instead of Lugu. I really can't do anything about her." Spire Lu lamented with a shake of his head. He then glanced at the sky, his expression falling as an unspoken thought lingered in his mind. The clouds on the distant horizon were dense and heavy, gradually being tinged with other colors. Yet the overall sky still appeared somewhat dim. "While it's sweet of her to wake me up, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? I haven't even had enough sleep." Spire Lu yawned, rising from the wooden table to fetch his old companion for washing up. However, as he recalled the previous night's slumber, he couldn't help but shiver. Since he turned 6 and began to remember, he frequently dreamt of things that seemed to blur the lines between reality and fantasy, particularly the words spoken by those figures in his dreams, which resonated deeply within him. As if etched into the very depths of his soul. Even now, he vividly recalled legendary phrases such as, "To hone one's skills, one must sacrifice," and "charging straight for Zhuge Liang's 4-wheeled chariot," or even "You're truly a remarkable talent," and "murder." In moments of solitude, he would often practice a line or two, savoring the lingering taste of eloquence naturally. Similar scenarios from his dreams would occasionally revisit him throughout these 4 years. He harbored an instinctive belief that these fragmented memories would one day prove invaluable to him. Chapter 2. The Joyful Town. After completing his morning ablutions, Spire Lu made his way directly to Uncle Emil's household. As he approached the humble street of the Joyful Town, the sky gradually brightened, with a delicate blush of crimson softly spreading across the horizon, reminiscent of a shy maiden's countenance. A refreshing sea breeze caressed his face, inducing a slight shiver, while distant cries of seagulls punctuated the serene morning, adding a touch of vitality to the tranquility. Gazing ahead along the path, Spire Lu observed the wooden cottages flanking the street, neatly arranged yet varying in height, crowded together with barely enough space for a cat to pass between them. No matter how many times he beheld this sight, it never failed to evoke a sense of wonder within him. Mayor Sherlock had stated that this arrangement was intended to foster amicable interactions among neighbors and encourage emotional connections. The townsfolk accepted the mayor's decree with cheerful compliance. What? You say some hold differing opinions. Fear not, for Mayor Sherlock would naturally summon the station guards to pay a friendly visit to your home, ensuring that your concerns were addressed. As for where Spire Lou resides, he has been an orphan since childhood. Uncle Emile recounted that he was discovered on a beach, and according to Spire Lou's recollections, it was likely a shipwreck, with him being the sole survivor. Due to Spire Lou being an outsider, he was ineligible to reside on the humble street. Upon learning this, the mayor, in a display of kindness, authorized Uncle Emile's family to construct a temporary dwelling for Spire Lou on a small hillside a few hundred meters away from the humble street. Once he completed 5 years of work at the wine mine, he would be permitted to settle on the humble street, this year being the final one. The mayor further proclaimed that the hillside location was splendid, allowing Spire Lou to gaze upon the humble street and express his longing for Uncle Emile's family. Thus, whenever our dear Lou visits the humble street, he recalls the mayor's words, feeling not only gratitude towards Uncle Emile, but also a warm regard for the mayor's kindness. Continuing on to the end of the humble street, they arrived at Happiness Street. The granite-paved thoroughfare was impeccably clean, stretching endlessly before them, wide enough to accommodate 10 carriages side by side, with houses of varying heights, exuding opulence, and diverse architectural styles. Even a single brick from a wall, a tile from a rooftop, or a blade of grass from a garden could be worth a fortune, surpassing the lifetime savings of some families on the humble street. The island where Spire Lou resides is known as Wine Mine Island, celebrated for its wine mine. The wine produced from the mine is exceptionally sweet and favored by the world's nobility. The wine mine is situated to the west of Happiness Street, first discovered by its residents, who subsequently prospered through its extraction, with Mayor Sherlock leading the charge. Due to the substantial taxes collected monthly from this area, the king dispatched a guard to safeguard it in recognition of their achievements. The street was aptly named Happiness Street, and Sherlock was elevated to mayor for his outstanding contributions. However, for reasons unknown, the residents of Happiness Street ceased mining the wine themselves and began employing those from the humble street, resulting in lower prices. Nevertheless, some families from the humble street, through years of hard work, managed to escape the clutches of poverty. Hey, what are you staring at so intently? Weavy arrived, and you didn't even notice. Just as Lou was lost in thought, a gentle whisper interrupted his reverie. That moment, a fragrant aroma tickled his nose, accompanied by a teasing sensation. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a golden strand of hair, playfully teasing him. Following the golden hair to the right, he locked eyes with Emile Joe, who mischievously blinked at him. All right, little Joe, enough of the antics. Look, you should have rested well last night. It's rare to see you up so early today. A tall, slender, middle-aged man with tousled golden hair and deep-set eyes approached Lou, wielding a chisel and smiling warmly to him. I rested quite well, Lou replied. He then joined the others who were setting off, heading to the mine. Chapter 3. A sudden change upon arriving at the mine. Spire Lou's lips twitched involuntarily at the sight within. Numerous residents from the humble street were already bustling about, the sound of whistles ringing incessantly. He had thought he arrived early, only to find others had come even sooner. Indeed, wherever one went, competition seemed to be the norm. You're quite early today. At least you're not late. Otherwise, Uncle Emile would have scolded you again. When he gets angry, he resembles a furious lion, quite fearsome. A chubby boy with a buzz cut and clad in a blue shirt approached Lou, speaking in hushed tones while casting wary glances towards Uncle Emile. Fearful of being overheard, yet his voice hardly qualified as quiet. Cram Roge's expression was rather comical, prompting Lou to stifle a laugh. Like him, Roge was also an orphan, both of them the same age. However, Roge's family had originally resided on the humble street. A few years prior, during a pirate raid, his parents had perished while trying to protect him. Thanks to the support of Uncle Emile's family and his own labor at the wine mine, Roge barely managed to make ends meet. It was perhaps their shared experiences that fostered a closer bond between Lou and Roge. Meanwhile, Joe, overhearing disparaging remarks about her father, was not pleased. With one hand on her hip and the other pinching Roge's ear, she feigned ferocity, saying, "Roge, if you dare speak ill of my dad again, I'll tell him, and he'll make sure to punish you. Please, my lady, if Uncle Emile hears, I might end up in serious trouble." Seeing Roge plead for mercy, Joe released him, huffing triumphantly, her swan-like neck lifting slightly as if she had won a victory. Luke could only shake his head, suppressing a helpless smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Lou and Roge joined Uncle Emile and the others to begin their work. While Joe returned home to prepare refreshments and lunch for them, as the sun reached its zenith, scorching the earth with its fiery rays, the ground seemed on the verge of melting. After a prolonged period of labor, the workers in the mines sought refuge in the shade to rest, and as was customary, Joe was supposed to bring them their meals, yet she was noticeably absent. For reasons unknown, Lou felt an inexplicable sense of unease. His brow furrowed, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. Like a tea that moment, a figure stumbled and collapsed at the entrance of the mine, just as Uncle Emile and the others moved to assist. The middle-aged man struggled to rise, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "The pirates have come! The town is in peril!" Before he could utter another word, he fell silent. Panic ensued among the onlookers, chaos erupting around them. Although they had witnessed pirates wreaking havoc before, it did not mean they possessed experience in combating them. "What should we do? My wife is still at home, nursing our child. I've work hard to save enough to move to Happiness Street. My daughter, she is still just a child, not yet married. Curse those pirates." Roge's face was a mask of terror, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. Despite clenching his fists, he could not quell the fear and deep-seated hatred within him. "What do we do, Uncle Emile? Joe and Aunt Emile are still at home. They want to be safe among us." Even the usually composed Lou found himself at a loss, turning to his uncle for guidance. "Find a place to hide. Do not emerge no matter what you see. Protect yourselves," without waiting for Lou's response. Uncle Emile seized his weapon and dashed towards the humble street. The others hastily grabbed their mining tools and rushed homeward. "What should we do, Lou? Where can we hide?" "To Garbage Hill. It's safer there than anywhere else." Chapter 4. The mysterious old man. As Lou and Roge fled to Garbage Hill, the scene on the humble street had descended into a hellish nightmare. Buildings along the street were engulfed in flames. Pirates rampaging through, with the cries of residents, shouts of anger, and the anguished wails of fallen guards echoing amidst the raucous laughter of the marauders, creating a cacophony of despair. But on Happiness Street, the sounds of clashing between the guards and pirates intensified, the battle raging fiercer than on the humble street. The humble street was filled with civilians, and even the few guards stationed there were no match for the ruthless pirates, who slaughtered indiscriminately. Mayor Sherlock had stationed the guards solely on Happiness Street in anticipation of such a day, as long as Happiness Street remained unscathed, even if the humble street were to be reduced to ashes and its inhabitants perished. Through their efforts, a new humble street would eventually rise, attracting new residents. "Boys, this place is tough and prickly. Today, we've made a significant haul. Let us move to another location and continue the revelry." Observing his men fall one by one, the scar-faced pirate was initially enraged until one of his lackeys whispered something to him, causing a grin to spread across his face. Inform First Mate Rock to gather the crew and withdraw quickly. "Captain, First Mate Rock seems to be chasing a father and daughter." A bandit, his head wrapped in bandages and with a lecherous appearance, licked his lips in anticipation. "That scoundrel. Is he not finished playing yet? Go call him back. He needs to report to the ship promptly. Don't delay my affairs." With that, the scar-faced pirate waved his hand, humming a tune as he hurried towards his ship, the Black Fox, eager to tally the day's spoils. "All right, Captain, we'll make sure to finish up swiftly." The bandaged pirate hurried off in pursuit of First Mate Rock. As fate would have it, Uncle Emile was fleeing with Joe, pursued relentlessly by a pirate who resembled a hyena. Each time they felt they might escape, he would surge forward as if poised to tear them apart in the next heartbeat. Whenever despair enveloped them, he would grant them a fleeting illusion of salvation. This pirate was none other than First Mate Locke. "Joe, Make your way through that thicket ahead and escape to the garbage mound to the left. Stay safe and protect yourself. I will hold him off. Otherwise, neither of us will escape. Uncle Emile pushed Joe behind him, brandishing a chisel in an attempt to confront the advancing Locke. No, Father, we must flee together. Mother is already dead. I cannot bear to lose you too. Joe clutched at his father's garment, his tear-filled eyes pleading desperately, unwilling to depart. His white dress was stained with blood, and his calves bore numerous wounds. A sharp crack echoed as Uncle Emile struck Joe's face, his voice laced with urgency. What are you doing? Throwing a tantrum at a time like this? Your mother sacrificed herself to protect you. Do you wish for her to die in vain? As the pirate drew nearer, Uncle Emile delivered a decisive slap to Joe's face, forcefully prying Joe's fingers from his grip, and bellowed, "Run! We cannot let our sacrifice be in vain." Feeling his father's resolve, Joe gritted his teeth and bolted toward the thicket. "Joe, I am sorry for bidding you farewell in this manner. Live on, be brave and strong. Father and Mother will watch over you from the heavens." Uncle Emile tightened his grip on the chisel, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the mocking face of Locke, no longer filled with fear, but with the steadfast determination to sacrifice everything for his daughter. "What are you two little rascals doing hiding in that garbage heap?" A deep voice resonated nearby. Startled, the hidden little Lou and Leah exchanged glances, scanning their surroundings for the source of the voice. They had concealed themselves well. How could anyone have discovered them? No need to look around. I am right above you in the garbage mound. The two emerged from their hiding spot and looked up to see an old man perched atop the refuse, his hair gray and disheveled, wearing a tattered, pointed hat adorned with orange glasses and smoking a pipe, exhaling wisps of smoke with great satisfaction. "Who are you, and how did you find us hiding in the garbage?" Little Lou demanded, though his quivering voice and clenched fists betrayed his facade of composure. Chapter 5. Fate's Cruelty. Haha. "Who am I?" The old man scratched his head, his eyes squinting as if in deep thought. "I am a pirate," he finished with a playful glint in his eye, regarding the two youngsters with amusement. "What do we do, little Lou?" "He's a pirate. We're doomed." Luya trembled, gripping little Lee's arm. "Fool! Look at him. He appears frail and incapable of harm. He probably couldn't even defeat me. Stop scaring yourself. Hey, old man, how did you discover us?" Before the old man could respond, a blonde-haired girl in white stumbled toward them, nearly falling. "Joe!" Little Lou and Leah exclaimed in delight, rushing forward to catch the nearly toppled girl. "Little Lou!" Joe cried out, embracing little Lou and weeping. "Father and Mother were killed by pirates while protecting me. From now on, I am all alone." At this dreadful news, both little Lou and Leah felt a wave of sorrow. Although Uncle Emile and his wife were not their parents, they had cared for them like family. "Joe, you still have us? I, along with little Lou, will protect you," Leah vowed, wiping away his tears. "Indeed, but we cannot afford to dwell in sorrow now. We must find a place to hide. This garbage mound is piled high and seldom frequented, making it an ideal hiding spot," little Lou explained, then turned to the old man. "Old man, you should hide too. The pirates are coming." "Alas, fate can be cruel. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to hide." First Mate Locke, drenched in blood and wielding a large knife, approached them slowly. "You, little girl, can run quite fast. You've wasted my time. Once I am done playing, you shall witness what true hell is." Despair engulfed the three of them. Glancing at the trembling Joe, little Lou and Leah exchanged a silent understanding and made a resolute decision. They swiftly retrieved 2 iron pipes from the garbage heap, far superior to the short chisel. "The longer the weapon, the stronger it is," Locke sneered. "Are you still trying to resist? How generous of me to play with you a little longer." With that, he licked the blood from the blade's tip, his expression menacing. Gritting their teeth, little Lou and Leah stepped forward, silently urging Joe to seize the opportunity to escape while they fought. "Are you ready? Here I come." Locke leaped high, bringing his knife down with all his might, aiming directly at little Lee's pupils constricted. In a moment of peril, relying on his years of mining experience, he rolled to the side just in time to evade the deadly strike. A crack appeared in the ground where he had been standing. "That was close. I nearly lost my life." Before he could ponder further, Locke swiftly slashed horizontally with his blade. Little Lou, having just regained his footing, instinctively lay down, the cold steel narrowly grazing his face, sending chills down his spine. Damn it. Seeing that neither strike had succeeded, Locke followed up with a powerful kick, even though little Lim managed to block it with the iron pipe. He still felt a surge of pain radiating through his hands, the force tearing open his palms. A heavy weight settled in his chest, suffocating him like a boulder. I could see that moment. Leah seized the opportunity, mustering his courage and swinging the iron pipe forcefully at Locke's left leg. A resounding thud echoed as the pipe connected. Before Leah could revel in his success, a shrill warning rang out. Watch out! It turned out that while Leah's blow had caused Locke some discomfort, the pirate reacted swiftly, switching his grip on the knife and swinging it towards Leah's neck, that a streak of blood flew through the air. Chapter 6. The Fierce Battle. Damn it. You made me fall, Locke growled, hitting the ground, his tones seething with rage, yet a bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. Yeah, are you okay? Little Lou scrambled to check on his friend, who had collapsed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Lou lay there, blood trickling down his face. Upon witnessing this scene, Leah's eyes widened in fury. Ignoring his own pain, he rushed behind Locke, brandishing the iron pipe in his grasp, and struck fiercely at Locke's back. This unexpected blow caused Locke to stagger, a sharp pain piercing through his back, igniting a fiery rage within him. The first mate Locke's visage contorted with malice as he advanced towards Leah, brandishing his knife. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Conquerors. Hockey. First mate Locke. Look what I've captured. Just as Locke prepared to swing his blade at Leah, an unforeseen event transpired. Chow, who had initially fled to seek reinforcements, encountered the bandaged pirates pursuing Locke and his crew. What a twist of fate, escaping the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. It seemed destiny was playing a cruel joke on them all. The pirates, ruthless and merciless, wreaked havoc, while the diligent common folk struggled to evade their misfortunes. First mate, this girl almost got away, but I managed to capture her, the bandaged pirate announced, tugging at Xiao's long hair as he dragged her forward. Approaching Locke, the bandaged pirate smirked. First mate, this girl is quite a catch. After you're done here, could you only have a taste? Huh, well done. Locke patted him on the shoulder and pointed at Luke. There's still one alive over there. Take care of him. And once I'm finished here, it'll be your turn. Upon hearing their brazen conversation, Xiao struggled fiercely. Yet, Locke's grip was too strong, and escape was impossible. Lu too heard their taunts and bellowed. Let her go. Don't rush. I'm coming to deal with you now. The bandaged pirate, dismissing Leah's plight, swung his knife with contempt. However, enraged, he disregarded his own safety and charged at the bandaged pirate like an infuriated lion. Unleashing a reckless assault, the bandaged pirate, momentarily intimidated by Leah's ferocity, hesitated, unwilling to get injured before enjoying his prize. Yet, fate has a peculiar way of intervening. Seizing a fleeting moment of carelessness from the bandaged pirate, Leah struck at his right wrist with the iron pipe, a crack echoing as the joint shattered. The knife clattered to the ground, and the bandaged pirate writhed in agony, emitting screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Useless, Locke spat on the ground, seizing Xiao's hair and yanking her up, pressing the blade against her throat. Boy, drop your weapon, or I'll kill her. Leah clenched the iron pipe, ready to move forward, but upon seeing the blade poised at Xiao's neck, he found himself powerless and slowly loosened his grip. Don't agree to him. He will kill you, Xiao shouted desperately. You wretched girl, mind your tongue. Locke, enraged, slapped Xiao across the face. Blood trickled from her mouth, and she nearly fainted. Don't harm her. Disregarded Xiao's warning and relinquished his weapon. Wise choice at that moment. The bandaged pirate rose, delivering a kick that sent Leah sprawling to the ground, followed by a barrage of blows. Seemingly intent on doubling the pain he had just endured, Leah felt his body go numb, his mind clouded, his eyelids heavy. Father, mother, your son is coming to see you. Locke's face twisted in malice as he began to tear at Xiao's dress. No matter her resistance, it only fueled his excitement. In mere moments, her clothing lay in tatters, revealing her exquisite figure. Witnessing this, an old man atop the rubbish heap narrowed his eyes, exhaling a puff of smoke, as if contemplating some action. Stop! Accompanied by a clattering sound, Xiao Lu, pale as a ghost, struggled to rise from the heap of refuse, his hunched figure emanating an aura of murderous intent. The bandaged pirate and Locke turned to him in unison. "Who do you think you are to command me? What can you do to me? Ha!" With that, Locke resumed his assault on Xiao. "Stop!" The voice that erupted was like the roar of a beast, a domineering aura bursting forth from Xiao Lu, enveloped in black lightning, his presence soaring to the heavens, seemingly shattering the clouds above. An invisible wave radiated from him, causing the ground to crack, stones to fly, and grass to wither. The bandaged pirate and first mate Locke fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Soon after, Xiao Lu too succumbed to darkness. Chapter 8. A Master's Guidance Ouch that hurts like hell. Approximately half an hour later, Xiao Lu groggily awoke, attempting to sit up, only to feel a sharp twinge in his chest that made him grimace. "Don't move around." Though that kick wasn't particularly forceful, it is still beyond what a child your age can bear. That you're fortunate to be alive here. Thanks to your robust physique, the mysterious old man remarked with a slight smile. Your other companion is faring far worse. But I find you quite intriguing. Hearing this, Xiao Lu felt a chill run down his spine. Ignoring his pain, he forced himself upright and scanned the surroundings for Lia and Xiao. However, the scene before him made his pupils constrict, and he gasped in shock. Dozens of pirates lay scattered about, some pierced by swords and nailed to the ground, blood pooling like streams. Others had their bodies severed, faces frozen in terror. Some bore indentations on their chests, as if struck by heavy objects. What on earth happened? Xiao Lu thought, bewildered. Yet he quickly suppressed his confusion and searched for Lia and Xiao. Finding them, he cautiously helped them to sit up. Xiao awoke first, and upon seeing Xiao Lu unharmed, she embraced him, tears of joy streaming down her face. However, upon noticing Lia drenched in blood, her expression shifted to one of worry and sorrow. "Don't worry. This lad has a strong constitution. With proper rest, he should recover swiftly." With a sigh of relief, Xiao Lu kneeled before the mysterious old man. "Thank you for saving us, Senior. I am eternally grateful. Given your ability to defeat so many pirates, you must possess remarkable skills. I humbly request your guidance." He bowed repeatedly to demonstrate his sincerity. "Pirates? You only just realized there were so many." Xiao, finally comprehending Xiao Li's words, looked around in shock. "Oh, how can you be so certain that I defeated the pirates? I am but an old man who might not even be able to best you." The mysterious old man scrutinized him with amusement, his gaze filled with admiration. Xiao Lu's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. Pondering, does this old man hold a grudge? But he quickly cast aside such feelings and began to analyze the situation. "First, while we were hiding in the rubbish heap, you were not present. Yet, you appear to top the rubbish heap and accurately discovered our location. Second, when the pirates arrived, you remained calm and composed, showing no signs of fear or intent to flee, completely unlike an ordinary person, exuding the aura of a master." After articulating this, Xiao Lu discreetly observed the old man's expression, noticing that he remained unfazed, which slightly deflated his confidence. However, he quickly regained his composure. Third, the corpses of the pirates lay strewn about, indicating a fierce battle had taken place, and you alone stand here unscathed, with no one else in sight. The outcome is self-evident. Was my analysis correct? Although he feigned uncertainty, Xiao Lu's face radiated confidence. In truth, he refrained from mentioning a fourth point. The old man had maintained an air of nonchalance from the very beginning, his tone seemingly teasing. The old man remained non-committal regarding the title of senior. "Ha ha, you clever little rascal." The old man chuckled, puffing on his pipe as he shook his head. "I'll offer you some guidance." Chapter 9. Understanding the world as the old man consented to instruct Xiao Lu and the others. Their joy was boundless. Upon returning to the dilapidated street, they were met with scenes of devastation, bodies strewn about, and the wails of the grieving filling the air. The pain and hatred surged within Xiao, intensifying his desire to grow stronger. Yet, as the dead have passed, the living must still harbor hope, fighting for survival and honor of their departed loved ones. In just a few days, with their collective efforts, the homes in the dilapidated street began to rise once more. "Today, I shall officially guide your training." The old man fixed his gaze upon the three of them. However, before we begin, I wish for you to reflect on one question. Why do you seek strength? This will determine the outcomes you achieve in the coming year. The three exchange glances, their minds racing with thoughts. I want to grow stronger. I want to become a naval officer. I want those pirates to pay. After a brief silence, Xiao Lu glanced at Xiao and Lu, recalling Uncle Emile and Auntie, and upon seeing the grievous wound on Lu's face, his resolve to grow stronger solidified that I want to become stronger. My parents were killed by pirates, and I shall take my revenge. Liye smiled at Xiao Lu, recognizing his aspiration to join the Navy. Then I too shall strive to grow stronger. After all, he is more clever than I am. Following his lead should be wise. Good brother, we will surely succeed. Xiao Lu and Liye fist-bumped, sharing a smile. Don't forget about me. I too will strive to grow stronger. Next time, it'll be my turn to protect you. Xiao joined their ranks. The bond among the three will aid them in weathering the storms of the future. To become a Navy, the old man murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly as the smoke he exhaled blurred his vision, obscuring his expression. That is indeed a commendable choice. If you seek to grow stronger, be it for revenge, for your family, or for other reasons, then embrace the unwavering belief that you must persevere with all your might in your training. The old man's demeanor turned serious for the first time, his tone imbued with gravity. There are many paths to obtaining strength. One might choose to become a warrior or a swordsman, or perhaps consume a devil fruit. Observing the curiosity etched upon the faces of the trio, the old man continued, consuming a devil fruit is the quickest avenue to gaining power. It is known as the treasure of the sea, adorned with mysterious patterns, and is exceedingly rare. The fruits can be broadly categorized into three types: paramecia, zoan, and logia. Thus the old man imparted knowledge about the devil fruits and shared tales of the world beyond. Little Lu and his companions felt as though they had opened the door to a new realm, their hearts brimming with intrigue. Senior, what should we do if we do not possess a devil fruit? How can we become stronger? Joe could hardly contain his eagerness. That is precisely what I intend to teach you. Hockey. The old man's eyes sparkled with vigor as he fixed his gaze upon Little Lu. Among you there exists someone who possesses this power. The trio was taken aback, utterly perplexed. Senior, what is hockey? Who among us wields such power? Little Lu could not help but inquire. Hockey is divided into three types: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Observation hockey enhances the user's senses, granting them acute insight into the changes around them, allowing them to foresee and evade danger. Some masters can even hear the voices of all living things and glimpse fleeting moments of the future. Armament hockey serves as an invisible armor and is said to be the only power capable of countering Logia-type devil fruit users. The first two types of hockey can be honed through rigorous training, particularly under the duress of real combat. Lastly, Conqueror's hockey is utilized to intimidate foes. Many of the renowned figures in the world possess this formidable power. However, even if one can wield it freely, it cannot be enhanced through mere training. It wholly depends on the user's spirit. The three listened enraptured, their hearts yearning for this extraordinary power. Earlier, I mentioned that one among you possesses hockey, the old man declared, snapping them back to attention that it is none other than Little Ghost. He wields Conqueror's hockey. Loy and Joe stared in astonishment, for through the old man's words, they understood the significance of this revelation. Little Lu was equally taken aback. You, young man, possess a remarkably potent Conqueror's hockey. One of only two individuals of such strength I have encountered. The old man sighed, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. And who is the other? The trio inquired with curiosity at a man named Roger. The old man's gaze sparkled with intensity, a fleeting fierceness flashing in his eyes before he returned to his usual demeanor. Chapter 10. Training. Having resolved to instruct Little Lu and his companions, the old man devised a training regimen. During the day, Little Lu and Loy continued their labor in the mines to sustain their livelihoods. Moreover, under the old man's guidance, they were to integrate training into their mining efforts, not only to strengthen their bodies, but also to gradually attune themselves to hockey, cultivating their understanding. Meanwhile, he would assist Joe with his individual training. At night, the old man would continue their instruction that I will stand here with my eyes closed. Little Ghost, you shall attack me with the iron pipe approaching with the intent to kill, upon hearing the old man's words. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Although they understood the utility of observation hockey, they had never encountered such a training method before. Despite usually portraying a mature demeanor, Little Lou hesitated, fearing the possibility of an accident. "Senior, what if I injure you? Moreover, how can I approach you with the intent to kill?" "That is unthinkable." Little Lou shook his head. "You fool, have I not spoken of the utility of observation hockey? How can you improve without honing your skills in real combat? Fear not. You cannot harm me." Yet, Little Lou remained uncertain that it's better to be safe than sorry. "Do you not wish to grow stronger? Recall your original intentions. Look at the scars upon Loy's face. They're a testament to your inadequacy. And consider Joe. Surely you do not wish for such a tragedy to repeat itself." "Senior," just as Loy and Joe attempted to interject, the old man interrupted sharply. "Do you wish to witness such calamity once more? Would you stand idly by as your companion suffers, powerless to intervene?" The old man's words struck the trio like a cold wave, eliciting involuntary shivers as memories of that fateful day resurfaced. "I cannot bear to see them harmed, tormented, while I stand powerless. I shall become strong. Senior, are you ready?" Little Lee's gaze steeled as he pointed the iron pipe at the old man. "Humph, little ghost, give it your all." With that, Little Lou charged forward with the iron pipe, suddenly leaping into the air, his hands raised to strike down upon the old man's head, should the old man fail to evade. It was certain that his skull would bear the brunt of the blow. Loy and Joe turned their heads, hearts racing with trepidation, just as the iron pipe was about to descend upon the old man's head. He slightly tilted his body, causing the pipe to narrowly miss his nose as it cleaved downward. Little Lee's face registered shock as he deftly redirected the pipe, now aimed at the upper body of the old man. If it were a great sword, the old man might have been cleaved in two. Yet, with his hands clasped behind his back and his upper body slightly bent, he resembled a drawn bow. The iron pipe once again grazed his face, the rush of air from its passage failing to perturb his countenance in the slightest. Observing the old man's calm demeanor, the trio exhaled in relief. However, as Little Lou felt a moment of respite, a competitive spirit ignited within him. He could not accept being unable to land a single blow. Thus, he exerted even more force into his strikes. His attacks grew increasingly rapid and fierce, as if possessed. Regardless of how Little Lou advanced or the angles of his strikes, the old man remained untroubled, dancing gracefully as though he were a butterfly amidst the chaos, flourishing beautifully despite the raging storm. After nearly half an hour, Little Lou collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his gaze vacant as if stripped of vitality, drenched in sweat, and utterly exhausted. "Senior, I cannot go on." "Humph, we have only just begun." The old man turned his gaze to the remaining two. "You two joined forces." An hour later, both Loy and Joe lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. "Next time, let us switch roles. I shall be the attacker, and you shall defend." Chapter 11. A final farewell time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and a year had passed. In a certain forest. Faster, even faster. The transitions between your moves must be swifter. If you cannot triumph through strength, then conquer through speed. Do not afford the enemy a moment to react. Loy, be mindful of your left side. That is your weakness, though the wound from that blade did not blind your left eye. It may have left a psychological scar that affects your vision. Joe, strike decisively. Do not hesitate. Trust in your companions. They are your steadfast support. In the midst of the woods, the three figures soared through the air, executing agile maneuvers. Despite their relentless efforts, the old man, with one hand behind his back and the other holding his pipe, remained unscathed by their assaults. His casual demeanor, punctuated by the occasional puff of smoke, exuded an air of tranquility that left the trio gritting their teeth in frustration. Suddenly, Little Lou had a stroke of inspiration. Loy and Joe launched a simultaneous attack. He cleverly intertwined their movements, utilizing his iron pipe like a spear, aiming for the old man's vulnerable underbelly as they separated. "A lowly trick, you scoundrel! I do not come any closer!" Xiao Lu exclaimed in sheer terror, retreating while hastily grabbing a leaf from the ground to throw at them. By the beach, an old man was bidding farewell to three individuals. "Old man, are you really leaving?" Xiao Li's voice was slightly hushed, his eyes straining to widen as he looked up, desperately trying to suppress the welling emotion threatening to spill forth. Why arrival here was merely a chance occurrence. I have lingered long enough. It is time for me to set forth once more in search of my old friends. Where are you headed? Luo Yi and Xiao inquired. TODEC. The old man replied with a carefree smile. A heavy silence enveloped the trio. Throughout the year they had spent together, the old man had guided them with the devotion of a teacher and the care of a father, becoming akin to family. Your training has been too brief, and you have yet to engage in real combat. Only Xiao Lu has barely mastered the armament hockey, while the observation hockey remains just beyond his grasp. Should you encounter a multitude of foes, you may find yourselves in peril. You three must unite and support one another. Xiao Lu, you are the most level-headed among them. Protect them well, and do not forget what I previously imparted to you. The trio listened intently to the old man's teachings, their hearts heavy with reluctance. Well then, if fate allows, we shall meet again. I hope you remember your master when that time comes. Ha ha ha. With a jovial laugh, the old man gradually faded from view. Old man, you're almost gone, yet you still Haven T told us your name? Xiao Lu called out to his retreating figure. Naggily, the old man waved his hand in response. Chapter 12. Setting sail, the sorrow of parting arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. So you didn't follow that old codger after all? Upon hearing this, the trio turned sharply, glaring at the approaching figures. It was none other than Mayor Sherlock and his accompanying guard. The speaker was one of the guards, a tall, lanky man with a face like a shoehorn, his eyes no larger than mung beans, and a bandage wrapped around his right ear. That moment, he was glaring menacingly at Xiao Lu and his companions, malice radiating from his gaze. Xiao Lu, the town has long had a rule forbidding outsiders from setting foot on the island, and no one is permitted to leave without permission. That old man is not from our town. After all this time, he never reported to me. The mayor, such a blatant disregard for rules. As far as I know, he arrived on this island a year ago during the pirate invasion. They must be in cahoots, Mayor Sherlock stated ominously, clad in a brocade robe with a sinister glint in his eyes and a handlebar mustache. What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Yi and Xiao retorted angrily. You are the real pirate. My master is a good man. You two wretches, it was that old fool who severed my father's right ear half a month ago. Since you are his disciples, you must repay his debt. The bandaged soldier exclaimed, prepare and strike. Stop. My master is indeed not affiliated with those pirates. While you guard were busy patrolling Happiness Street, it was he who rescued us from their clutches. You shall not defame him. Xiao Lu glared fiercely at the soldier. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. You little scoundrel. Stop. The bandaged soldier was about to lash out in fury when Mayor Sherlock interrupted him, motioning for him to step back. Though he is not a pirate, he has indeed harmed a guard, and having resided in the slum street for so long without paying a single fee, you three, being his disciples, shall repay his debt by working in the mines for 3 years without compensation. Otherwise, the guards will show no mercy, Mayor Sherlock warned, a hint of faux benevolence in his tone. I am doing this for your sake. What do you say? All right, we agree. Just 3 years, Xiao Lu interjected, silencing the two who were about to protest. Seeing his compliance, Mayor Sherlock nodded amiably, a fleeting glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Once Mayor Sherlock and his entourage departed, Luo Yi and Xiao could no longer contain their curiosity. Xiao Lu, why did you agree to them? They are insatiably greedy. We could fight them. Fight? With what? Even if we managed to take them on, we would not emerge unscathed ourselves. Besides, what then? We set sail. Don't you wish to become a Navy officer? To set sail, we need a ship. The vessels are docked over at Happiness Street, and if we clash with them, how will we ever get out to sea? Xiao Lu explained with a smile. You mean? Xiao suddenly widened her eyes, as if realizing something, while Luo Yi scratched his head, confused by their cryptic exchange. We will steal a ship. Xiao winked playfully, whispering her plan. But if we steal a ship, where will we go? Luo Yi still did not understand, and Xiao paused momentarily. We have a permanent compass left by our master, Xiao Lu said with a mysterious smile, pulling out a spherical compass from his pocket. S long, as we sail north, we will reach the Navy's branch on Slafe Island. Tonight, we commence our operation. Chapter 13. The confrontation at midnight. The night was thick and heavy. Both Slum Street and Happiness Street, having endured a long day of toil, had succumbed to slumber. Three figures, agile and cautious, deftly evaded the guards as they made their way to the dock at Happiness Street. Upon arrival, the sailboats, having been busy throughout the day, now lay quietly anchored. At last, we can set sail. The trio pulled down their masks, feeling the sea breeze at the dock, their slightly heaving chests betraying their tumultuous emotions. Just as they were about to approach one of the sailboats, the stillness of the night was abruptly shattered by the sound of applause, disrupting their exhilaration. Suddenly, several beams of light illuminated them, blinding their senses. Before they could react, the rapid sound of footsteps encircled them. Regaining their composure, they realized they were surrounded by armed soldiers, with none other than Mayor Sherlock at the forefront, the soldier missing his left ear behind him. Who would have thought you clever little devils would choose this hour to escape? It seems I was right to wait here. And oh wonder you agreed so readily by day. Alas, you cannot escape my gaze. Mayor Sherlock sneered with a triumphant smirk. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Mayor. No matter how cunning these children may be, they cannot slip through your fingers, the soldier with the missing ear added, bowing and giving a thumbs up while grinning obsequiously. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lu charged forward with his companions. Capture them! Infuriated that they disregarded him and bolted, Mayor Sherlock shouted through gritted teeth, "Do not let them escape. I want them to understand the dire consequences of defying my orders on this island." Several soldiers lunged at the trio, reaching out as if to catch chicks, but little did they know that Xiao Lu and his friends were far from ordinary children. The three were swift and agile, evading capture like slippery eels, with strength unmatched by the guards. Xiao Lu and Luo Yi dispatched several soldiers with punches and kicks, leaving them moaning on the ground. Useless! You can't even catch 3 children. Mayor Sherlock fumed, then viciously commanded, "Forget it. Just eliminate them." Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed orders, swinging their blades at the trio. The situation turned dire, but fortunately, Xiao Lu and his friends had honed their skills with their master's guidance, making them far superior to the guards, who were accustomed to a life of comfort. In no time, Xiao Lu and Luo Yi seized 2 weapons during the fray. The soldier with the missing ear, witnessing his comrades fall one after another while the 3 remained sprightly, felt a surge of urgency. He yearned to slay the trio, before subsequently, he declined the assistance of Zhou and Loi, seeking out a sailboat to set sail into the open sea. The surrounding soldiers appeared as if gripped by the icy fingers of death, none daring to step forward and impede him. After a prolonged silence, a loud clatter broke the stillness. An unknown soldier's sword fell to the ground, jolting the others back to reality. The usually imposing Mayor Sherlock's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Chapter 14. Crisis the following day. Aboard the single-masted sailboat, Zhou sat wearily at the edge of the bed, her eyes red-rimmed, tightly clutching little Li's hand as her voice choked with emotion. "Little Lu, hold on, we will soon arrive at Slave Island. I beg you, just hang in there. Cough, cough. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill." Little Lu, seeing Zhou's tears, mustered a feeble smile to comfort her, though the expression seemed more sorrowful than joyful. Last night, in a bid to save Zhou, he had been stabbed in the back, with no medicine available. The narrow wound could only be bound with a bandage, which was now soaked crimson. Moreover, the brilliant maneuver he executed last night had exhausted all his strength, leaving him with a relentless fever. Had it been an ordinary child, they would have surely succumbed. Yet here he was, clinging to life with remarkable tenacity. Meanwhile, Loi was at the helm, but his clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil that he knew he had to maintain composure. At least in Zhou's eyes, he could not afford to appear helpless, lest it deepen her worries that he loathed this feeble version of himself. If only he were stronger, if only he could wield the power of hockey. He could protect both little Lu and Zhou. Fortunately, the wind was favorable that day, and they had brought enough provisions to last until they reached Slave Island. Just then, a massive sailboat appeared on the horizon, and Loi's heart soared with hope. If they could board that vessel, perhaps there was a chance for little Lu. However, As he prepared to steer towards it, he noticed the emblem on the sail and was instantly seized by terror. His spirits plummeting to it. Was a pirate ship? Joe, we might be in trouble. There's a pirate ship ahead. Whatever happens, take care of little Lou. Loy shouted towards the cabin, then quickly maneuvered the sailboat northwest, praying fervently not to be discovered. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. The pirate ship had evidently spotted them and was rapidly closing the distance. As the gap narrowed, Loy realized escape was futile. He steeled himself, returning to the cabin to arm himself for battle. Upon hearing Loy's words, Joe's complexion turned ashen. Her lips pressed tightly together as she fought to stifle her cries. The two vessels drew closer, allowing them to comprehend the true size of the massive sailboat. A black fox-shaped skull was emblazoned on the canvas. It was the Black Fox pirate crew. "Hey kid, drop your weapon and climb up the rope." Two pirates, tipsy and sneering, called out dismissively, their tone leaving no room for negotiation. "We have urgent matters to attend to. We hope you gentlemen will allow us to pass," Loy pleaded, appearing earnest despite his naive demeanor. Yet his words did little to deter the pirates. "Enough chatter. Since the captain is in a good mood, you better get up here, or he'll slice you in two." The two pirates barked menacingly. Loy hesitated. Boarding meant walking into the jaws of a lion, and he could be killed in an instant. "Cough, cough. Listen to them. We should go up. Since they haven't come down, they might not want to kill us just yet. Climbing aboard could give us a chance to survive." At Little Lee's urging, Loy nodded. He secured himself and Little Lou with a cloth bag and, with Joe, ascended to the pirate ship. Chapter 15. Enemies upon boarding, Loy and his companions discovered a raucous banquet in full swing among the pirates. The air was thick with the sounds of dice clattering, drunken revelry, insults, and scuffles. In one corner, a group of captured slaves pleaded for mercy under the whip of several pirates, who appeared indifferent to their plight, only spurring on the chaos. "Boss, we just captured 3 little brats out at sea." Two pirates shouted, directing their attention to the pirates seated at the center of the ship. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Loy and his companions. Loy's heart raced, his breath quickening as anxiety gripped him. His throat felt parched, and he dared not swallow. "Put me down," Little Lou whispered, patting him gently. The pirate in the center approached them, brandishing a bottle of liquor. He was a towering figure, muscular and sinewy, with bulging veins that suggested he could easily fell a bull with a single punch. A long scar marred his cheek, reminiscent of Loy's own position. His fierce, piercing gaze exuded menace. "3 little brats. Huh. One girl who's rather pretty, and another one who's hurt. You've got guts to venture out to sea," the scar-faced pirate remarked, taking a swig from his drink. "But it seems you all have a story to tell. How intriguing. Here's the deal. The girl stays with us for some entertainment, and the other 2 can be tossed to the fishes." With a casual flick of his wrist, the pirate's words sealed the fate of the trio, igniting uproarious laughter from the surrounding pirates. "Don't come any closer," Loy shouted, panic surging as he instinctively shielded Little Lou and Joe. "Hey, kid, you've got some nerve, don't you? Yelling like that." One of the pirates lunged forward as if to teach Loy a lesson. Loy sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch that sent one pirate reeling. His eyes swirling with stars, he swiftly turned and executed a kick that dropped another to the ground, unconscious. "Huh, Dago, what is wrong with you? Spinning in circles? Are you drunk?" "Da Huang, stop lying there. Get up and deal with those brats." "Don't embarrass yourself." The other pirates, seeing their comrades fall, dismissed it as drunken antics and continued their revelry. But as more fell to the ground, a few began to realize something was amiss. Hey, are you telling me a kid took you down like that?" "No way." Several more pirates charged at Loy, but he dispatched them with ease, knocking them down in quick succession. How infuriating. The surrounding pirates seethed with rage. Drawing their blades, "Get lost, you disgraceful fools!" At the scarred pirate's furious command, the others shivered and retreated. "Humph, not bad, kid." The scar-faced pirate grinned, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he was upon Loy, delivering a right hook aimed straight at his face. With no time to think, Loy instinctively crossed his arms to shield himself. The impact felt like being struck by a hammer, pain radiating through his bones, leaving his arms numb and powerless, causing him to stumble backward and crash against the railing. Then, a leg loomed large before him, and he was sent sprawling once more, crashing to the ground like a broken sack. Blood spilling from his nose and the corner of his mouth. Chapter 16. Waiting for the right moment, kid. Can you still get up? The scar-faced pirate sneered as he approached Loy, his malice palpable. The captain is formidable. Kill this brat. The surrounding pirates echoed their bloodlust, their voices rising in a cacophony of threats. Ugh. Little Lou, sensing the dire situation, tried to move forward to intervene, but the movement tugged at his back wound, causing him to grimace in pain. The fever raged on, leaving him dizzy. All he could manage was a weak plea. Loy is in danger. Joe, do something. But Joe stood silent, trembling, tears blurring her vision, her gaze fixated on the scar-faced pirate with an intensity filled with hatred. Her fists clenched so tightly that they turned white. Joe, what's wrong with you? Little Lou had never seen her like this. That's the pirate who killed my mother. Joe's voice trembled as she spoke. Little Lee's heart sank, his face drained of color, a surge of rage igniting within him. Yet in the face of such peril, he forced himself to suppress the fury and hatred, swiftly regaining his composure. He gripped Joe's hand tightly, as if to steady her, and with all his strength, he hoarsely called out, "Please wait, Captain." At the sound of his voice, the scar-faced pirate halted, turning to face Little Lou. "Captain, upon seeing this ship and your prowess, I knew you must be a renowned." 1718 Xiao Lu slowly rose to his feet, his gaze indifferent and dismissive, regarding the trembling, terrified scarred pirate before him as if he were nothing more than a blade of grass. The scarred pirate felt as though his throat were gripped by powerful hands, rendering him voiceless. His heart felt constricted, and his breath seemed on the verge of ceasing altogether. "Dominate the world," a low growl echoed. And a fierce, menacing slash surged past the scarred pirate with the swiftness of lightning. Crack! Not only was the great back sword in the scarred pirate's hand cleaved in two, but the railing behind him and the deck beyond were also severed asunder. Why does the world seem to have split in half? This thought lingered as the last remnant in the scarred pirate's mind. "And what of you?" Xiao Li's words bore no trace of emotion, akin to a greeting from the Grim Reaper, causing the surrounding pirates to collapse in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 19. Arrival at Shreyef Island. The battle over there has concluded. Move closer, under the command of Lieutenant Pade. The warship sped forth. Exhausted, Xiao Lu felt his strength drain away, his limbs growing weak and unsteady. Yet he could only force himself to remain upright. Otherwise, those pirates, already paralyzed with fear, would surely pounce once more, placing them all in peril. Moreover, a question lingered in his mind. Why did he feel transformed whenever those voices echoed in his mind? Additionally, the techniques he had never seen or learned came to him effortlessly. Yet afterwards, he found himself unable to replicate them. "Xiao Lu, are you all right?" "Xiao, how are you faring?" Roy struggled to his feet, leaning on his sword as he approached Xiao to support her. "Cough, cough. I've once again been a burden." Tears brimmed in Xiao's eyes as she forced a smile on her pallid face. "That I'm sorry, cough, cough." With each word, the blood at the corner of her mouth deepened in hue, her form delicate as a petal in the wind, as if she might vanish at any moment. "You did splendidly. It is we who failed to protect you." "Hold on." Roy wept inconsolably, steadying Xiao against the ship's mast before enduring the pain to check on Xiao Li's injuries. As Roy placed his hand on Xiao Lu's shoulder, he found him crumpled to the ground like a mere scrap of paper, devoid of movement. "It's over." These two words became Xiao's final thought before collapsing. "Xiao Lu," Roy gasped in shock, swiftly assisting Xiao Lu to Xiao's side, gripping his sword tightly as he warily surveyed their surroundings. The other pirates, stunned by this sudden turn of events, stood frozen. Their captain was gone. That fearsome little demon had fallen, and the Navy was closing in. The pirates exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do, oblivious to the right course of action. A corpulent pirate with a round face and holding an axe cautiously stood, observing the stillness of his comrades. Roy merely regarded him with a piercing gaze. "I see this world quite marvelous." His newfound audacity surged. "From now on, I'm the captain of the Black Fox pirate crew." Suddenly, the world seemed to spin. Swish, with the sharp sound of a sword being sheathed, a large head rolled onto the deck, its face etched with disbelief. "Wow, That was quite a brutal fight. Who would have thought this little demon would be so terrifying now? A mocking voice rang out from the bow, drawing the attention of all present. Standing tall on the bow was a Navy officer clad in a justice coat, radiating an aura of righteousness. It was none other than Lieutenant Payde. In a short while, all the pirates were escorted onto the warship by the Navy. Their destination was the naval branch located not far from Mushroom Town, on Scarlet Island. After several hours of sailing, they finally reached the naval branch that Xiao Lu and his companions had been yearning for. By this time, the sun had begun to set, yet Scarlet Island remained aglow with lights. Resembling a luxurious cruise ship from afar, with the imposing naval branch situated at the island's center. Upon arrival, Roy finally breathed a sigh of relief. All the other pirates had been taken away for confinement, while Roy and his companions awaited questioning by Lieutenant Payde. For civilians like Roy, dealing with the Navy was far more manageable than contending with pirates. Chapter 20. Joining the Navy after a thorough inquiry into Roy's circumstances and gathering information from the other pirates. Lieutenant Payde was able to ascertain that Roy and his companions were not pirates. However, he was intrigued by their skills. 3 children in their early teens had managed to hold their own against a group of ferocious pirates and even slay the enemy captain. Such abilities manifested in these 3 youths left him in awe. Additionally, their extraordinary resilience and composure caught his attention, and upon learning from Roy that they wished to join the Navy, he understood the need to scrutinize their backgrounds closely. Could you tell me how you 3 young ones acquired such remarkable skills? Who taught you? Just as Roy was about to mention Nagley's name to Lieutenant Payde, he suddenly recalled the words of Mayor Sherlock from Happy Town and quickly swallowed the 3 words that had nearly escaped his lips. Cough, cough. It was a kind elder who said we possessed extraordinary potential for martial arts. Thus he took us under his wing, claiming we were born to be part of the Navy. Oh, is that all? That's all. Lieutenant Payde leaned in closer, his brow furrowing slightly, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Roy strained to widen his eyes, silently imploring, I assure you, I speak the truth. Please believe me. Just look into my sincere eyes. The 2 engaged in a silent standoff for several minutes, as if locked in a contest of wills. Cough in the end, Lieutenant Payde could no longer hold back, turning his face away. Have the soldiers take you to rest. Once Roy and his companions departed, Lieutenant Payde fell into contemplation. Orphans from Happy Town, captured by pirates. What a convoluted tale indeed. He then summoned a subordinate and whispered a few words in his ear. Naval Training Grounds first group, run faster. Did you skip breakfast? Second group, you're carrying too little weight. Add more. Your combat techniques are utterly unacceptable. During battle, your eyes must remain fixed on your enemy. Observe their techniques closely, and do not attempt to evade. Across the expansive training ground, a line of soldiers raced forward, desperately trying to keep pace despite the iron weights strapped to their legs and arms, which made their bodies ache. Even as sweat soaked their uniforms, blurring their vision and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Not a single soldier dared to utter a complaint. They understood that complaints would only bring the ire of Lieutenant Payde upon them. The Navy soldiers engaged in weightlifting and combat technique training were equally drenched in sweat, determined to complete the tasks assigned by Lieutenant Payde without faltering. The last soldier to protest had suffered several broken ribs and was now lying in the infirmary. Previously, their lives had been quite comfortable. They would stroll through the streets, collect protection fees, visit the tavern at the street corner to drink, and flirt with the charming proprietress, or take out their frustrations on a few criminals in the name of serving the public. Their lives were undeniably delightful, until 2 months prior, when their superior, Colonel Claude, left with a government official, and Lieutenant Payde was sent to temporarily oversee the naval branch. Their carefree existence vanished without a trace. Lieutenant Payde was an exceedingly strict individual. Upon witnessing the disarray of the naval branch, he was filled with indignation. The soldiers were nothing short of disgraceful, as he resolved to change this situation, employing the rigorous training methods of the naval headquarters. Initially, the soldiers struggled to complete their tasks. They were unaccustomed to such hardships, leading to protests. Those who protested were stripped of their clothes and hung from the central pillar of the training ground under the relentless sun for an entire day, nearly losing their lives. Consequently, most refrained from defying Lieutenant Payde's orders. Crucially, after undergoing training, the soldiers discovered a marked improvement in their physical abilities, gradually cultivating respect for Lieutenant Pade. Wow, the soldiers of the naval branch are this strong? After all, they are the Navy. Their training methods are undoubtedly more systematic and organized. In response to Roy's admiration, Shaolin nodded in agreement. After a night of rest, both of their injuries had nearly healed, while Chiao, having sustained more severe wounds, remained in the infirmary. Thus, the two arrived early the next morning at the training ground to participate in the day's exercises as instructed by Lieutenant Pade. This was their first experience witnessing such a structured training regimen. Although they had also trained for a year under a mentor, it paled in comparison to the Navy's training methods. Hey, you two little brats. Stop spectating and hurry up to join the first group to complete today's tasks, as Little Lu and his companion critiqued the naval training methods beside them. A sudden commanding shout erupted from behind. Startling them both, they turned to find Major Pide glaring at them with a fierce expression. The two hurriedly scrambled away, fearful that Major Pide might consume them whole. Chapter 21. Training the azure sky stretched infinitely, unblemished and clear. The sea breeze wafting from the harbor carried a hint of saltiness. Yet for the Navy personnel immersed in their vigorous training, it was a refreshing balm that penetrated to the bone. Although Little Lu and his companion had only recently joined the Navy, their workload was no lighter than that of their peers. Initially, they found the experience exhilarating, but after a morning of relentless drills, every bone and muscle in their bodies ached, each cell crying out in discomfort. Nevertheless, both were relatively fit and managed to keep pace with the training, never once voicing complaints of fatigue. This alone earned them the respect of their fellow sailors. They silently competed with one another, pushing themselves harder than usual. How could a Navy sailor allow himself to be outdone by two mere children? Little Lu, breathless, thought to himself, "You both are remarkably tenacious. I now understand why you wish to join the Navy. This truly is a place that fosters strength." Roy, on the other hand, felt utterly exhausted, having nearly succumbed to the temptation of lying down for a rest on several occasions. Yet, seeing that Little Lu and the others refused to give in, he steeled himself, refusing to let himself falter. With such prolonged training, he surmised that the excess fat around his waist would soon be shed entirely. "Hey, you chubby fellow, who are you trying to compliment? You still have a time to chat?" Little Lu silently scoffed, inwardly rolling his eyes. But he did not respond to Roy's comment, focusing instead on squats while bearing a heavy load. The muscles in his legs bulged with strain, feeling as leaden as if weighed down by iron. He had no strength left to engage in conversation, fearing that any utterance would leave him deflated and sprawled on the ground like a punctured tire. With a sharp, clear whistle piercing the air, everyone collapsed onto the ground in unison, save for Major Pide, who remained seated. "Oh, my entire body aches. This feels even more exhausting than before. Damn it, I can't get back up. I can't take it anymore. I need to lie down." The moment training concluded, a chorus of complaints erupted, with no one daring to direct even a hint of reproach at Major Pide. "Little Lu, I'm completely out of energy. Come noon, I must feast heartily to reward my belly. Just look, my dear tummy has shrunk." Roy lay beside Little Lu, patting his round stomach. He believed that his perseverance through the day was largely due to his ample physique, and he felt a pressing need to replenish his energy. Little Lu could not help but give him a disdainful glare, lethargically raising a single finger in a gesture of camaraderie. Today's training was indeed more demanding. Yet everyone has persevered without complaint, which brings me great comfort, particularly our new members, who have remarkably completed their tasks on their very first day of training. They are examples for all of you, and you should strive to emulate them. I have no doubt that you will all become formidable protectors of our people and champions of justice. Major Pide was thoroughly pleased with the day's training, raising his fist to rally the soldiers. Once again, there were no complaints. The troops had efficiently completed their training tasks, reinforcing his belief that the methods he had brought from headquarters were effective. His resolve to uphold justice grew ever stronger as he leisurely sipped his tea and departed. Chapter 22. The 6 techniques time flowed like sand through one's fingers, and 2 months slipped away in a blink. Little Lu and his companions gathered at the training ground as usual. With Joe's injuries healed, she had joined their ranks, when the news spread that a beautiful young lady wished to enlist in the Navy. The other sailors were electrified, their adrenaline surging as the fatigue of daily training was swiftly forgotten. in their base. Aside from the cook in the mess hall, they had never seen a young and attractive woman join the Navy, and their excitement lingered for quite some time. Even the most unkempt veterans spruced themselves up, their hair slicked back and exuding an enticing fragrance. Those around Jo, who were of similar age to little Lou, frequently gravitated towards her, showering her with attention, prompting little Lou to shake his head in exasperation. However, upon hearing that Jo would be participating in their rigorous daily training, despite their earlier flattery, many remained skeptical about her ability to endure such challenges. Deep down, they believed she was better suited for clerical work and would soon falter under the strain. Yet, they underestimated Jo's resolve. They knew nothing of her past or the intensity of her desire to grow stronger. Despite being children, when danger approached, little Lou and Roy would always stand in front of her, shielding her with their bodies, while she could only watch them suffer and bleed for her sake. They were her only two family members in the world, and she yearned for the day when she could stand beside them in battle, no longer a burden, but a steadfast ally, capable of defending them. In a bold move, she had even cut off her alluring, wavy golden locks, much to the dismay of the seasoned sailors, who lamented the loss. However, when they witnessed Jo's unwavering determination during training, refusing to cry out in pain or fatigue, her perseverance inspired respect among all Navy personnel. Though there was a gap in her abilities compared to theirs, they acknowledged that this seemingly fragile girl was just as much a warrior as they were. I have observed your training results closely. Today, we shall no longer engage in the foundational drills of the past. From this moment on, I shall teach you the true skills of combat. Even the vice admirals at naval headquarters may struggle to master the 6 techniques. The 6 techniques? What are those? They sound incredibly impressive. Wow, even the vice admirals might not fully grasp these extraordinary skills. If I master them, could I perhaps become a vice admiral myself? The training ground buzzed with excitement as everyone discussed the wonders and might of the 6 techniques. Some even began to envision themselves mastering these skills and reaching the pinnacle of their lives, while others chuckled lewdly, as if recalling some amusing scenario. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from such individuals. The 6 techniques: shave, gale foot, moon step, paper drawing, iron block, finger gun. Upon hearing these names, little Lou suddenly felt a spark of recognition, memories stirring deep within his mind. What is it, little Lou? What are you muttering about? Seeing little Lee's narrowed eyes and dazed expression, Jo gently inquired, while Roy looked on with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, just a sudden thought. Little Lou replied, offering no further explanation. He knew that mastering these techniques was imperative. They were still far too weak. Chapter 23. Enlightenment. Major Pied called for silence, commencing a detailed introduction of the 6 techniques and the skills required to master them. The shave technique involved executing rapid footfalls on the ground in a mere 0.36 seconds, generating explosive force for swift movement, making the user appear to vanish in the eyes of the enemy. The iron block was a defensive maneuver, infusing one's body, honed through rigorous training, with a hardness of iron, enabling one to withstand bullets and blades. Just hearing about these 2 techniques sent the previously quiet training ground into a frenzy. The ability to disappear from an enemy's sight with the shave and to withstand gunfire and swords with the iron block was an extraordinary power in the minds of all present. The prospect of mastering such skills made their eyes gleam with enthusiasm, akin to a pack of hungry wolves. Especially with the iron block technique, those who acquired it could fearlessly engage in combat without worrying about injuries. Many resolved that, regardless of the other techniques to follow, mastering the iron block was non-negotiable. Following this, Major Pied continued to introduce the other techniques and their mastery, leaving everyone enraptured, eager to learn them immediately. Some perceptive sailors began to grasp why Major Pied had subjected them to such grueling training. It was all to lay the groundwork for mastering the 6 techniques, filling them with gratitude. Major Pied, may I ask how many techniques you have mastered? With your prowess, you must have mastered several, correct? A sailor from the crowd inquired, and the surrounding audience fell silent, their eyes fixed on Major Pied, eagerly awaiting his response. In their eyes, Major Pied, such a formidable individual, undoubtedly possesses a high level of insight and has mastered numerous physical techniques, with complete mastery not being entirely out of the question. As you have just heard in my introduction, the 6 styles are exceedingly challenging to master, requiring immense understanding and rigorous training. To grasp even one is already quite impressive. The sailors below gazed up at him with eager anticipation. As if to say, "We know. Please continue." Well, someone as skilled as I've only managed to master one technique. Major Pade couldn't help but scratch his cheek, observing the unyielding curiosity etched on the faces of those below. And he felt compelled to satiate their inquisitiveness. Major Pade has mastered one technique. Alas, if someone as powerful as Major Pade has only mastered one, what hope do I have? How infuriating is the six styles truly that difficult to learn? Around him, some sailors began to tug at their hair in frustration, while others wailed loudly, as the one-spirited energy dissipated like a river breaking its dam. Hey, Xiaolu, why do I feel like the technique of iron block is somewhat akin to the armament hockey that Master taught us? Unlike the others, Luo Yi did not lament, but instead shared his discovery with Xiaolu. Upon hearing Luo Ye's words, Xiaolu rubbed his smooth chin, deep in thought. Master once said that armament hockey is like an invisible armor. If iron block allows one to inject power into their body, could mastering iron block and continuously infusing it with hockey elevate the defense of armament hockey to another level? Furthermore, if one could let hockey flow within the body and even release it, would it not yield even more formidable results? Unconsciously, Xiaolu began to pace, muttering to himself, occasionally tugging at his hair, feeling as though he was on the brink of mastering iron block, or rather, discovering a method to enhance hockey that differed from Master S teachings. Hockey! Witnessing his fervor, Xiao felt somewhat concerned, while Luo Yi merely shook his head, signaling her to remain calm, confident that Xiaolu had indeed made a breakthrough. Qi. True Qi. Internal power, Xiaolu exclaimed suddenly, 3 terms bursting forth from his lips, startling those around him. Others regarded him with pity, thinking he had succumbed to despair once again. Alas, another one has lost his wits. Xiaolu paid no heed to the opinions surrounding him. He was fixated on how to efficiently enhance his meager hockey, as the voice deep within his soul guided him once more. Chapter 24. Colonel Claude. Despite comprehending the difficulty of mastering the 6 styles for Major Pade, the sailors felt disheartened. However, after Major Pade's inspiring words, they rallied their spirits once more, following Major Pade's instructions. The sailors on the training field paired off and found their spots to practice the 6 styles, with Major Pade personally demonstrating the technique. Come, attack me with all your might. Witness the might of iron block. Pointing at one sailor, Major Pade prepared to showcase the technique he had mastered. Bang! The sailor, summoning all his strength, aimed not for Major Pade's chest, but instead struck him squarely in the face. However, this impulsive punch bore no real effect. It felt as if his fist had collided with an impenetrable iron plate, leaving his knuckles bruised and sending a jolt of pain coursing through his body, causing him to clutch his fist and cry out in agony, while Major Pade remained utterly unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, albeit with a subtle shift in his expression. Come, to practice iron block. One must first learn to endure hits. Experience it for yourself. You'll learn faster this way. Major Pade adjusted the sailor who was sobbing while clutching his hand, speaking in a calm tone. Remember what I taught you. Inject power into your physique. Wait. Major Pade, before he could finish, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtled toward his face. With no time to react, he found himself soaring through the air in an elegant parabolic arc, subsequently crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Upon seeing Major Pade turn around, his gaze piercingly scanning the crowd, the other sailors hastily closed their gaping mouths and resumed their practice. Everyone was fervently engaged in their training of the 6 styles, and Xiaolu and his companions were no exception. Iron block. Following Xiaolu's explanation, the trio began their practice. Luo Yi aimed a punch at Xiao Li's chest, secretly moderating his strength to avoid mishaps. However, with a resounding thud, both Luo Yi and Xiao were astonished, for they realized Xiao Lu had indeed succeeded. Are you all right? Xiao inquired, still somewhat worried. Rest assured, Luo Yi must have held back. I am unscathed, and I truly have succeeded. The trio felt confident in the effectiveness of their training method and unconsciously took a deep breath, sensing the world around them becoming clearer. While everyone was diligently training, a sailor approached Major Pade and whispered a few words, Upon hearing this, Major Pade's expression shifted, and he hurriedly departed. The surrounding soldiers were left baffled. How infuriating! After all the effort I put into pleasing him and spending so much money. He still dismissed me with that same phrase that I merely made a minor mistake. Yet they treat me this way. It's utterly detestable. A brawny officer with a square jaw, clad in a navy justice coat, sat in his office, cursing under his breath, his fist pounding the desk, causing the crimson surface to spiderweb with cracks. The soldier beside him trembled in fear, wary of suffering a similar fate as the desk. Hardly daring to breathe or glance at Colonel Claude's face, his grayish-white hair, coupled with his pallid complexion and the X-shaped scar that marred his visage, instilled dread at first glance, as if one were facing a venomous serpent poised to strike. Has Major Pade not arrived yet? Upon hearing Colonel Claude's inquiry, the soldier's heart raced, stammering a response. And not yet. He should be arriving soon. Useless. Get out. Seeing the standing soldier stutter, Colonel Claude unleashed another tirade of insults. Yet for the soldier, it felt as though a great burden had been lifted. Chapter 25. A clash of titans as Colonel Claude raged within his office. Major Pade swiftly arrived at his door. Knock, knock. Enter. Long time no see. Colonel Claude? I just came from the training ground and rushed over upon hearing your news. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Major Pade laughed heartily. Huh, not at all. I just returned myself. The previously fierce and intimidating Colonel Claude's demeanor shifted in an instant, as if the earlier events had never occurred, his tone now calm. Then, Colonel Claude abruptly changed the subject. Speaking with an inexplicable tone, Major Pade, your skills are truly remarkable. I didn't see a single idle sailor on my way from the dock. Upon inquiry, I discovered that all sailors, under your guidance, have transformed their previous demeanor, diligently participating in training. Truly commendable. I merely stepped in to manage the branch temporarily on your behalf. I cannot tolerate any slack. Seeing their previous state infuriated me. There's not a trace of the Navy in them. They resemble a pack of thugs, bullying the weak, no different from pirates. Upon hearing this, a flicker of rage flashed in Colonel Claude's eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged at my inability to govern effectively. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this, that I initially thought I could return to headquarters, but unexpected events have led me back to this old place that I hope Major Pade can assist me significantly. Particularly emphasizing the word assist, Colonel Claude enunciated it distinctly, as if fearing Major Pade had not grasped its significance. Colonel Claude, you're too modest. I will do my utmost to steer these sailors back under the banner of justice. Major Pade remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to Colonel Claude's implications, as he continued to express his own views that, of course, the Navy is indeed a force for justice. What Major Pade just said is quite accurate. These sailors are akin to pirates. Change them. One must possess formidable strength to instill fear. Since Major Pade intends to assist me in managing them, he must also wield sufficient power. We are both in the naval headquarters. So let us spar a bit. It's a perfect opportunity for certain oblivious beings to learn a lesson in respect. No sooner had he spoken than Colonel Claude lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Major Pade. The blow came so swiftly that Major Pade had little time to react, hastily crossing his arms to shield his head. However, the force transmitted through his arms was beyond his expectations, leaving them numb and sending him hurtling backward, crashing into the cabinet behind him. Just as he regained his footing, Colonel Claude closed in once more, delivering another punch aimed at his chest. Iron block. Colonel Claude launched forth like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the scarred crimson desk, which splintered into fragments, scattering debris in all directions. Ugh! Colonel Claude groaned in pain before swiftly rising to his feet, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Colonel Claude, are you all right? Major Pade inquired with concern upon seeing the blood seep from Claude's lips. Ha. Major Pade, did you truly believe that punch inflicted significant harm upon me? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Claude's gaze sharpened, and he grinned widely, seemingly unfazed. Of course not. Be careful. Gale foot. Just as Major Pade was about to approach, Claude suddenly swung his leg, producing a swift and sharp cutting strike that aimed for his head. Pade barely managed to evade, yet a gash still marred his cheek. and the wall behind him collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. The passing Navy personnel stood in stunned silence, their astonishment deepening upon witnessing the wound etched across Major Pade's face. Everyone instinctively braced themselves, fearing an enemy attack. However, upon recognizing Colonel Claude's familiar visage, they all shuddered, as if confronted by something terrifying. "Why are you all so restless?" Looking around, Claude's tone was icy. Although the sun shone brightly overhead, the atmosphere seemed to plunge into an icy abyss, leaving everyone shivering in dread. "Colonel Claude is back." The onlookers vanished without a trace, leaving only Colonel Claude and Major Pade silently gazing at one another, the surrounding air seemingly frozen. Major Pade has grown stronger. Let us conclude today's sparring. Of course. The decision rests entirely with you. Major Pade saluted and departed with purpose, while Colonel Claude fixed his gaze on Pade's retreating figure, remaining silent for an extended period. Chapter 26. Mastering the 6 styles. It had been a week since Colonel Claude and Major Pade had their sparring session in the office. And during that week, everything had proceeded with calmness, as everyone performed their duties in an orderly fashion. One evening, in a small grove, the trio of Xiao Lu engaged in nightly combat training in this secluded forest. Following Xiao Li's teachings, their prowess soared. Though they were still mere privates, their strength had surpassed that of their peers, and even when facing Major Pade, Xiao Lu felt confident he could easily defeat him, provided that Pade did not conceal his true abilities. "Shave!" Roy stood on high alert, his eyes fixated on Xiao Lu, but in the blink of an eye, the latter vanished from view. Roy's heart raced, his body tense as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. "Finger gun!" Hearing a sharp whistling sound slicing through the air from behind, Roy's body jolted, the hairs on his neck standing on end. There was no time to turn around. He immediately tensed every muscle and bone, channeling his strength inward. Iron block! With a low shout, Roy remained as immovable as a statue forged from bronze and iron. Xiao Li's finger gun struck towards his back like a blade, producing a ringing sound upon impact. Yet Roy emerged unscathed, Xiao Li's attack rendered ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Roy infused all his strength into his right arm, feeling it transform into a battering ram capable of demolishing anything. With his hand shaped like a knife, he swiftly slashed backward. Despite his corpulent appearance, Roy's agility was remarkable. Anyone who underestimated him in their first encounter would surely suffer greatly. This maneuver was inspired by Xiao Li's teachings. Iron block served not only as a defensive technique, but also as a formidable offensive weapon. Mastering one's body with such fluidity allowed any part to become a weapon of attack. Iron block, slashing knife. Despite seizing the moment, as Roy initiated his offensive immediately after defending against Xiao Li's finger gun. Xiao Li's response was astonishing. He executed a backflip, deftly creating distance. With his hands poised like blades, Roy charged forward, relentlessly striking to prevent Xiao Lu from countering, forcing him to reveal an opening. Shave! Twin shadows. Just as Roy's hand knife was poised to land on Xiao Li's neck, he felt elation. This was the closest he had ever come to defeating Xiao Lu. However, suddenly, his vision blurred as 2 figures darted past him like a revolving lantern, rendering Roy momentarily stunned. "Hey kid, how long do you plan to daze around? In battle, your enemy won't be so kind as to remind you." Roy hastily turned, regaining his composure. If he could refine the iron block, then Xiao Lu had no reason to slack, as he had always been the strongest among them. He leaped again, launching an attack on Xiao Lu. Iron block, crushing fist. Roy struck at Xiao Lu. But once more, Xiao Lu evaded. The ground cracked under the impact of the crushing fist, fissures radiating outward. 1 could only imagine the fate of an ordinary person struck by such force. They would undoubtedly meet their end. Shave! Line of death! Let the battle conclude. Xiao Li's voice rang out behind Roy, snapping him back to reality. Just as Xiao Lu launched his counterattack, all Roy could hear was the rush of wind by his ear, followed by the tearing of fabric at his waist, a faint pain resembling a knife's brush against his skin. Had he been the enemy, he might well have lost his life in that instant. Now, in this Navy branch, their strength had significantly improved. Xiao had mastered the paper drawing technique, Roy had honed the iron block, and he had mastered the shave, finger gun, and proficiently wielded armament Hakai, and no longer would they be easy prey. Both Xiao and Roy felt elated upon hearing that Xiao had mastered proficient armament hockey. When facing foes, they were no longer helpless victims. They were on the path to becoming formidable warriors. Chapter 27. The giant wolf pirates gather, hurry, and assemble. In the midst of their training, the Navy branch received a distress signal. A pirate attack had occurred not far from here in Glasstown, and reinforcements were urgently required. Colonel Claude remained at the branch, while Major Pade, without hesitation, led a contingent toward the scene. The trio of Xiao Lu, who had excelled in training and mastered the 6 styles, also received orders. When Major Pade and his men arrived in Glasstown aboard a warship, they were met with scenes of chaos. Flames engulfed the town, and the anguished cries of the populace filled the air. As pirates rampaged, wreaking havoc and slaughter, Major Pade immediately organized a group of Navy personnel to protect the civilians while engaging the remaining pirates in fierce combat. Any pirate they encountered was swiftly dispatched. "Captain, trouble is brewing. The Navy has arrived." A pirate scrambled towards a rugged, fearsome pirate, reporting the situation, blood pooling beneath him from a recently slain young girl, stripped bare and of flower-like youth, her life cruelly severed by fate's scythe. The adage "good deeds are rewarded" often graces people's lips, yet why did these innocent, kind-hearted souls meet their demise at the hands of pirates? Is the reward reserved for another life, rendering this existence meaningless? Those resigned to fate and reality often cling to hope and divine providence as a means of solace. Misfortune seeks out the most unfortunate, and in any era, only the strong possess the means to survive. Alas, they would never grasp this truth. Encountering the giant wolf pirates was their misfortune. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Will Wolf, the captain of the giant wolf pirates, remained unfazed. "Which navy is it this time?" "Is it that Claude fellow?" Will Wolf chuckled. "If so, I wouldn't mind delivering him another crushing blow, ensuring he remains here forever. It seems he's not the one we faced last time," Will Wolf thought dismissively. Exuding confidence in his strength as a user of the Zoan-type dog fruit, Grey Wolf form, Will Wolf gathered his crew and headed toward the port, where Major Pade and his Navy personnel were already prepared for confrontation. Tension mounting as both sides faced off. Annihilate these detestable pirates. This time, not a single Navy shall leave alive. Attack, without uttering another word, obliterating the enemy, was their sole objective. Will Wolf held immense confidence in his pirate crew. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 45 million berry, countless Navy personnel had perished at his hands, and slaughtering pirates was one of his greatest pleasures. Without needing an introduction, Major Pade was already his target. Will Wolf charged forward, his steel claws gleaming, tearing apart any Navy personnel that dared to impede his path. The sight of their blood only heightened his ferocity. Major Pade's eyes glimmered with determination as he swiftly stepped forward, thwarting Will Wolf's rampage. Despite Will Wolf's imposing physique, he moved with remarkable agility. Each of Pade's strikes was effortlessly deflected, while Will Wolf capitalized on his speed to inflict several wounds on Pade. Even with iron block for defense, its effectiveness taking advantage of Major Pade's exhaustion and sluggishness, Will Wolf seized the opportunity, crossing his steel claws and lunging forward, intent on dispatching Major Pade in a single strike. He was eager to witness the gruesome spectacle of Pade being torn to shreds. Powerless, Major Pade could only watch helplessly as his opponent closed in. Perhaps today was the moment he would sacrifice himself for justice. This mission had been undertaken rather hastily. Chapter 28. The Devil Fruit user. Just as Major Pade resigned himself to his fate, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Humph, Major Pade, now is not the time to be complacent. Today is not your moment for self-sacrifice. Save that for another day." A mocking voice rang out. It was Little Lu, who had come to his rescue at the critical moment. "Cough, cough. Can you even speak? You little brat, don't forget, you're still just a private." Major Pade, having narrowly escaped death, felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the astonishment in his heart outweighed the joy of survival. Despite knowing during training that Little Lu was formidable and had mastered one of the 6 styles, he never expected him to withstand Will Wolf's attack. "Major Pade, you focus on protecting yourself. I'll take on the opponent. Be careful. He is no ordinary pirate. Huh. What a day. A parade of self-important clowns has emerged. And I nearly laughed myself to death. Kid, prepare to witness the ruthless nature of a great pirate. Will Wolf repeated his earlier tactics, employing his agility and swift footwork to unleash a relentless torrent of attacks on Little Lu, akin to a ravenous wolf tearing into its prey with merciless claws. Yet gradually, he realized that even faced with his torrential onslaught, this kid seemed utterly unscathed, like an indestructible fortress. Why is your iron so different? Oh, only now do you notice? I thought you might need a friendly reminder. Little Lu retorted effortlessly. Upon hearing the derision in his tone, Will Wolf's face flushed red with rage, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. How dare this child mock him? Did he not know who he was? He was a pirate with a bounty of 45 million berries. Are you ready? Little Lu, still not comprehending the threat, suddenly noticed Will Wolf's muscles bulging. Something within him writhing, as if about to burst forth. In an instant, Will Wolf transformed into a towering gray wolf. Devil fruit! The surrounding navy was taken aback, utterly shocked to discover that their adversary was a devil fruit user. This revelation stunned everyone. None had ever fought against a user before. Crisis. Greedy wolf bite. A shadow flickered past, and Little Lu felt something behind him accelerate at an imperceptible speed, propelling him like a cannonball into a nearby tree. The massive trunk, thick enough for 3 men to embrace, snapped in two. Iron block. Crushing fist. Having dispatched the pirate before him, Roy kept a vigilant eye on the battle, seeing Little Lu hurled by Will Wolf's punch. He understood that ending the fight swiftly was paramount. He leaped into action, delivering a powerful blow to Will Wolf's back. Caught off guard, Will Wolf felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him. He stifled a groan, swallowing the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, and retaliated with a punch of his own, determined to teach the assailant a memorable lesson. Iron block, unyielding as a mountain, as if anticipating this very move. Roy's defense was as steadfast as a mountain. Will Wolf's immense strength failed to inflict any damage, dissipating harmlessly into the ground. The earth beneath them buckled and cracked like a shattered mirror, stones splintering under the impact. Will Wolf, having failed to land a successful hit, charged up another punch aimed at Roy. Unyielding, Roy countered. Their fists clashed in a deadly exchange. Suddenly, Will Wolf caught a glimpse of a black leg slicing through the air. Accompanied by a rush of wind, striking his neck with blinding speed, he felt as if a mountain had crushed him to the ground, the earth below collapsing into a 10-meter-wide crater, ripples of force radiating outward. All present were left dumbfounded by Little Lu's kick, both sides seemingly forgetting the battle, time itself pausing to take notice. Shut your mouth and don't be so surprised. Little Lu chuckled lightly at Roy before urging him to step back. Though we are still in battle, allow me this moment of indulgence. Leave him to me. Little Lu unsheathed his sword, standing ready as Will Wolf rose once more. That previous kick had been powerful. Thankfully, the physique of a Zoan-type devil fruit user was robust enough. Or Will Wolf might have met his end then and there. He could hardly fathom how that kick had possessed such force. After all, he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a bounty of 45 million berries. I cannot allow this. Will Wolf coughed up the blood that had pooled in his chest, glaring fiercely at Little Lu. He intended to use his final move to eliminate this wretched child. I will finish you with my last move. Little Lu slightly bent forward, remaining silent, his form akin to a tightly drawn bow, the blade of his sword suddenly turning as black as ink. One sword style. Line kill, as Will Wolf prepared to attack. A flash of black light zipped past, and he heard that infuriatingly familiar voice. Is it your last words? What a pity! As he leaned forward, bowing his head, he realized his lower body remained in place. Conqueror's Haki. What had unfolded today utterly shattered Major Pade's perception of the world, leaving him dazed and disoriented in the wind. With Will Wolf's demise, the mission concluded, yet Little Lu and Roy left an indelible impression on everyone. These two children were remarkably strong. Perhaps they ought to become better acquainted with this world. Chapter 29. Unexpected developments with Will Wolf's death. His pirate crew lost all fighting spirit and was swiftly eradicated, allowing the Navy to emerge victorious without incident. What? A private killed the captain of the greedy wolf pirates, who had a bounty of 45 million berries. Do I look like someone who enjoys jokes? Colonel Claude, upon receiving this report, seized the sailor by the collar, gritting his teeth in fury. No, sir. The report is accurate. Major Pade and the others have returned, and this news has spread. The sailor, gripped by fear, trembled under the wrath of Colonel Claude, who seemed capable of devouring him whole. Get out. Claude dismissed his subordinate, his expression shifting between shades of blue and white that he knew Will Wolf's strength. Had he not been defeated by him last time, he might have been reassigned to headquarters. Though he had returned to the branch, he was still the highest authority here. Yet, now he was being told that a mere private had slain a pirate he couldn't even defeat. How could he endure such humiliation? When reporting to superiors, what could he possibly say? Let us not forget the laughter of many when he had suffered that previous defeat. Damn it! How could a private possess such strength? Impossible! Who is he? Claude quickly regained composure and summoned a subordinate to investigate. When Little Lou and the others returned to the headquarters, their exploits spread like wildfire. A private had slain a pirate with a bounty in the millions. What a shocking revelation. He was still just a child. The entire branch erupted in astonishment and jubilation, with many flocking to inquire about the details, particularly about Little Lou, who became the talk of the Navy. Roy also garnered much interest, given that his strength was widely recognized. After tending to his injuries, Major Pade sought out Colonel Claude to report the situation, particularly emphasizing the need to commend Little Lou and Roy and to request that such promising talents be sent to headquarters for further training. Major Pade, you all performed exceptionally well. Not only did you eliminate the greedy wolf pirates and protect the people, but you also showcased the justice of the Navy that I will certainly commend you to superiors. Furthermore, since you led the team to victory, I will apply for promotion on your behalf, Colonel Claude declared with a beaming smile. Colonel Claude, the credit for vanquishing the greedy wolf pirates should primarily go to Spirelou. I hope. There's no need to say more, Major Pade. The defeat of pirates is the result of every Navy member's effort. Without your leadership, how could they have succeeded? It's not as simple as you think. Enough. I am in charge of this branch. Colonel Claude, in a fit of anger, slammed his hand on the table and reprimanded. Major Pade wished to argue further, but at that moment, an aide approached Colonel Claude and whispered a few words in his ear, causing a subtle change in his expression that he then turned to Major Pade, revealing an indescribable look on his face. The following day, all personnel gathered early at the parade ground. On the platform ahead sat Colonel Claude and Major Pade, and everyone understood that a commendation ceremony for the soldiers who had participated in the eradication of the wolf pirates was to take place, along with mourning for the fallen soldiers and subsequent support for their families. Xiao Lu and Roy stood straight in the ranks, their hearts brimming with joy as they had overheard discussions the previous day. Realizing they would likely be acknowledged, Xiao silently rejoiced for them. Chapter 30. Old friends. Colonel Claude praised the soldiers for their efforts in defeating the wolf pirates and announced the reward from higher authorities, bringing pride to all soldiers. Major Pade, who led the mission, was promoted to lieutenant colonel. However, his face betrayed no excitement, and the naval officers secretly admired Major Pade's composure amidst praise and humiliation, vowing to learn from him. Yet the subsequent events took everyone by surprise. The proceedings concluded without any mention of Xiao Lu and Roy. Confusion spread among the crowd, leading to whispers and doubts about whether there had been any omissions in the reports. Those who had just lauded Major Pade began to waver in their thoughts. Xiao Lu and Roy, filled with questions, even comforted themselves that perhaps their contributions were deemed too insignificant. Just as everyone believed the proceedings were over and the assembly would be dismissed, a shocking announcement caught everyone off guard. Ladies and gentlemen, you must have questions regarding the previous commendation. Our investigation has revealed that Spire and his companions are spies sent by the pirates, Colonel Claude stated, his tone calm, yet laden with gravity. The revelation sent shockwaves through the parade ground, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Impossible. They truly fought against the pirates. Without Xiao Lu, we might not have made it back at all. We trained together for so long. How could they be pirates? The sailors who had fought alongside Xiao Lu and Roy struggled to accept this information, having developed camaraderie after enduring life-and-death battles together. However, with support came skepticism. After all, it was Colonel Claude who spoke. Despite his lifeless appearance, he was unlikely to lie, murmured one sailor. I knew it. How could a mere private kill a pirate with a bounty of 10 million? Indeed, they were already skilled when they joined the Navy. How could ordinary children possess such prowess? They must be spies sent by the pirates. This assertion found acceptance among many. How infuriating! I was genuinely happy for them yesterday. After all, we are all Navy. Yet to think they are spies. The naval personnel divided into two distinct factions, fervently debating the matter. Xiao Lu and his companions were equally shocked, their anger boiling as they were accused of being pirate spies. Especially given that their loved ones had perished at the hands of pirates. A truly absurd situation. What the hell are you talking about? We are not spies for the pirates. Do you have any evidence? Are your eyes blind? Where were you when we battled the pirates? If you want to claim credit for our achievements, just say so, you corpse-faced fool. Roy could no longer contain himself. Pointing at Colonel Claude and unleashing a torrent of invective. Lieutenant Colonel Pade also raised his doubts. Colonel Claude's forehead bulged with veins, his pallid face darkened like the bottom of a pot. His eyes glinting with menace, yet his tone remained unchanged. However, everyone could sense the chilling undertones in his calm demeanor. Colonel Claude, the three before him were already dead. If you wish for evidence, I shall provide it, as you desire. As he spoke, a figure emerged from behind him. An elderly man clad in splendid robes, his eyes sharp and sporting a distinctive mustache. Xiao Lu and his companions felt a jolt. The newcomer was none other than their old acquaintance, Mayor Sherlock. Chapter 31. An unseen scene, long time no see. Xiao Lu, Roy. Ciao. Mayor Sherlock gritted his teeth as he greeted his old friends. The surrounding naval personnel erupted in a frenzy. Now that a witness had arrived, did it not imply that Xiao Lu and his companions were indeed pirates? The naval officers who had initially supported them began to waver in their convictions. Under Colonel Claude's instructions, Sherlock proceeded to recount what he referred to as the truth. Xiao instinctively moved closer to Xiao Lu, while Roy's face contorted with rage, and Xiao Lu remained silent, the coldness in his expression unmistakable. After listening to Sherlock's account, the gazes of all present shifted towards them, with the once supportive naval personnel now filled with pity and loathing. Even Lieutenant Colonel Pade's expression grew uncertain. Well then, with the matter laid bare, do you three have anything to say in your defense? Seize them, Colonel Claude commanded, prompting all the naval personnel to prepare to apprehend the three alleged pirate spies. How infuriating! A bunch of ignorant fools. Xiao Lu, let us fight back. Roy prepared to carve a bloody path, while Xiao stood ready for action. Stop. If we resort to violence, we will truly be unable to clear our names as spies. Xiao Lu intervened. Lieutenant Colonel Pade, we are not spies. Please allow us to explain. Having spent so long in each other's company, I believe you can ascertain the truth that he then began to recount their backgrounds, deliberately omitting any mention of Nagri's existence. Xiao Li's account differed from Sherlock's, leading to confusion among the naval personnel preparing to detain them. Lieutenant Colonel Pade stood up, affirming that he had sent someone to investigate Xiao Lu and his companions. And the information he had received aligned closely with Xiao Li's story that a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Ultimately, it was decided that the three would be detained while an investigation was conducted in Happy Town to ascertain the truth before any further decisions were made. That night, in the prison, Xiao Lu, are we to wait like this? What will tomorrow bring? Xiao felt an unsettling premonition, though she dared not voice it. Xiao Lu, I can't shake the feeling that Sherlock and Colonel Claude are in cahoots. Will something unexpected happen tomorrow? Roy expressed his unease, well aware of Sherlock's unscrupulous nature. Yes, for now, we can only observe the unfolding events. If an investigation is conducted, the residents of the slum street should reveal the truth. However, we must... the truth. What a pity, for I speak the truth. You shall be executed tomorrow. Suddenly, Sherlock's voice echoed in the quiet cell. What do you mean? Xiao Lu replied in a low voice, I have long warned the folks of Slum Street to refrain from speaking out of turn. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety in Slum Street. They know how to choose between the safety of others and their own. The three seethed with rage, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. Moreover, as long as they keep quiet, they might even earn some money. Why not? Sherlock relished their reaction, maintaining his composure. Oh, my memory fails me. I just recalled something. Do you know what it is? Many people from Slum Street were once slaves or trafficked individuals. Hiss, I wonder if you're their descendants? What did you say? You scoundrel, clarify that. Roy rushed to the cell door, seething with fury, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Chow sat in shock, speechless. Sherlock, taken aback by Roy's fierce demeanor, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Once again, he was intimidated by these youngsters, his face shifting between red and white. So, it's about the slave trade? Then, who are you dealing with? Xiao Lu restrained his anger, calmly inquiring. You, scoundrel, act as if nothing's wrong even as death approaches. But why should I tell you? Sherlock cackled maniacally, unleashing his pent-up fear and anger. I will kill you! Regardless of whether Sherlock spoke the truth, Roy only wished to eliminate this despicable character before him. The incompetent always resort to rage. Alas, you will never succeed. Sherlock, after a brief moment of fear, regained his previous elegance and departed. Our situation is grim. Qiao, I need you to do something. Xiao Lu whispered a few instructions to Qiao. Chapter 32. A turn of events the following day, under a clear sky and gentle breezes. The parade ground was filled to capacity. For all naval personnel, today was unforgettable. The disputes of yesterday would culminate in a resolution today. Colonel Claude and Lieutenant Colonel Pade remained on the platform, while Mayor Sherlock stood beside them, flanked by several individuals whom Xiao Lu recognized as residents of Slum Street. Though the interrogation had yet to commence, the outcome was already glaringly evident. Joe, let us proceed as planned, whispered Xiao Lu to Joe, who stood beside him. Rest assured, Xiao Lu, Joe replied, gripping tightly the object in his hand. Even with handcuffs on, they remained undaunted. We are the righteous Navy. We shall never wrong an innocent, let alone our comrades. Today, we shall uncover the truth, declared Claude, allowing the residents of the shabby street to recount the events involving Xiao Lu and his companions, particularly emphasizing their skills. After comparing their testimonies with those of Sherlock and Xiao Lu, the truth became irrefutable. Xiao Lu and his associates were indeed undercover pirates. The evidence was undeniable, and the naval soldiers below no longer harbored any illusions. Even those who had initially believed in them now despised their own gullibility. Do you have anything to say? Pirates! Claude stood, a bemused expression on his face as he regarded them. The expression of Deputy Commander Pide was equally complex. I had thought that joining the Navy was my life's choice. Yet here we are, Joe. Take action. Xiao Lu finally gained a deeper understanding of human nature. A person could indeed descend to such depths of malevolence for their own selfish desires. This resolute realization further solidified his conviction. Personal strength is the only truth. Strength is the best argument. Swiftly, Joe produced the stolen key from his pocket and approached Xiao Lu and Roy, freeing them from their restraints. Last night, following Xiao Li's plan, Joe had cleverly maneuvered a paper through the gaps of the iron bars in the cell to steal the key from the guard. All for this moment. Not good. Stop them, Claude exclaimed in shock, fully aware of how formidable Xiao Lu was, capable of slaying the leader of the giant wolf pirate crew. As Claude issued his command, the surrounding naval soldiers rushed forward, but their strength paled in comparison to Xiao Li's, and they were swiftly dispatched, their weapons seized. With their newfound arms, the trio's confidence surged in the blink of an eye. Xiao Lu vanished from sight, prompting Roy and Joe to stand back-to-back in defense. Claude scanned the vicinity, yet he couldn't detect any trace of Xiao Lu. He ordered his men to swiftly apprehend Roy and Joe, only to suddenly feel as if he were being hunted by a ferocious beast. A chill ran down his spine, and every cell within him screamed a warning. Just as he turned, he felt the cold edge of a blade across his throat, its chilling aura causing him to break into a cold sweat, paralyzing him with fear. Everyone freeze! Do not move, Xiao Lu bellowed at the crowd. The naval soldiers exchanged uncertain glances as Roy and the others hurried to Xiao Li's side. Spire Lu, let us converse civilly. Do not act rashly. If you kill me, you will not survive either. In truth, I admire you. I do not wish to believe you are pirates. Surely, it was your incompetent subordinates who misled you. If you release me, I shall personally investigate and restore your innocence. Spire Lu, if you let me go, I will ensure your name is cleared, that I can even recommend you for the rank of lieutenant. You will still be a righteous sailor. Despite Claude's silver-tongued persuasion, Xiao Lu remained unmoved. Colonel Claude, would you like to hear another truth? Without waiting for his response, Xiao Lu continued, Ladies and gentlemen, We are indeed not pirates. The witnesses you just heard from have been bribed by Sherlock, who harbors a vendetta against us and has sought our demise. Mayor Sherlock, do you still refuse to speak the truth, if you do not reveal the facts? I cannot guarantee Colonel Claude's safety, can I? Colonel Claude? At these threatening words, Claude seethed with indignation. Mayor Sherlock, do you still refuse to tell the truth? If anything were to happen to Colonel Claude, and it were discovered that your lies led to the loss of such a brilliant colonel, you will not escape unscathed. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Sherlock's expression shifted unpredictably. You scoundrel, speak the truth immediately, or I shall not spare you. Claude shouted, furious at Sherlock's hesitation. Spire Lu, do not threaten me. The facts remain. You are pirates. And I will never yield to your tyranny, nor will the righteous navy. Sherlock, unable to meet Claude's fiery gaze, forced himself to utter his lofty declarations. Ha! What a fine truth. You certainly know how to play the part. Colonel Claude, it seems you must now fend for yourself. Silence, pirate. Release Colonel Claude at once. This is your only chance at survival. Indeed, if you dare harm Colonel Claude, we shall avenge him. Justice will never bow to evil. Colonel Claude embodies the essence of a righteous navy. He will not fear sacrificing himself for justice. You cannot intimidate us. The naval soldiers below were aflame with righteous indignation. They had joined the Navy to uphold justice and combat evil. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for justice. Now, Xiao Li's threat against the life of a naval officer was an affront to their very ideals, especially for the deeply principled Colonel Claude. They believed that their superior, Colonel Claude, would be even less inclined to cower before pirate threats. For justice, Claude observed as the soldiers grew increasingly agitated, disregarding his safety and intertwining his life with the concept of justice. The accolades they bestowed upon him caused an uncomfortable tightness in his chest, and his face turned a shade of pale fury. It appeared that Colonel Claude would have to sacrifice himself for the cause of justice. Do not act impulsively. As long as you do not harm me, I can ensure your safe departure. As he felt the knife poised at his throat, Claude spoke in a hushed tone. Listen, we do not wish to be your enemies. If you grant us safe passage, we will not harm anyone. The Navy exists to uphold justice and protect every life from evil's grasp. If you allow us to leave safely, you can save Colonel Claude's life. Is that not justice? Will you stand by idly while your superior is slain? Xiao Li continued to disregard any dialogue with Claude, addressing the sailors below. When a life can be saved yet is ignored, how can you claim to uphold justice? If ever a day comes when you or your family can be saved, yet your comrades remain indifferent, how would you feel? As Xiao Li's words resonated. The naval soldier, however, there lies another dilemma. According to convention, a bounty was to be placed on 3 individuals, yet the absence of their photographs left the higher-ups feeling frustrated, forcing them to temporarily set aside the matter of the bounty. It was not just the Navy that faced an issue. The trio of Xiao Li also encountered a predicament. Xiao Li, the Navy will certainly not relent that we may not have fully articulated our thoughts during a meeting. But everyone understands the gravity of the situation. Once branded as pirates, they would be condemned to a life of being hunted. Yet they are not pirates, nor do they wish to be. Xiao Li, whatever decision you make, I shall support you, even if it means becoming a pirate, Luo Yi asserted, his gaze resolute upon Xiao Li. Initially, they believed their lives would be dedicated to the Navy, even willing to sacrifice for justice. But fate has a peculiar way of playing tricks on them. Xiao Li was determined to join the Navy, trusting his judgment and supporting him wholeheartedly. Now that they stood opposed to the Navy, this was undoubtedly a setback for Xiao Li. He required support. I have vowed to grow stronger and to protect you all. We 3 are orphans devoid of support, akin to stray dogs without a home. Nursing our wounds in solitude, they had thought they had found their place in life, only to discover hidden dangers within. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Xiao Li's head, as if something were trying to escape from his mind. Both Xiao and Luo Yi were alarmed, fearing he had been triggered and attempted to approach, only to be halted by Xiao Li's outstretched hand. The tail must govern the head. Those who know not the essence of happiness and suffering possess differing values. Justice is no exception. Might is truth, and no one has the right to judge us. I shall establish a new world that belongs to us, An aura of fierce determination enveloped Xiao Lu, as his conqueror's haki erupted with overwhelming force, shattering the heavens. The clouds above roiled as if rallying to his cause, while the waves of the sea surged violently, echoing a roar of defiance. The entire sky and sea became tempestuous. "What shall we do? We need power, a mightier strength," he declared. "Those who obstruct our path shall face no mercy." The ferocity and chilling resolve radiating from Xiao Li's eyes had intensified manifold, a sight previously unseen by Qiao and the others. Yet they understood that their only duty was to support him unwaveringly. "From this moment forth, we shall take turns at the helm. During the remaining time, we will practice the breathing technique I mentioned, allowing haki to flow within us continuously until it becomes second nature." Time was their greatest ally. They were still young and would one day ascend to the pinnacle of strength. However, time was also their most pressing deficit. Should they encounter a true master, their situation would be dire. Strengthening themselves required time. Chapter 35. Harvest. After drifting at sea for several months aboard the naval vessel, Xiao Lu and his companions had engaged in dozens of battles with various pirates, experiencing both absolute domination and perilous encounters. The trials of battle far surpassed any solitary training. Under constant pressure, the resolve of the trio sharpened, and their strength surged to new heights. Xiao Lu not only mastered the six powers, but also became increasingly proficient in the application of armament haki, its intensity continuously growing. Yet he still struggled to wield flowing haki in his attacks with finesse. Luo Yi had also grasped the six powers and armament haki, his defensive capabilities providing solid support to Xiao Lu during combat. Qiao, through daily training in life and death battles, had also acquired the six powers, his strength not to be underestimated. The Navy had encountered them several times, but they had always fled in disgrace, marking the trio's formal entry into the Navy's sights. Collectively, the ages of the three did not exceed 35, yet their bounty had soared to a staggering 120 million berries. Xiao Lu with a bounty of 45 million, Luo Yi at 40 million, and Xiao at 35 million. This one had stirred considerable commotion across the seas, drawing the attention of many powerful figures that Who would have thought there were such formidable youngsters in the South Sea? I'm curious about what they have done. On a colossal pirate ship resembling a great white whale, a child with a pineapple-shaped head glanced at the newspaper in the hands of his captain, scoffing. "Hey, what's got you in such high spirits, old man? The Navy is becoming increasingly useless. Oh dear, are the youngsters today really that fearsome? Rayleigh, come take a look. These kids hail from the South Sea, just like you." A man clad in a red coat, sporting a thick mustache, called out to his companions who were enjoying a feast, a smile of amusement on his face despite the words he spoke of fear. "Have they already become pirates? Weren't you always intent on joining the Navy? What caused this change of heart?" On an unnamed island, an elderly man wearing a black pointed hat and puffing on a pipe fell into contemplation as he perused the newspaper. For Xiao Lu and his companions, the bounty had long been a foregone conclusion. The amount itself was of little concern to them. They were not pirates, and being wanted was not something to take pride in. As previously stated, no one had the right to judge them. Regardless of the accusations leveled against them, they remained indifferent. Anyone who dared obstruct their path would become their mortal enemy. We've stumbled upon a naval ship. This is our fate, lads. Bring her alongside, and let us feast today. Oh ho ho. Upon spotting Xiao Lu and the others, the flying dog pirates regarded them as prey. For their captain, Sammy, was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries, possessing the powers of the hawk fruit. Xiao Lu recognized the pirate flag and, far from feeling trepidation, urged his companions to accelerate their approach. "It has time for us to change ships. I'll go ahead. Just remember not to damage our ship." Utilizing the moonwalk, Xiao Lu swiftly arrived aboard the enemy vessel. His audacious entrance infuriated the pirates, who were quick to order his demise. "Kill him," Sammy commanded, his crew charging at Xiao Lu with wild abandon. Unfortunately for them, they severely underestimated their adversary. Xiao Lu moved like a dancer of death. Each leap, in turn claiming the lives of the pirates with ease, he reveled in this sensation, thriving amidst the carnage, commanding the fates of others. As Luo Yi and Xiao boarded the pirate ship, The countdown to slaughter hastened. Who truly were the Navy, and who were the pirates? It seemed no one would provide an answer to Sammy today. This encounter was destined to be unforgettable. Chapter 36. The paper fruit in mere moments. The pirate ship was strewn with corpses, leaving only Sammy and a handful of his crew desperately holding on. Having hunted ducks all day, only to be pecked in the eye, Shallow ordered, "Spare the leader. The others may still hold some value." At his command, Luo Yi and Xiao ceased their slaughter. The remaining pirates, paralyzed by terror, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, wishing they could call their captors mother and father. The sight of these three was far too fearsome for rebellion to even cross their minds. "How dare you look down upon me?" Sammy transformed into a brown-gray eagle, soaring above the pirate ship in search of an opportunity. If his human form proved inadequate, he would resort to his beast form, determined to outlast them. Feathers rained down. Countless feathers, sharp as swords, filled the air, hurtling towards the trio with the swiftness of a gale. The sharpness of these feathers could slice through gold and jade. This was a move Sammy would only employ in dire straits. Each time he used it, he would become exceedingly vulnerable, requiring a substantial recovery period. Since his debut, he had faced no opponent who could withstand this attack. "You mangy bird, you've destroyed my grandfather's ship. You're as good as dead." With a thunderous roar, Luo Ye's muscles bulged, steam rising from his body as a beastly aura coalesced within him. He swung his fist with ferocity, unleashing a tempest that generated a massive shockwave from his charged right fist, soaring skyward toward Sammy like a white rainbow piercing the sun. The torrent of feathers was powerless against this surging wave of energy. Retreating in the face of its might, Sammy was struck directly by the powerful shockwave. His insides shattered, plummeting from the sky to crash onto the deck. The remaining pirates, pale and trembling, fell to their knees in terror. In a time long past, those defenseless civilians had been in a position not unlike their own toe to the surface of the fruit is adorned with cloud-like patterns, symmetrically aligned from left to right. Resembling an open window or a book laid bare. "Behold, this is the paper fruit." Joe flipped through the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and shared his findings with everyone. "What use does paper serve?" No wonder that fellow chose the falcon fruit. Roy nodded in agreement. "That fool. If he were to consume this fruit and develop its potential well, he would surely become a formidable adversary." However, little Lou disagreed with Roy's perspective. "What? Is this fruit truly that powerful?" Roy still seemed perplexed. "If this paramecia-type fruit is developed properly, it will grant us significant advantages. Who among you will partake? I can assist you in its mastery." Joe and Roy were caught off guard by this proposal, instinctively believing that the fruit should be consumed by little Lou, only to be surprised when he urged them to decide. No. Little, you just stated that this fruit could be incredibly strong. Among us, your abilities are the most formidable. Wouldn't it be of greater benefit for you to consume it? Both Roy and Joe were filled with uncertainty. "I have no intention of consuming a devil fruit." "What?" "This is a decision I have made, and it shall not change that I believe I can still reach the pinnacle through hockey. You must decide quickly." With little Lee's insistence, Roy ceased to argue further. "Joe, you should eat it." "I have no intention of consuming it either." "Roy, you need not go to such lengths," little Lou and Joe urged. "What's this?" Little Lou, "Are you afraid I might surpass you in hockey training? I'll one T fall for your tricks." Roy raised an eyebrow at little Lou, feigning a smile. "Humph, you sly one," little Lou replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. In truth, little Lou had hoped from the outset that Joe would consume the fruit, believing that once he made that choice, Roy would follow suit. The moment the fruit appeared, its fate had already been sealed. While they exchanged laughter, Joe lowered her gaze, reluctant for them to see the glimmer of tears in her eyes. She understood the significance of this moment, feeling gratitude for having two family members who transcended blood ties. Their love for her surpassed their own self-interest. Even in the depths of hell, as long as they were by her side, hell could be a paradise. Chapter 37. The wind rises over the green tides with a few obedient subordinates. The trio gained ample time for training. Under little Lee's guidance, Joe's mastery of the devil fruit progressed at a remarkable pace. Anyone who underestimated her would undoubtedly pay a price. Their next destination was Guiwine Island, famed for producing exquisite wines cherished by the world's elite. Only the island's winemakers could harness the wine mines to create intoxicatingly delightful wines, attracting the envy of numerous factions. The Navy, pirates, and the underworld were all embroiled in this tumultuous affair. Upon arriving on the island, they began to inquire about skilled winemakers capable of utilizing the wine mines. They knew there were abundant wine mines available. If they could recruit a few craftsmen, they could establish their own business. Their ultimate aim in growing stronger was to lead a better life, one devoid of constraints. Such winemakers were exceedingly rare and valuable resources. And their inquiries soon caught the attention of those lurking in the shadows. Oh, are you inquiring about such matters? Do you perchance know where there are more wine mines? An elderly man with graying hair and a sprightly demeanor probed. Simply inform me where I might find such craftsmen, and I assure you, money will not be an issue. Seeing that little Lou did not deny it, the old man's eyes narrowed. Despite his age, his instincts remained sharp, and he said with a sly smile, "Follow me." The trio followed him into a grand Gothic building, adorned with luxurious chandeliers, carpets woven with golden threads, and crystal-clear stair railings that showcased the opulence of the host. Little Lou discreetly reminded Joe to remain vigilant. Upon reaching the second floor, they found a tall, intricately carved floor-to-ceiling window, behind which sat a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, a scar running across his right eye adding an edge to his otherwise refined appearance. Dozens of similarly attired bodyguards stood watch nearby. "Boss, these three youngsters are in search of winemakers." Upon hearing this, Little Lou felt a sinking sensation. It seemed that such a direct inquiry was indeed too reckless, and that this venture was bound to encounter unforeseen challenges. "Very well, you may leave," the man said dismissively. "Young friends, I hear you are searching for winemakers." "Indeed, but it seems there are no winemakers here," Little Lou responded candidly. "Ha ha, there are none in this room. However, my winery boasts several highly skilled craftsmen. The question is, what type are you seeking? After all, the prices can vary greatly," the blond man replied with a playful grin. "What we truly desire is to learn the craft of winemaking. Ah, what a pity. The winemakers in this town only brew wine and do not take apprentices. Yet, there are always exceptions that if you can procure 1 or 2 wine mines, it could be arranged," the blond man said, his gaze fixed intently on Little Lee's expression, as if trying to discern something from it. "Oh, that is indeed unfortunate. It seems we must seek elsewhere. In truth, if they lacked wine mines, they could still offer information on where to find them, and they could provide a handsome reward." The blond man noticed Little Lee's intent to leave and blocked their path. "Oh, how I wish we knew. What a shame." Little Lou sighed dramatically, as if lamenting a missed opportunity. Seeing that the other party was unyielding, the blond man's expression soured. That moment, a subordinate reported something to him, causing his demeanor to shift once more. "Ha ha, Klaus, what an unexpected visit. I hope you don't mind. I heard you had distinguished guests, and I wish to make their acquaintance." An elderly man in a suit, leaning on a black and gold cane and flanked by several bodyguards, approached them. Things are becoming increasingly interesting," Little Lou thought, as they found themselves the center of attention among the gathered crowd. Chapter 38. Life and Death Sniper, I hear you are in search of winemakers, my young friend. Klaus must have informed you of the specifics. I want to bore you with details. If you can lead us to where wine mines are located, I assure you a generous reward. Moreover, you may not realize, but your current situation is quite perilous. With countless individuals lurking in the shadows, eager for easy gains, if you share this information with me, I guarantee no harm will come to you." His grandiose declarations elicited laughter from Little Lou and his companions. "You must be mistaken. We are genuinely here to learn the craft. We truly have no knowledge of any wine mines," Little Lou replied, remaining steadfast. "Ha ha. Learn the craft? If you lead me to a wine mine, I guarantee you'll learn the trade. We truly don't know. Farewell." "I see you're refusing to drink the wine offered and opting for the punishment wine instead." "Oh, I've had my fill of drinking. I am quite curious to taste this punishment wine instead." As the tension escalated, Little Lou no longer held back. Merchants, we are all merchants here. Let us not ruin our camaraderie over trivial matters." "Vise, your actions are no different from those of the shadowy figures." Klaus, seizing the moment, played the peacemaker. "Young friend, as long as you're willing to share, I assure you the reward will satisfy you." The night grows late. Why don't you return and ponder this matter? Once little Lou and his companions departed, Klaus and the old man exchanged sharp glances. Klaus, you're hoping to monopolize this, aren't you? Alas, Vise, you've wronged me. Then let the best man win. With Klaus denying any wrongdoing, the old man remained unfazed, sneering disdainfully before turning to leave. Summon Ron? We have plans for tonight. Vise, it seems you two should have some plans for this evening. As dusk fell and silence enveloped the night, within a hotel, it was clear that the night was destined for chaos. Observing the shadowy figures outside, little Lou grinned, and the three remained composed in the dark room. Ready for the upcoming performance, a shattering of glass echoed, and a shadow surged into the room, followed by several cries of anguish. The commotion was loud, yet it drew no attention, as if such occurrences were commonplace. At that moment, a bullet, like a venomous serpent lying in wait, lunged toward Joe's back, ready to strike. Watch out, there's a sniper. Joe broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, had she not fortuitously deployed her paper shield to deflect the attack. That bullet would undo the development of Joe. The paper fruit possesses astonishing power. Suddenly, a figure in black seemed to slip and fell from the rooftop. Joe bent down to pursue, and a bullet, propelled by a searing spiral of air like a venomous serpent, shot out from between the leaves of a large tree. Joe hurriedly tilted her head. The scorching bullet grazed the tips of her hair, severing a few strands before whizzing past. Behind her, little Lee's heart raced, feeling a wave of panic. The surrounding world seemed to come to a standstill as he bizarrely witnessed the bullet that was originally aimed at his head curving away, instead piercing into the brain of the approaching ROY.B. Careful. Be careful. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Little Lou suddenly turned, his hockey shielding his head, protecting Roy from the bullet. The immense force knocked him sideways. And before he could catch his breath, another bullet shot straight through his chest, bursting forth a spray of blood. The moment the figure in black fell, he had seemingly fired two shots almost simultaneously. Chapter 39. Sniper Ron. Upon seeing little Lou get shot, Joe's fury ignited, her delicate face cold as frost. She relentlessly pursued the figure in black, initially believing she could easily shake off one adversary. She was taken aback by the woman's formidable combat prowess. Engaging her in close quarters yielded no chance of victory whatsoever. In no time, Joe subdued her. That moment, Roy rushed over to support little Lou. How is it possible that after being hit by my death shot, you're still alive? Had it been the past, you would indeed have killed me, you bastard. Fortunately, the hockey circulating within me shielded my injuries. Little Lou tore off the mask of the figure in black. Now, can you tell me who sent you? The figure appeared momentarily stunned by little Lee's inquiry, offering no response. Hey, are you planning to play dumb? Roy seized him, ready to teach the man a harsh lesson. You just mentioned hockey, right? You possess hockey. Ignoring Roy, the figure in black directly addressed little Lou. Indeed. So, you have heard of hockey? No wonder you're still alive. It is not a matter of my marksmanship. The man was completely oblivious to his predicament, repeatedly disregarding them while engrossed in his own thoughts. That a vein throbbed on little Lee's forehead. That if you were a wise man, it is best to answer my question. I lack the patience to play this game with you. Who sent you? Little Lou grasped the man's neck. If he refused to speak, he would promptly send him to his end. Cough, cough, cough. Don't be rash. I'm one across his men, the figure struggled to say. What is your name? Ron. Little Lou carelessly tossed him to the ground, crouching down to ask, one last question. How do you plan to convince me to spare your life? How unfortunate. I thought I could successfully complete my mission tonight and earn a bounty with my marksmanship. I never expected things to turn out this way. Not only did I fail to secure the money, but I might also lose my life to... I don't know. Your life is in your hands. You decide that I can spare you. But you must work for me. Join us. Give yourself a chance to live. What do you say? I say no. I would rather die than serve as a pirate's subordinate. The figure in black spoke with unwavering determination. It seems you have no room for negotiation. Become my ally and witness my ascent to the peak of power, where your flesh and blood shall serve as the stepping stones to my throne. Upon hearing such arrogant words, the figure was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, clutching his belly. You're quite the amusing fellow. Where did such a fool like you come from? Do you wish to make me die of laughter, ascend to the peak of power, and claim the throne? Who do you think you are? You bastard. I've tolerated you for long enough. Seeing the man continue to mock them, Roy clenches fists, ready to smash his head. We are not pirates. Even the Navy's bounty notices do not specify what kind of pirate crew we are. Furthermore, those bound by their identity are foolish, shackled by worldly constraints. You will never see your true self, nor become a true, strong, and why subordinates do not need worthless beings. Are you one of them? Stopping Roy, little Lou spoke calmly to the figure. For the first time, the figure felt a deep-seated fear from within, as if from the depths of his soul, although the tone of the person before him was so calm. What was with that gaze? It was one of disdain, as if viewing all lives as mere insects. A hollow and dead silence that followed the destruction of everything. He couldn't tell if he was hallucinating. But it seemed as if he saw countless shadows behind this person, blending with the figure before him, that he understood. Just as the other had said, he was witnessing a true king for the first time in his life. Chapter 40. Observation hockey. As the atmosphere between them, once tense, began to ease following the figure's submission. They took turns introducing themselves. From your earlier reaction, it seems you know about hockey. You appear to have mastered hockey. Specifically observation hockey, correct? Though it was a question, Little Lou was very confident in his assessment. Indeed, I have mastered observation hockey. I need you to help me verify something. Shoot at me with your gun. What? Ron and the others looked puzzled. Without further explanation, Little Lou stood a short distance away, gesturing for Ron to fire. Should something go wrong, don't blame me. Ron shrugged. Are you ready? You can fire anytime. Upon finishing his words, Little Lou shut his eyes tightly. The other three were momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that Little Lou had awakened observation hockey. Hee, without some strength, how could you be worth my following? Ron secretly nodded, his focus undeterred. In a split second, two bullets were fired almost simultaneously, yet followed completely different trajectories, with sharp angles aimed at Little Lee's left arm. Since I've said this, you can shoot without worry. Even without mastering observation hockey, my armament hockey is sufficient to protect me. In the midst of their banter, Little Lou effortlessly dodged the two bullets, if anticipating that he could evade. At the moment he dodged, he heard the gunfire, and two more bullets, propelled by scorching air, sped toward his head. This moment, Little Lou felt that same wave of panic that he saw not two bullets, but three. Two bullets were closely aligned, one behind the other. This sense of dread stemmed from that one bullet. He sensed three dangerous presences Ron and the others. Little Lou merely shifted slightly, reaching out to catch one bullet. This scene stunned the three. It was already impressive enough to dodge bullets, yet to catch one so effortlessly was nothing short of shocking, confirming that Little Lou had completely mastered observation hockey. Joe and Roy were overjoyed. They had become stronger, and with the addition of a new member who had mastered observation hockey, their team's strength had significantly increased. Next, Little Lou inquired about the distribution of forces on the island and the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on them that night. Isn't the opportunity right here? Why search for a brewer? Eliminate them and directly seize their power. There's no need for a slow and cumbersome expansion. After listening to Ron's words, a murderous glint flashed in Little Lee's eyes. Since the adversary had laid the knife before him, to not seize this opportunity would be a disservice to their goodwill. Then let us play along, Little Lou instructed Ron, within a Gothic-style building. Ron informed Cross that he had successfully shot Joe, and that Weiss's subordinates had been completely wiped out without Little Lou and the others noticing. Well done. Tomorrow, we shall pay our little guest a visit. Meanwhile, Weiss, upon learning of the annihilation of his men, erupted in fury within his chamber. He had not anticipated that a few younglings would possess such strength in a grand estate. A rotund man, whose head resembled that of a catfish, gleamed with greed in his eyes as he spoke. Boss, today Locks and Weiss entertained three younglings who seemed to know the whereabouts of the liquor mine. The liquor mine is a lucrative business. The exquisite wine crimson Tai Sui produced from it is immensely favored by the world's aristocracy, and the profits are substantial. If he could locate the mine, the Sea Transport King would undoubtedly elevate him within the company. However, Locke and Weiss are not easy opponents to deal with. Capital seeks profit. Humanity is inherently greedy. Even when faced with a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, as long as there are sufficient benefits, they could transform peril into a smooth path. Chapter 41. Scheming the next day, Cross and Weiss arrived at Little Lou and the others' residence with their respective subordinates. The room was a scene of devastation. The bodies had all been removed, yet clear traces of blood remained visible everywhere. Little Lou was seated on a chair, weeping bitterly, while Joe lay on the floor, blood-soaked, covered by a white cloth. Weiss felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. Unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips, Cross sighed beside him, seemingly lamenting the loss of a young life. Alas, young friend, I warned you yesterday. This place is exceedingly dangerous, with countless eyes lurking in the shadows. Where else could there be such forthright dealings between us? Our proposal remains valid as of yesterday, and as long as you agree to disclose the location of the vein, I could assist you in identifying the murderer. Young brother, they will not relent until they receive news of the vein, and I am merely looking out for your best interests. Vizzy advised with subtle implications that does Mr. Vizzy know who killed our companion? Observing the hostile tone of Xiao Lu, Vizzy felt a surge of indignation. How dare this young brat speak to him in such a manner? The opposing party is formidable, and I have no desire to offend them unnecessarily. Vizzy feigned a headache, pretending to be wary of the other's strength. Of course, should sufficient interest be at stake, the matter would be different. This blatant insinuation was understood by all present. If Mr. Vizzy can help us apprehend the killer, then I am willing to lead you to the wine vein. Xiao Li's teeth ground together, as if he longed to devour the murderer whole. If you cannot fulfill this, we shall have to seek assistance elsewhere. With that, he cast a glance at no problem. Young brother, rest assured, I will certainly capture the killer within 2 days. Why then, I hope you will honor your promise. Otherwise, be assured, I will be waiting here the night after tomorrow, and I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Vizzy disregarded Kelosi, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Young brother, there is something I must make you aware of. Kelosi, who had been watching for a long while, said slowly. According to my subordinates, it was indeed Vizzy's men who attempted to assassinate you last night. That I suspect that after your conflict yesterday, he sought to coerce you into fulfilling his scheme through such means. Bastard, that old fool dares to cry thief. I will surely kill him. But they are numerous, and we are no match for them. Even if we could eliminate that old man, we would likely not escape unscathed. Xiao Li's murderous intent was palpable, and the table beside him shattered under his fist. Kelosi's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but touch his own head. There seemed to be little difference between them. I, too, find his actions despicable. If young brother is willing to trust me, I can assist you. Your camaraderie with your companions has deeply moved me. Harking back to the past, cough, cough, splendid. If you are willing to help us seek revenge, I shall unconditionally reveal the whereabouts of the vein. Once vengeance is achieved, my life will belong to you. Kelosi, undeterred by the interruption, immediately brightened at Xiao Lu's words. Who would have thought such an unexpected gain would arise? He had planned to eliminate Xiao Lu after they located the vein, but now saw the opportunity to acquire a capable subordinate. Furthermore, he could leverage this to absorb Vizzy's power and expand his own business. It was truly a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even one who usually maintained composure could not help but display his delight. After plotting together, the two clasped hands tightly, their expressions brimming with excitement, as if enacting a scene of a worthy encounter. Chapter 42. The yellow bird lurks behind. The following evening, Vizzy, under the protection of his subordinates, returned to the residence of Xiao Lu and company. Young brother, I have brought the mastermind behind the murders to you. Without further ado, Xiao Lu delivered a swift blow, severing the killer's throat. Vizzy was momentarily stunned by Xiao Lu's decisive action. Xiao Lu, with an air of indifference, took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. As if nothing had transpired, Vizzy's pupils contracted and his gaze sharpened. This young man's demeanor hardly resembled that of an inexperienced youth. Yet he remained unperturbed. After all, he had brought along his most capable subordinate. Mr. Vizzy, I have dealt with the killer. Before I fulfill my promise, may I share a story with you? I wonder if you would be willing to listen. Oh, then I shall lend you my ear. However, as I grow older, my patience wanes. I hope young brother can keep it brief, for I am prone to losing my temper. Ha ha ha. Of course. This story is titled The Clam and the Snipe. Upon hearing the tale, Vizzy appeared contemplative, yet he remained puzzled as to the story's relevance. Young brother, if you have something to say, do not hesitate to express it. According to my agreement with Mr. Kelosi, I am now obliged to take you down. At this, the bodyguards swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Xiao Lu and Lin, while Vizzy tensed. Though he trusted his men, the proximity of the adversary was disconcerting. For Mr. Kelosi has informed me that you are the one behind the assassination of my friend last night. Vizzy's pupils widened in shock, grasping the implication of the earlier story. Tension filled the room as both parties readied themselves for conflict, the air thick with anticipation that Mr. Vizzy, there is no need for such alarm. My decisive action against the so-called killer was intended to convey that I harbor no intention of opposing you. Engaging in battle would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing Kelosi to emerge as the ultimate victor. It is likely that Kelosi is currently rampaging through your territory with his men. Bastard, I will kill you all. Vizzy could no longer contain himself, glaring fiercely at Xiao Lu and his companions. Mr. Vizzy, I have been completely forthright. I hope you can maintain your composure. Your foe lies with Kelosi, not with me that I am but a victim in this scenario. Now that the killer is dead and I have avenged my friend, it is time for you to seek your own retribution, is it not? We merely wish to depart in peace. Vizzy's expression shifted rapidly, his gaze flickering uncertainly before he hastily departed with his men. Xiao, was our plan not to eliminate Vizzy here, earn Kelosi's trust, and gradually expand our own influence? Too slow. A chaotic situation is easier for us to control, and it also allows us to test that fellow's loyalty. Should he deviate from the plan? At that moment, a white origami crane fluttered in through the window. Xiao has sent word. Both sides have engaged in battle, suffering heavy losses. Ron questioned the reason for the unexpected turn of events. It turned out that the Xiao lying on the ground 2 days prior was but a paper clone he devised, identical in appearance to the real person, capable of movement but unable to speak. The crane that arrived was of the same nature. Following Xiao Li's instructions, Xiao had been monitoring both parties closely to relay information promptly. Kelosi, you wish to consume Vizzy, but alas, there is still a yellow bird lurking behind. It is nearly time. We should conclude this performance. Chapter 43. The curtain falls. Kelosi, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you plot against me? I will undoubtedly kill you. Vizzy, how did you come to be here? Observing the enraged Vizzy, Kelosi was taken aback and shocked. According to the plan, the opposing party should have perished, allowing him to smoothly take over Vizzy's territory and business. Could it be, you shameless fiend? This is my territory, and you dare question me? Were it not for that little brat revealing the truth to me, your scheme would have succeeded. With that, he commanded his men to attack recklessly. Today, Kelosi would surely die here. This is bad. We have all fallen into that little brat's trap. Cease fire at once. In response to Kelosi's suggestion, Vizzy paid him no heed. He had already lost too many men. How could he possibly heed the other's counsel? You wish to fight, then fight. You wish to stop, then stop. Do you think I fear you, damned old fool? Do you truly believe I am afraid? Today I will deal with you first. Then eliminate that little brat. The exchange of fire intensified, gunshots ringing out alongside the clash of blades and the wails of the wounded. The ground was littered with debris and bodies, the strength of both factions overwhelming, leaving little room for lesser players to intervene. Several hours later, the flames of battle began to subside. Ha ha ha. Vizzy, you old fool. It was high time you were ousted. You squandered your opportunity. Do you now regret it? Kelosi stood before Vizzy in a victorious posture, looking down upon him. The kneeling Vizzy had long lost his former grandeur, yet the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. I have lost. But do you truly believe you are the ultimate victor? We have both underestimated that little brat. I believe his goal all along was to eliminate both of us. You will not meet a favorable end either. You appear quite the wretched sight. Once I eliminate you, that little brat will not escape my grasp. Do you think I have not prepared for him? He cannot flee. I have my eyes on him. Without uttering another word, Kelosi shot Vizzy dead. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Had he overlooked something? Ron. Where is Ron? Why did Vizzy come here without him reporting to me? The plan has gone awry. Why did he not send word? Kelosi became frantic, like a raging lion. While his subordinates exchanged glances, too fearful to approach, he was furious, shocked, and terrified, unable to comprehend. Do you not already know the answer? A sudden voice broke through from a nearby rooftop, interrupting Kelosi's roar. All eyes turned toward the source as the subordinates readied themselves for confrontation. Bathed in the moonlight, Xiao Lu stood atop the roof, gazing down at the gathered crowd. The moon shone brightly, his expression icy and unyielding. Kelosi lifted his head, glaring fiercely at him. The scene before him had just unfolded between him and Weiss. Ron has betrayed me. He has become your man. Indeed, little Lu readily admitted in response to Cross's inquiry. Step forward, our new ally. At little Lee's command, Ron emerged from the shadows atop a rooftop, wielding a sniper rifle. Ron, why have you betrayed me? A dying man has no need for further questions. Little Lu interrupted. Unwilling to let a man on the brink of death speak at length, in an instant, he teleported from the rooftop to stand before Cross. This was a technique he had developed, combining his internal domineering aura with the techniques of shave and moonwalk, allowing him to close the distance to his foe as swiftly as a flash. Seeing the opponent appear before him like a specter, Cross collapsed in fear. Will you submit? You shall not. Cross's head was abruptly severed and rolled to rest at his feet, his expression one of disbelief. Why was this brat so impolite, always interrupting others? Alas, he would have no chance to voice his grievances again, that he refuses to submit. Do any of you wish to? At little Lee's voice. As cold as the frost of October, the surrounding subordinates trembled, offering no defense as they hastily laid down their weapons, not daring to delay even a moment. There was no choice. This fearsome figure would not entertain dissent. Soon, little Lu and his crew reorganized, with Ron leading the way to reclaim the territories of both factions, selecting qualified agents and consolidating all powers. The performance of the night was drawing to a close. Chapter 44. Undercurrents after consolidating the forces of both Cross and Weiss. Little Lu continued to recruit, becoming the most formidable power in the underworld of Guiwine Island. During this time, those who foolishly approached him met their demise. Becoming mere bait for the seed, a powerful force is often more persuasive. Many who had intended to take advantage of the chaos were deterred by little Lee's methods, extinguishing any improper thoughts they harbored. One particularly rotund man, resembling a catfish, sought an audience with him. Little Lu learned that he was a subordinate of the shipping magnate Omid, and with their channels, the fine wines they crafted could be sold worldwide. Collaborating with such a force, in the absence of an overwhelmingly dominant power, was mutually beneficial. That he lacked Omid's vast shipping network, yet there existed a local wine mine rich in resources, producing the Crimson Tai Sui would yield substantial profits. For now, when still relatively weak, forging close ties with this faction was a wise investment. Moreover, little Lu instructed Ron to discreetly seek out homeless orphans. He had not forgotten that he was still on the Navy's bounty list. The more backup he had, the better. That Ron's efficiency was commendable. Within Cross's underground warehouse, many orphans had gathered. They were the downtrodden, trampled by society, and upon hearing that someone could offer them a life free from worry, one filled with dignity and strength, they did not hesitate to come. Painishmont was among them, as they waited. A girl with wings unfurling behind her descended from the high platform like a sacred angel. All the children were left speechless, their young hearts profoundly shaken by the sight. They were unaware of the existence of devil fruits. At that moment, Xiao seemed to be a celestial being sent to rescue them. A fervent longing filled their eyes. If they could earn the angel's favor, perhaps they would no longer be bullied. But even more astonishing was what followed. Little Lu, cloaked in red and black, appeared like a wraith, each step seemingly accompanied by an afterimage, instantly materializing atop the platform. Some children, believing they had encountered a ghost, were too terrified to make a sound. Though Painishmont felt fear as well, he fought to suppress any sign of cowardice. Children, you have suffered. Little Lu placed his right hand over his heart and bowed slightly. A ghost was bowing to them, Even apologizing, they had always been marginalized, stripped of their dignity in their struggle for survival, utterly ignorant of concepts like respect and integrity. Some children even shed silent tears. We are but the mud of the lower class, rootless grass trampled at will, beaten and scorned, with no one to pity us. This world is cruel, cruel enough that only the strong can survive with dignity. To live, we must become strong. We no longer wish to be treated like dogs, nor can we allow ourselves to be abused as such. Those individuals are foolish. They do not realize how powerful you truly are. You are like the undercurrents beneath the sea, capable of stirring up great storms and overturning the world. Can we truly overturn the world? Yes, we must not allow ourselves to be trampled any longer. I will become strong. The murmurs of determination began to rise. You arrived in this world by the hand of fate, just as I encountered you. Little Lou unfurled a pair of angelic wings behind him and extended his right hand. Smiling at them, "Oh, you wish to obtain such power? Join us, pledge your loyalty to me, and never betray us. Become one of the strong. To the Red Devil, I pledge my undying loyalty. Long live the undercurrents." Chow timely descended to the platform, kneeling on one knee, right hand over his heart, calling out to Little Lou. All the children mimicked the angel's gesture, pledging their loyalty to Little Lou. Subsequently, Little Lou began to kindly inquire about their names and demonstrated the 6 styles. The power of thought is the mightiest. Gather undercurrents and become the foundation of my ascent. Chapter 45. Expanding forces. Since the consolidation of Cross and Weiss's factions, Little Lou and his companions established their own company, Crimson Tai Sui, aptly named for its specialization in fine wine production. In the shadows, they continued their previous trade of arms and medicine to those in need. As the company began to find its footing, Little Lou seized every opportunity to visit the warehouse and observe the children's training, kindly asking if they were well fed and warmly clothed, imparting techniques to them. Having spent considerable time with Cross, Ron understood the importance of a strict reward and punishment system. For them, the undercurrents were a concealed blade, sheathed in restraint, but capable of drawing blood when unleashed. The boy named Painish Mont stood out particularly during training, emerging as their captain and motivating the other children to strive harder. In just 2 to 3 months, the underworld of Guwine Island had been nearly cleared, and they began their path of external expansion. Over the following year, the Crimson Tai Sui Company started to extend its reach to nearby islands. Expansion meant encroaching on others' territories, infringing on their interests, and conflict had become the most effective means of resolution. They certainly could not eliminate all enemies, nor consume all profits. A solitary behemoth was the most likely to attract covetous eyes and become a target of hostility. The Navy and the world government held sway in the underground realm as well, forming a web of interconnections. With mutual dependencies, pulling one thread could cause the whole network to tremble. Thus, sharing the risks was the essence of mutual benefit. On board a massive sailing ship, Little, "It has been a long time since we returned home," Chiao remarked, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. The concept of home seemed to have drifted far away. It was a place filled with sorrowful memories. Little Lou swirled the wine in his glass, allowing his thoughts to wander as he listened to Chiao. Only after tasting the wine did he understand why the nobility of the world adored Crimson Tai Sui and why a single kind of wine could yield such profits. This time returning home was not driven by nostalgia, but rather by the desire for that wine mine. They had put forth considerable effort for this purpose. The wine mine island belonged to the Western Middle Kingdom, and they secretly sold arms to revolutionary factions within the country, provided mercenaries, incited nationalistic sentiments, and stirred up conflicts. The long-simmering tensions erupted, plunging the kingdom into chaos. The nobles had no time to spare to manage such a remote island. I also need to clarify some matters upon my return. That old coot, Sherlock, I miss him dearly. Roy stood nearby, gnawing on a chicken leg, quietly listening to their conversation. During this period, in pursuit of the company's expansion, he had not hesitated to engage in arm wrestling with others, visibly losing weight, which was a source of his strength. He was deeply pained by the loss. Whenever he had a moment, he would eat, determined to regain what he had lost. Yet, through these battles, he had successfully awakened his observation. That moment, a naval ship approached. Little Lou, should we take them out directly or avoid them? Roy asked. Typically, they would not initiate an attack against the Navy unless they were actively pursued or recognized. Otherwise, they would prefer to evade. No need. We might just encounter some old acquaintances, little amused if they do not provoke us. All will be well. Otherwise, they can only blame their misfortune. Everything is governed by fate. Just moments ago, the three individuals I observed were indeed the notorious trio listed on the bounty poster. They are pirates, he hastily roused Colonel Claude, who had been slumbering. Initially intending to take a leisurely break, Colonel Claude shot upright from his recliner upon hearing the soldier's urgent call. The person had long lingered in his mind as an inescapable shadow, a target he yearned to eliminate with every waking thought. To achieve this goal, do you know how he spent his time? Each time he caught wind of any pirate-related news, he would personally lead a team to apprehend them. Numerous perilous encounters had strengthened him, and he had mastered 5 of the 6 techniques of the Rokushiki. He had become a formidable force that he believed that should he ever cross paths with Spire Le, he would effortlessly subdue him and redeem his tarnished honor. Daily, he awaited news of him, and upon learning of the bounty on their heads, his heart raced with madness, mingled with a long-forgotten sense of trepidation. His current strength was a gift from his adversary, a figure that had haunted his thoughts. Now that he stood before him, he had to contemplate whether this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Turn around. Pursue them, Claude bellowed. Was it a matter of mutual understanding? Or perhaps it was simply the sheer volume of Colonel Claude's voice that even the roaring waves could not drown out his fervor towards Spire Le. Under Spire's command, his subordinates ceased their advance. Spire Le sat upon the deck, a subtle smile gracing his features, his expression tranquil as though awaiting an old friend long unseen. Seeing the opposing vessel come to a halt, Claude felt a surge of joy. With a graceful leap, he propelled himself forward, the sound of sonic booms echoing in his wake, unable to contain his excitement as he pursued alone. This moment had been long anticipated. Spire Le, do you remember me? With the moonwalk technique, Claude gazed down haughtily at Spire Le below. I can't quite recall, observing Spire's perplexed demeanor as he scratched his head in deep thought. Claude's face flushed visibly with embarrassment, though. Spire pointed at Claude, nodding, utterly lacking any recollection that I have defeated too many opponents to remember them all. I see. You're trying to provoke me, aren't you? A mere trick. Do not think you can shake my resolve. You should blame yourself for choosing an ill-fated day to venture out. Now go repent in hell. I shall demonstrate the Rokushiki I have mastered, so you can witness my true strength. Claude unleashed a technique he had developed by combining his moonwalk and shave, continuously rebounding in midair, leaving his trajectory elusive. So, what do you think? Are you rendered speechless? Too scared to even move? I have grown so powerful that even I fear myself. Like a monkey, Claude chattered incessantly in the air, showcasing his abilities, while Spire felt his ears nearly blistering from the racket. Descend. In an instant, Spire appeared behind Claude. Hearing that familiar voice from behind sent shivers down Claude's spine, causing his heart to race. He then felt as though an iron grip had seized his head. Slamming him down from the air onto the deck, with a resounding thud, his head buzzed, his eyes nearly bulging out. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. If given another chance, he would certainly choose not to venture out today. Chapter 47. The conclusion: the sky was clear, and the sea breeze was gentle. On the deck, Claude found himself pinned by Spire's hand, unable to move. Eliminate the pursuing Navy. Roy and Joe, accompanied by their subordinates, ruthlessly slaughtered the advancing Navy troops. With a mere flick of his wrist, Spire decided the fate of the entire crew aboard the warship. Claude trembled, realizing he might be next, although he had once served in the headquarters. He was inherently a coward, relishing the control over others' lives, enjoying the sight of them begging for mercy beneath his command. Yet he had never envisioned himself in such a predicament. As for you, I have a question. Were you the one involved in the slave trade with Sherlock? Indeed. Though as I doubt most of the residents of the slum district are slaves, I wonder if you're also the offspring of those slaves? Ha! Claude suddenly erupted into hysterics, mocking loudly. Aware that death awaited him, he was still unprepared to meet his end. He did not wish to die. He had a beautiful life to enjoy in the face of his fear of death. Loud mockery may have been his only means of bolstering his courage. Unfortunately, Spire seemed unfazed by his taunts, as if he had already accepted the reality of the situation or simply did not care about such matters of identity. Excellent. I appreciate your obedient attitude. Oh, you have any final words? Once we reach the Wine Mine Island, I shall ensure Sherlock accompanies you. Huh. Do you wish to seek revenge on Sherlock? Don't be ridiculous. I've already killed him. You will never have the chance for vengeance. Ha! In response to Claude's jibes, Spire remained composed and even appeared amused. He would never allow such a fate to befall himself. That was the lament of the week. Let us not waste words. Depart early for the road to the underworld. Many others await their turn. Pray you do not encounter me in your next life. As he spoke, an overwhelming force surged within Spire's palm, a violent energy that surged into Claude's mind, causing his head to feel as if it had been smashed with a heavy hammer, shattering into pieces and splattering blood everywhere. The mastery of his power grew increasingly effortless, indicating that new techniques could soon be utilized. Observing his bloodied hand, Spire summoned his power once more, the blood seemingly repelled by a potent energy shield, leaving his arm pristine. Had Spire visited Wano country, he would have realized he had unknowingly attained a higher level of mastery over haki, and one could fathom or believe that in the South Sea, someone could wield haki to such a degree. Before long, the navy that had engaged Spire and his crew faced total annihilation. Upon learning of Sherlock's demise, despite a ripple of emotion within her heart, Joe and the others understood that the past was behind them. They needed to live for themselves. The ship sailed swiftly, soon arriving at Wine Mine Island. The newly appointed mayor was even more avaricious than Sherlock. Previously, the residents of the slum district managed to sustain their lives, with some even achieving wealth. However, now, the inhabitants of the slum district truly resembled slaves, unconditionally mining for the nobles and wealthy merchants of Happy Street. Alas, their days of prosperity had come to an end. A great upheaval struck the capital, and their harmonious lives would be shattered by Spire and his crew upon arriving at the new mayor's residence. Spire revealed the mining rights they had purchased, causing a great stir in Happy Street. Some sought to eliminate them using the guards, hoping to seize the nation's mines for themselves, unaware that they were merely providing Spire with an excuse. For 3 days and nights, the disobedient nobles and merchants of Happy Street were slaughtered, while the remainder were forcibly relocated to the slum district to build factories. The compliant residents of the slum district were moved to Happy Street, becoming the new elite, assisting Spire in guarding the island's mines. This was nothing short of a divine blessing for the residents of the slum district. Former slaves had risen to become masters, each expressing boundless gratitude, vowing unwavering loyalty to Spire. For those of Happy Street, it would be a nightmare. The guards were entirely replaced with Spire subordinates, and Wine Mine Island became their private property, which was the true objective of their journey. History is doomed to repeat itself. Chapter 48. The Forging of Kings. A week later, Spire and his crew had arranged everything and returned to Guine Island. The company continued to expand, their influence spreading throughout the South Sea. Those who defied Spire were eliminated with iron-fisted measures, and due to his strength and methods, the dark underworld began to refer to him as the Crimson Tyrant. The navy sent to apprehend them either faced total annihilation or returned with only a fraction, as if mocking their efforts. Spire had also been branded as a human butcher by the navy, a testament to his wickedness. Everything was progressing steadily. In addition to managing company affairs, Spire dedicated his free time to guiding Jo in the development of her fruit abilities, as he had an important concept that required her to realize. The expansion of the company and the accumulation of wealth would also feed back into the Dark Current, a voracious beast of gold. Initially, the Dark Current absorbed wandering orphans, as their thoughts were easiest to control, and their loyalty was most dependable, serving as Spire's most devoted support. Eventually, due to national turmoil, the streets overflowed with homeless drifters and impoverished individuals, many of whom were desperate criminals and wandering swordsmen, all absorbed into the Dark Current, undergoing brutal and bloody training to become lethal weapons against enemies. Thus, they earned a new title, the Venomous Thorns. On an island in the South Sea, boss, as you instructed. I have selected the finest obsidian for sword forging. Spire waved his hand, dismissing him. This island was initially uninhabited until someone inadvertently discovered obsidian, igniting fierce competition among various factions. Once Spire and his crew arrived, the outcome was predetermined. All defiant forces were eradicated. That day, Spire single-handedly battled 3 rival underground factions, plunging the battlefield into chaos, with blood flowing like rivers. The entire island transformed into a desolate wasteland, with every flower and blade of grass exuding a foul stench of blood. Dressed in a black and red outfit, Xiao Lu once again demonstrated the formidable power of the Crimson Tai Sui to the underworld. Becoming an acknowledged existence that was untouchable, it was precisely because of this island that Xiao Lu and his associates found a foothold for their weapon manufacturing. Factories began to rise on the island, with weapons forged from obsidian gaining immense popularity in the underworld and among various warring nations. The company's business gradually expanded across the seas. However, some troubles arose in the West Sea and North Sea. But we shall set that aside for now. A few weeks later, the master craftsman announced, "My lord, the sword is nearly complete. We have reached the critical moment, and your presence is required." Upon arriving at the weapon factory, Xiao Lu beheld a long sword, bound with iron chains in a pool of boiling magma, emitting a faint cold light. Even from a distance, one could feel its overwhelming and oppressive aura. The sword measured 3 feet and 2 inches in length, its jet-black blade subtly revealing azure cloud patterns, while the hilt was intricately adorned with black and gold dragon motifs. Ignoring the searing heat that enveloped him, Xiao Li's gaze was fixated on the sword. It seemed to sense his intrusion, or perhaps it was delighted in yearning. The blade began to tremble incessantly, resonating with a harmonious song. "A magnificent sword!" Xiao Lu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "My lord, we are but 1 step away," said a gray-haired craftsman, his face lined with deep creases. "Oh, what more is required? Why mention it now?" Sensing the murderous intent in Xiao Li's tone, the craftsman hurriedly explained, "My lord, the sword radiates a fierce, killing aura because several craftsmen have perished during its forging. It has thus feasted on human blood. Now, it requires your own blood to subdue it, lest it turn against you." Following the craftsman's instructions, Xiao Lu filled a bowl with his blood and sprinkled it over the sword. Instantly, the blade shimmered with a brilliant light, and a clear, melodious ringing echoed throughout the factory, exuding a murderous intent that would terrify any ordinary person. Xiao Lu summoned his formidable aura, an invisible force bursting forth as if responding to the sword. He reached out, and his overwhelming presence seemed to coalesce into an unseen hand reaching for the blade. Come forth, with a sudden snap, the sword broke free from its chains, soaring directly toward Xiao Lu. Sensing the exhilarated spirit emanating from the sword, he lightly traced his fingers along its blade, calming its fervent emotions. "From this moment forth, your name shall be Wang Quan. Wang Quan shall forge swords and traverse the seas. In heaven and earth, I alone shall reign supreme." Chapter 49. The first battle. Once the sword was completed, Xiao Lu set off for home. As he navigated to a certain point, a pirate ship approached, its flag emblazoned with a skull wearing a black mask. Xiao Lu recognized it as the emblem of the Ghost Hand Pirates, a crew with a modest reputation in the South Sea, known to him as a significant figure in the underworld. While Xiao Lu was familiar with them, they might not recognize him at all. Noticing that Xiao Li's vessel flew no pirate flag and appeared to be substantial in size, the pirates deduced from their years of experience at sea that this was a merchant ship. This delighted the Ghost Hand Pirates, who exclaimed, "What splendid weather! We've stumbled upon a big catch today. Men, charge forward, kill the men, and spare the women. Ha ha ha." With raucous excitement, they quickly maneuvered their ship closer, unaware that what awaited them was not riches and women, but an unforgettable nightmare. Upon boarding the merchant vessel, the pirates were stunned. At the center of the deck sat a boy clad in a black and red coat. Though he did not appear childlike in stature, his youthful face was unmistakable. He regarded them with a mocking expression, flanked by a row of black-clad bodyguards brandishing weapons, some even wielding shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. Put away your guns. How can we greet our esteemed guests with such weapons?" Hearing Xiao Li's words, all his subordinates sheathed their arms, leaving the pirates bewildered. Do you look down upon us pirates? Can you not show some respect for our profession? The pirates exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed, and turned to their captain for guidance. The captain was at a loss as well. How was he to comprehend the intentions of the boy? This was his first encounter with such a situation, and there was no template to follow. What? You're not going to rob us? Seeing the pirates momentarily frozen, Xiao Lu stood up, a smile gracing his lips as he opened his arms, as if welcoming them. Hey, what are you playing at? You're pirates, yet you stand there doing nothing. What is the meaning of this? At these words, Xiao Lu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What trickery is this? You set a trap to deceive us. Haven to you? Questioned the leader of the Ghost Hand Pirates, casting furtive glances around, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Despite having faced numerous skirmishes, Xiao Lun nearly lost his composure at such foolishness. This was the dumbest pirate he had ever encountered. Go take a look. The chosen pirate felt a mix of dread and despair as he caught the captain's predatory gaze, compelling him to grit his teeth and stealthily approach. Each step forward was tentative, his feet barely touching the ground. Not only Xiao Lu, but even his subordinates were on edge. Fortunately, sunglasses concealed their eyes, or their astonishment would have been evident. The captain is fine. The pirate cautiously stepped forward, turning to smile at his captain. The surrounding pirates collectively exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable lightness, as if he were floating. The other pirates widened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? It turned out that Xiao Lu had channeled his entire aura, ensnaring the pirate and lifting him into the air, before he could even scream for help. The boy burst him apart like a water-filled balloon. The blood splattered outward, shielded from the deluge by the aura that surrounded Xiao Lu. This scene left everyone in shock, drenched in blood, yet paralyzed with confusion. It was not until someone shouted that the pirates snapped back to reality, frantically fleeing for their lives. In an instant, Wang Quan was drawn, and Xiao Lu unleashed a sweeping slash, a tempest of fury. The sword's aura surged forth like a violent storm, decapitating heads and toppling bodies, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding waters crimson. When the dust settled, no pirate remained aboard that ship. Chapter 50. A new member after Xiao Lu vanquished the pirates from his ship. His subordinates began boarding the enemy vessel to clean up the aftermath. Boss, we've found a cage containing a fishman. How should we proceed? Bring him over. Inside the cage was a slender fishman, entirely azure with white stripes on his chest and sharp teeth. Judging by his age, he was still a child. His back bore the scars of whips, suggesting a history of abuse, resulting in a timid demeanor that prevented him from meeting Xiao Li's gaze. You are free now. You may leave. Xiao Lu opened the cage, inviting him out. However, the boy merely trembled, remaining motionless. Perhaps he had tried to escape before, only to face dire consequences, instilling in him a profound fear of the outside world and a deep mistrust of others. The cage had become his sanctuary. Xiao Lu drew Wang Quan and sliced through the cage. The boy only cowered, clutching his head, weeping softly. With the cage gone, he felt utterly lost, fearing for his life. In this world, there are two types of beings, the strong and the weak. With great power, one can dominate others and avoid oppression. The weak, however, are at the mercy of others, just as you are now. This has nothing to do with race. Because you are weak, you are bullied by those pirates. Because I am strong, I have slain them. Now, an opportunity presents itself before you. Join us, become our companion. Become strong, and seize control of your own destiny. Where you may leave, only to be captured again, with no guarantee of rescue. I will give you 1 hour to decide. If you do not respond, we shall take our leave. Xiao Lu gently embraced him before departing. Xiao Lu withdrew all his subordinates, leaving the fisherman alone on the deck. After a considerable time, with no sounds around, the fisherman child cautiously stood. Unsure if he was truly free, he crept toward the ship's edge, confirming that no one awaited him, and seeing no nets or traps in the water, he leaped into the sea. The sensation of the cold ocean enveloping him was something he had not felt in as he gazed at the receding sailboat. The little fisherman exhibited a look of hesitation. The words of that man lingered persistently in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Yet, he was gripped by fear that the man might be deceiving him. At that moment, it seemed he could see the man waving. Was he indeed waving? Was it meant for him? "Boss, that little fishman is stealthily trailing us," reported one of his subordinates. Hearing this, Xiao Li's lips curled into a charming smile. "Pay him no mind, and ensure he remains unaware that you have spotted him. Hand me a fishing rod." Xiao Lu took the rod and began to fish from the side of the boat, the hook dangling empty. The little fishman, observing his actions, cautiously approached, peeking out only to retreat repeatedly. However, Xiao Lu remained oblivious, as if he had not noticed at all. Feeling somewhat disheartened, the little fishman was suddenly met with Xiao Li's gaze, who smiled at him and said, "Why have you followed us? Hurry along now, lest you be caught by others." Xiao Lu reeled in his fishing rod, chuckling as he turned to leave. Moments later, another subordinate reported, "The little fishman has blocked our path." Spotting Xiao Lu, the little fishman eagerly waved, signaling for him to come aboard. "What is your name?" "Bru Will," the little fishman replied timidly. "From this day forth, you shall be my companion." As he extended his right hand, Will slowly took it. From that moment, he had a comrade. Chapter 52. Vice Admiral Crane in a certain region of the North Sea, upon arriving in the North Sea. Perhaps due to the change in environment, Xiao Lu felt every cell within him pulsating with excitement. They were now en route to a stronghold in the North Sea, where their operations had faced significant obstacles, resulting in considerable losses for his subordinates. Now that they had arrived, even in the North Sea, they aspired to become the sovereigns of the underground forces, and anyone daring to impede their progress would pay a bloody price. "Damn it, that old hag is still pursuing us. Should I find the chance, I will surely kill her." On board a pirate ship, a brutish pirate with a face full of scars cursed incessantly. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. Having just ravaged a town, and before he could revel in his triumph, that old hag had arrived with the navy in tow. Thinking he could easily dispose of her, he was taken aback by the fierce female soldiers, each tall and strikingly beautiful, yet merciless in battle. That old hag was even more terrifying. A mere touch from her left his men limp and remorseful, wanting to repent for their sins and become better people. Such humiliation was intolerable for pirates, and despite their struggles, they were no match for her, forced to flee in disarray. The old hag pursued them relentlessly, like a rabid hyena. "Vice Admiral Crane, a ship has appeared ahead. It does not resemble a pirate vessel, as it bears no Jolly Roger." They would soon cross paths, and being captured as hostages would be troublesome, the seaman reported to his superior. The old hag referred to by the pirate was none other than the elite Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy headquarters. Possessing immense strength and unparalleled cunning, her wash fruit granted her the power to cleanse the hearts of men. "Pursue them. Leave not a single pirate alive," Vice Admiral Crane commanded sternly. She could not forgive the ruthless executioners. By the time they had received the distress signal and arrived in the town, it was too late. Innocent lives had already perished beneath the pirate-s blades, although she was accustomed to the heinous acts of pirates. Her anger remained unabated. Slaying the pirates before her was the only way to honor the justice she bore and the souls of the deceased. "Captain, a ship approaches ahead. We can take them hostage." "Ha ha, fortune favors me. Charge forth, lads. I want to see how that old hag will respond." "Boss, a pirate ship is speeding toward us, followed closely by a warship. It seems that the pirate ship's target is us." Upon hearing Ron's words, Xiao Lu remained unfazed. Those who dare to provoke them would soon learn the reason behind the vibrant blooms. The pirate ship collided fiercely with theirs. Grappling hooks ascended onto their vessel, and the pirates surged forward in exhilaration, as if they had spotted a lifeline. Alas, it was not a lifeline, but rather the harbinger of their doom. Before the pirates could board, a menacing slash cleaved the pirate ship in two, sending a multitude of pirates tumbling into the sea like dumplings, while the unluckiest were split apart along with their vessel. Those who fell into the water had no time to rejoice, as Ron treated them as targets, shooting them down one by one, the crimson blood staining the waters. "Bastard, I will kill you!" the pirate captain roared in fury. Some lives are doomed to embellish the scenery of others' lives. Another slash erupted, and the pirate captain was obliterated into a mist of blood. A massacre ensued, one-sided and absolute. Within mere seconds, all the pirates had been slaughtered, their bodies drifting on the sea, faces frozen in expressions of despair and terror. "Stop! The vice admiral and her crew were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. The ship ahead housed formidable adversaries. The situation was unclear. They could not approach. Chapter 53. Confrontation having dealt with the self-destructive pirates. Xiao Lu and his crew continued their voyage. Observing the approaching vessel, Vice Admiral Crane ordered her subordinates to prepare for battle. "Boss, it seems the opposing crew is rather tense," Ron remarked with a mischievous grin. "These pirates are utterly useless. They lack even the capacity to serve as targets for my marksmanship practice. I wonder what the Navy's strength ahead is like. Of course, whether to engage in combat would be Xiao Li's decision. Let us sail normally. It would be best if they leave us be. Should they strike, I would be inclined to give them a resounding counterattack," as the distance between the two vessels closed. An inexplicable tension filled the air, despite being amidst the vast, open sea. "Wait, that's not right. Report to Vice Admiral Crane. The man cloaked in red appears to be the pirate Spire Lu, with a bounty of 45 million berries. Is he not from the South Sea? Since he is a pirate, let us eliminate him." Attack. With the sound of cannon fire echoing, waves surged against their ship's hull. Cannonballs hurtling toward the merchant vessel were detonated mid-air by Ron's gunfire, as he claimed it was for honing his marksmanship and observation. Hakai N01 was to impede him, lest they become his adversaries. It seemed the opposing ship not only harbored skilled swordsmen, but also a formidable sniper. Such pirates could not be spared. Otherwise, they would become a future menace. "Boss, it appears the officer aboard the enemy ship is an old woman." "An old woman, you say?" "It could very well be Vice Admiral Crane from the Navy headquarters. I've heard she's quite a powerhouse. Step aside. Let me handle this," Xiao Lu eagerly declared. "Allow me to gauge the strength of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters." With a swift motion, he swung his sword, unleashing a scarlet blade of energy that soared toward the warship, seemingly intent on cleaving it in twain. Before even nearing, Vice Admiral Crane sensed a ferocious, bloodthirsty aura emanating from the approaching energy. Storm step. She could not allow the enemy to succeed. Behind her stood a cadre of young seamen fighting for justice, the very future of the Navy. Multiple fierce slashes erupted from beneath Crane's feet, slicing through the air, sending forth a wave of force that surged toward the scarlet blade. The explosive sounds reverberated across the sea, rippling outward, the residual force lifting the edges of their garments. In that brief skirmish, both combatants felt the undeniable strength of the other. Despite the bounty of 45 million berries, how could the opponent possess such power? Vice Admiral Crane pondered, realizing that the Navy headquarters would need to reassess his bounty. "No, let us settle this here." In an instant, she unleashed dozens of fierce slashes, their magnitude far surpassing that of her earlier probing strikes. The onslaught of slashes resembled a flock of screeching white cranes, swift as the wind and razor-sharp. This maneuver locked onto every potential escape route, the strikes intertwining in a dance of deception. Is this a welcome gift upon my arrival in the North Sea? Yet this level is insufficient. The sigh of the wind god. A colossal, fierce sword strike, accompanied by a tempest, surged forth like a spiraling azure dragon, roaring toward the oncoming slashes. The onslaught of strikes was engulfed by the swirling vortex created by the azure dragon, only serving to amplify its power. The dragon charged toward the warship, as if intent on devouring a whole. The tempest unleashed by the dragon made it nearly impossible for the seamen to keep their eyes open. Standing was a struggle. Vice Admiral Crane felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, her heart racing. "Ah, how terrifying. We cannot allow you to harm our beautiful Vice Admiral." A sudden iceberg materialized before them. Chapter 54. Kazan gazing at the abrupt iceberg. The entire crew of seamen, who had thought themselves doomed, now wore expressions of relief. A tall figure with wavy black hair emerged on the ship. It was he who had just saved them all. The Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, a man who had been dubbed a monster upon his entry into the Navy, the wielder of the ice fruit, Kazan. "Kazan, what brings you here?" Vice Admiral Crane inquired, perplexed, as his timely arrival had spared countless seamen from a dire fate. "Vice Admiral, Mr. Karp has discovered the whereabouts of the Roger pirates and requires your input on the capture plan." The transponder snail. "You did not answer. I witnessed you pursuing a pirate ship and decided to follow suit. Kazan, you also saw it just now. The individual before us possesses formidable strength. If we do not apprehend him now, he may very well become a notorious pirate in the future. However, regarding Mr. Carp, how about this? You take the initiative to test him. If we cannot subdue him, we shall have no choice but to retreat. Vice Admiral Crane wishes to ascertain the true extent of this individual's power in order for headquarters to reassess the potential threat he poses. How could a massive iceberg appear so suddenly? Roge and Ron were left in a state of confusion. He must be Kazan, the Rear Admiral of the Navy, wielding the powers of the ice fruit. It is rumored that he's one of the 3 great anomalies among the Rear Admirals. Chow explained to everyone that she was responsible for gathering various intelligence, particularly concerning the Navy and the infamous pirates of the seas, as these individuals may become their adversaries in the future. Allow me to shatter this ice. Roge, excited at the prospect of a fight, realized it had been quite some time since he had engaged in combat. With a tremendous force, he unleashed his power. Roge's right arm bulged with veins, as if ancient roots of a tree, his aura rising dramatically, visible waves emanating from the center of his fist. With a sudden swing, a colossal shockwave, akin to a meteoric force, surged forth and pierced through the ice wall. Crack! In an instant, a gaping hole shattered through the ice, fissures spiderwebbing outwards until the wall could no longer withstand the immense impact and crumbled to pieces. The shockwave, having breached the solid ice, continued unabated towards the warship. It appears our opponent shares the same intention and has underestimated us. Kazan, too, extended his right arm, his hand gathering a chilling frost that coalesced into a massive iceberg soaring through the air, colliding head-on with the approaching shockwave. Boom! The 2 forces clashed in a thunderous explosion, reverberating through the air. Ultimately, the force of the shockwave dissipated completely, and the soaring iceberg shattered into countless ice crystals. Chunks of ice plummeted into the sea, freezing the surface and advancing towards Liu and his crew, encasing the hull of their ship in ice. Observing this, Roge was about to act again when Liu restrained him. Gazing at Kazan, it seemed Kazan also sensed Li's scrutiny, and the 2 exchanged a silent glance, a chilling atmosphere enveloping the battlefield. Ice balls traversed in all directions as Kazan struck first, 5 massive ice pillars forming instantaneously, hurtling towards Liu. Despite their colossal size, their speed was not to be underestimated. The frigid air emanating from the pillars was bone-chilling, evoking the sensation of plunging into an icy abyss, rendering one nearly immobile against the oncoming onslaught. Liu reacted swiftly, his aura solidifying, sword energy swirling around him. Drawing his blade, he unleashed a barrage of fierce and domineering sword energy, ensnaring all the ice pillars in a heartbeat. The pillars were shredded into countless fragments, cascading into the ocean. Surprisingly, a fine line of red appeared on Kazan's forehead, a testament to the earlier grazing of his skin by residual sword energy, just as Kazan seemed poised to retaliate. Vice Admiral Crane hastily intervened. Kazan, that is sufficient. We must retreat. Roger's situation is pressing. Given Vice Admiral Crane's directive, we shall withdraw. Should we pursue? Roge inquired. Forget it. There will be other opportunities. Watching the departing figures, Liu smiled faintly. Chapter 55. The Don Quixote family having clashed with a Rear Admiral of the Navy upon their arrival in the North Sea, Liu was exceedingly satisfied. It seemed this journey to the North Sea would prove to be quite intriguing. A week later, they arrived at an island in the North Sea. Boss, my business on the island is entirely stifled. The Don Quixote family is far too powerful to conduct business here. We must first obtain their consent and pay them protection fees. And our operations cannot conflict with theirs. Humph. That is merely a reflection of your incompetence. Hearing Roge's outburst, his subordinates dared not speak. But it's all right. I am well acquainted with the Don Quixote family. Their strength is beyond what you can contend with. Even several from the poison spike have perished at their hands. Take me to the Don Quixote family's stronghold. The subordinate, relieved to have avoided reprimand, expressed profound gratitude, confident that with the boss's intervention, all issues would be swiftly resolved. Hey, who are you, and what business do you have here? Halt! Did you not hear my command? With a resounding crash, the guard collapsed instantly, blood oozing from the wound in his forehead. Soon a cacophony of screams erupted from within, intertwining into a haunting symphony. Suddenly, the building exploded, and Lu and his companions emerged in unison. Before them stood a colossal rock giant, glaring furiously. "Damn it! You've slain so many of my subordinates. Who are you?" The group was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a unique voice from the towering figure. The high-pitched tone elicited involuntary laughter, especially given the giant's comically serious demeanor. "You insolent fools, laughing in the face of danger. I will crush you. If you think you can, then do try." Roge enveloped himself in hockey, transforming into a human dart as he propelled himself towards the rock giant. This technique, a combination of moonwalk, shave, and hockey, was dubbed the Blade of the Cloud. The giant's massive rock fist was severed in an instant, and its stony form was cleaved into numerous pieces. However, despite the dismemberment, the giant remained unharmed. Utilizing its powers to regenerate the stone relentlessly, it appeared he was a user of the stone fruit. If we do not locate his true form, merely slicing through the stone will yield no results. "Then let us blast him to smithereens," Roge declared, undeterred by the assessment. "Let us see how this performs." Intentional shockwave punch. A resounding thump echoed as Roge's body radiated a fiery glow, steam rising as if he were being roasted. With a focused gaze, the hockey surged through him, energizing every cell to provide an unending supply of power, his fist seemingly infused with tremendous might. Swinging his right arm, he concentrated the colossal force into a singular point, unleashing an explosive impact. The ground beneath him began to cave under the strain, a blinding white light erupting from his fist, forming dazzling flares, as a scorching wave of energy surged forth with astonishing speed, distorting the very space ahead. The overwhelming energy obliterated everything in its path, reducing the rock giant's form to mere ashes. "Phew! That should have finished him off," Roge gasped, panting heavily. He had summoned every cell in his body to converge power into that single blow, resulting in such overwhelming force. Had it not been for the hockey shielding his heart, it likely would have shattered under the strain. Mastery over every part of one's body, achieving a state of effortless control, allows for the release of even greater power, an insight Lu had gained while practicing the six forms. Although his aura is faint, he has not yet perished. Ron observed incredulously, "We need to leave." Lu seized Roge and swiftly retreated, with the others following suit, though they remained oblivious to the urgency of the situation. Just as they vacated their previous position, the ground began to bulge upward, inflating like a balloon. Finally reaching a critical point, it erupted violently. The entire ground trembled and shook, dust settling to reveal a gaping chasm, as those unable to escape were reduced to mere remnants. And the assailant, along with the high-pitched voice, vanished without a trace. "Don Quixote family, I hope you recognize the gravity of the situation, lest my wrath be upon you." Chapter 56. Germa 66. Since the Don Quixote family stronghold had been struck, tensions between the two factions had escalated, yet a stalemate persisted. Through continued confrontations, Lu and his crew discovered that the Don Quixote family was predominantly composed of devil fruit users, a key factor in their ability to maintain equilibrium against Li's group. Additionally, another powerful force frequently disrupted their operations, identified as Germa 66, a war nation in the North Sea. King Vinsmoke Judge had long regarded the North Sea as his territory, intent on unifying it and restoring his family's former glory. However, the multitude of powers in the North Sea made this endeavor challenging. The Don Quixote family was already a formidable foe, and now a brazen entity known as the Scarlet Tai Sui Company had emerged, openly competing for war-related business. Even more insidiously, they were poised to assist a certain nation in attacking another, providing the latter with potent weaponry produced by the Scarlet Tai Sui Company, regardless of how Judge disregarded his own clones. He could not withstand such attrition. This company was utterly detestable, and a towering man with cascading golden hair stood resolutely at the doorway, wielding a long spear. He was none other than Germa's patriarch, Vinsmoke Judge. Behind him, a retinue of soldiers flanked him, accentuating his commanding presence. Audacious, Roge exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, unleashing a fierce shout as he swung his fist toward Judge. In that instant, two soldiers surged forward, using their bodies to intercept Roge's assault, both of them impaled as if skewered on a stick of candied hawthorn. Everything transpired in a blur, leaving little time for contemplation. Judge swiftly maneuvered to appear behind Roge, his silver spear crackling with arcs of electricity as it lunged toward Roge, intent on making him experience the taste of defeat. Petty tricks? Immovable king, unfazed by the imminent threat, Roge focused his energy, bringing his hands together in a prayer-like pose, resembling a steadfast statue of a deity. The spear struck him, the flickering arcs of electricity dancing across his form, yet the seemingly fatal blow inflicted no harm whatsoever. Judge began to falter, his once reliable technique proving utterly ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Roge pivoted and retaliated with a punch. Judge, sensing the overwhelming danger emanating from that fist, dared not absorb the impact. He hastily leaped aside, the ground beneath him shattering and collapsing from the force. Below them to smithereens, realizing he was outmatched, Judge deemed today a grave miscalculation, quickly distancing himself from Roge and commanding his men to fire. Unfortunately, the projectiles were effortlessly neutralized by a swift slash from Shill, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. For the first time, Judge felt the weight of his folly in venturing out. Clearly, today was not meant for such encounters. This farce must come to an end. Mr. Judge, I admire your audacity in coming here. Regrettably, your courage has been misplaced. I trust you are prepared for death. As the words left his lips, Shill vanished from sight, materializing behind Judge like a wraith. Sensing the ominous aura behind him, Judge felt as though his blood had turned to ice, rendering his body immobile and unresponsive. That I will die. A gentle hand rested upon his shoulder, and without warning, he found himself kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The once mighty patriarch of the Vinsmoke family was revealed to be a coward at heart. Mr. Judge, you are quite tall. I must say I prefer this manner of discourse with you. What say you? Shill remarked coolly. Such a spectacle could not be witnessed by subordinates. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. With Shill's command, Roge and the others descended upon Judge's forces like wolves among sheep, swiftly decimating the troops, the air thick with the stench of blood. Judge sat in stunned silence, unable to fathom the presence of such formidable adversaries in the North Sea. Chapter 57. Cooperation as the farce concluded. I believe it is time for us to engage in more serious matters. A look of bewilderment crossed Judge's face. He did not comprehend why his life was spared. It appeared that Shill had something to discuss. I do not have to die. Shill helped Judge to his feet, brushing the dust from his knees. That, Mr. Judge, we harbor no existential conflict between us. I am aware of your profound expertise in genetic technology. I hold great respect for individuals like you, as I am a man who values knowledge. Hearing Shill's seemingly flattering words, Judge felt no joy. Instead, a wave of panic washed over him. The realm of genetic technology was his family's cornerstone, one that he would not allow anyone to encroach upon. The youth before him, though evidently powerful, displayed an unsettling interest in technology, and Judge sensed an immense ambition lurking beneath Shill's calm facade. This might be the very reason he was still alive. If he opposed Shill, would it lead to his demise? Judge wrestled with his thoughts. He neither wished to relinquish his advancements in genetic technology, nor did he desire death. Observing Judge's tumultuous expression, Shill seemed to anticipate his trepidation and spoke, dispelling his doubts. I harbor no doubt regarding your achievements in genetic technology, Mr. Judge, that I believe we can collaborate fruitfully. Consider the fusion of weaponry and devil fruits. The potential for artificial devil fruits, and the origins of these powers. That Judge's eyes widened. While Shill's ideas were fantastical, they intriguingly aligned with those of his colleague. Mr. Judge, this place is rife with prying eyes. Let us retreat indoors for a more detailed discussion. Hours later. Mr. Judge, I anticipate a fruitful partnership. Indeed, young Spire is a true gem among men. I am confident we will become the best of allies. Very well, Mr. Judge, then I shall not see you off. Too kind. As Judge departed, Roge leaned toward Shill and whispered, Shill, I do not trust this man to genuinely collaborate with us. I am well aware, Shill replied nonchalantly. But what of it? Death is inevitable. Why bother with trifles? Hearing Shill's placid tone, Roge was increasingly struck by his ruthless disposition. Yet without such ruthlessness, they would not have survived to this day, nor would their company have achieved its current stature. Joe, have our covert operatives discreetly seek out talented scientists. Remember, make no noise about it. Additionally, select a group of clever and astute children to send to Judge tomorrow, and do not forget our gifts. Recently, Shill's dreams had become increasingly frequent, the scattered fragments slowly coalescing into a grand tapestry that spanned the river of time. The voices from the depths of his soul grew clearer, leaving him uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. The following day, in accordance with the details of their collaboration, a carefully curated group of children, laden with boxes of treasures, entered the Germa kingdom. Among them was the seemingly inconspicuous Painishmont, whose future would, unbeknownst to all, herald significant changes for the world. Chapter 51. Departure to the North Sea. Boss, our business in the North Sea has been disrupted again, thanks to that accursed Don Quixote family. Our people there are no match for them. The subordinate reported, trembling. They had previously clashed with the opposing faction, resulting in a crushing defeat. The boss had already extended them a chance and reinforced their numbers, yet they had failed again. Enough. You are indeed no match for them. I will notify our people to prepare. I shall go personally. The South Sea was now saturated with their affairs, and the company's expansion had reached its zenith. The South Sea no longer sufficed to satiate Shill's ambitions. He sought to extend his business across the seas, to the Grand Line, and even the New World. Moreover, he had lingered in the South Sea for far too long. There were no worthy adversaries here. He craved new challenges, a desire to grow stronger, and an appetite for combat with formidable foes. Joe, Roge, I am preparing to set sail for the North Sea. Our business there faces obstacles, and I must address them. Will you accompany me, or remain here? Though they were family, and Joe and Roge had always centered their actions around him, he needed to honor their opinions. Being in the South Sea, there was no threat to them. If Joe and Roge desired a peaceful life, remaining here was the optimal choice. He could not disregard their wishes for his own selfish desires. You rascal, do I not know you? You cannot bear the solitude and seek a fight. Can you? Roge teased Shill, his gestures exaggerated, resembling a comical Mithra Buddha, evoking laughter. Then, shifting his tone, he added, Shill, I understand you wish to respect our opinions. But do not forget, we are family. Without you, there would be no us today. Furthermore, do not presume that you alone harbor ambitions for strength. I share that desire too. If you do not hasten to become stronger, I shall surely make you weep during our sparring sessions. Roge flexed his fist, eager for action. Shill, we have indeed yearned for a tranquil life. However, we are family. If you are in peril, how can the rest of us find peace? Together, we are home. Nearby, while watch the scene with envy. Yearning for such a close-knit family and a warm home. Hey, how long will you continue this sentimental talk? Let us set off, my esteemed boss. Ron interjected, nonchalantly digging at his ears. In truth, he too was an orphan. His parents had perished at the hands of pirates. Fortunately, he was rescued by an old man, under whose guidance he honed his remarkable marksmanship and awakened the observation hockey, acquiring the ability to survive in these tumultuous times. He wondered where that old man had gone. The increasingly audacious Ron elicited an exasperated sigh from Shill. Initially, they had in just a few short months, I've already mastered the art of armament hockey, a feat accomplished far more swiftly than my peers, little Lou and his companions. Upon hearing their praise, my spirits soared to great heights. Filled with enthusiasm, I sought out little Lou for a sparring match, with the promise that should I emerge victorious, I would grant him his freedom and make him my boss. This infuriated Roy, who promptly administered a lesson, leading me to temper my exuberance. Young ones, the South Sea is no longer sufficient to satiate our ambitions. Our sights are set upon the entirety of the ocean. Those who impede our path will face utter annihilation. Let us embark. In the North Sea, a colossal crocodile approaches. Chapter 58. A knife in the dark, little Lou. Your bounty has risen once again, now standing at 80 million berries, while Roy's has reached 70 million. As little Lou paused to peruse the newspaper while training with Will, he noted this new information. Under the guidance of both little Lou and Roy, Will's combat skills steadily improved. The once timid fishman had broken free from his cage and embraced a new life. Filled with gratitude towards little Lu, who shone as the sun in his existence, he vowed to remain loyal and fight for him until death. Thus, he trained with unparalleled fervor, a fact not lost on little Lu and the others. I thought the Navy had forgotten about this matter. A sudden thought struck me. Although we are not pirates, we are indeed lacking a vessel of our own if we are to construct a ship. There is no doubt that Water 7 boasts the finest shipbuilding expertise, particularly that of Master Tom, whose skills are extraordinary. Joe excels in intelligence gathering, and with the assistance of the undercurrents, news from both the seas and the underworld rarely escapes our notice. Boss, the Don Quixote family's operations on Norman Island have been thoroughly dismantled, suffering heavy personnel losses. However, their cadres have retaliated, and our subordinates are no match for them. We urgently require reinforcements. Those fools truly have short memories. Reinforcements are a must. Our subordinates are simply no match for them, as they possess the powers of devil fruits. Little Lu finds them most irksome, akin to flies. Regular subordinates are no match once they strike. The enemy flees at once, utilizing their devil fruit abilities. Let Roy and Ron pay a visit on Norman Island. Fu, say, or you best make a hasty retreat and pay no heed to those bait. We must deliver a surprise today. A man clad in a black suit and sunglasses, upon hearing the boisterous laughter emanating from the transponder snail, swiftly burrowed underground. Hey, where is Say or? Have you seen Say or? Hurry, seek his aid. We can barely hold on. Upon encountering Roy and Ron, the Don Quixote family subordinates felt an immense pressure. One concealed assailant was swiftly eliminated, while the other resembled a monstrous beast. Any foe standing in his way was either left maimed or reduced to mere pulp. In a matter of moments, all subordinates within the Don Quixote stronghold were eradicated, leaving a sea of corpses. Clean the battlefield. Remove all the cargo. Damn it, that swimming devil fruit user is as elusive as a loach. Capturing him is exceedingly difficult. The intelligence we received indicated that no enemy cadres were present, which is why Roy and the others did not intervene. Had we anticipated this, we could have ensnared them all. Not good, Lord Roy. Several warships are heading this way. What are you afraid of? You are engaged in legitimate business. We shall merely evade them for the time being. Pardon me, gentlemen, but might I inquire if you are the ones trafficking in arms and slaughtering innocents here? A nonchalant voice called from behind, prompting Roy to whirl around as if faced with a formidable adversary, a naval officer, donning a black top hat and a white striped suit, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Stood behind Roy, his demeanor somewhat lecherous. The newcomer was none other than Vice Admiral Borsellino of the Navy headquarters. On a rooftop, Ron bore a look of shock. He had failed to react in time, and the adversary had materialized behind Roy. This naval officer possesses formidable strength. Who are you? My friend, you have yet to answer my question. My identity not self-evident. A thought flashed through both Roy and Ron's minds. It was a trap. Chapter 59. The glinting fruit, how vexing. Since my friend is unwilling to answer my question, I shall resort to another method. Arrogant, allow me to see what qualifications you possess to boast so brazenly. Lacking mutual understanding, Roy surged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Borsellino. However, unexpectedly, he passed straight through the officer's body, a Logia-type devil fruit user. What sort of fruit is this? Failing to land a hit, Roy's heart sank. Borsellino was equally decisive, sidestepping to Roy's side, his foot glowing with a golden light. Have you ever been struck by lightspeed kicks? Roy hastily raised his arm to block, feeling an immense force, as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through a series of buildings. Just as Borsellino prepared to press the advantage, a bullet, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, sped towards his head. He was compelled to abandon his offensive, vanishing in a flash of light. He had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary bullet was infused with hockey. Ron, too, was taken aback by the adversary's speed. He had thought he had seized the perfect moment. In a heartbeat, he pivoted with his sniper rifle, narrowly avoiding Roy's fate, crashing through the rooftop and landing amidst the rubble. Fortunately, his observation hockey had sensed the impending danger, or he would have sustained severe injuries. With a surge of confidence, he unleashed a lethal strike. Let us see how you fare against this. In a flash, Roy appeared before Borsalino, every part of his body transformed into a deadly weapon. Launching a tempestuous assault, Borsalino found himself momentarily on the defensive, sustaining a cut across his face that he had not anticipated that both adversaries had mastered armament hockey. Particularly, this rotund individual, whose agility and speed were astonishing, wielded formidable hockey strength. Each blow he received sent waves of pain through his limbs, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. Save for his encounters with his stern mentor, the insult of having his face marred was utterly intolerable. Seizing the opportunity, Borsalino created distance, leaping into the air. Crossing his arms, two spheres of light materialized in his hands, emanating an overwhelming aura. Yada no Kagami. Borsalino's voice turned cold as, in an instant, countless light bullets, imbued with ferocious energy, rained down upon Roy, creating a dazzling yet lethal spectacle. There is no escape. Roy realized he was ensnared in a web of light, with no avenue for retreat, with no other option. He braced himself to endure. Immovable king. A muffled thud resounded as Roy clutched his chest, staggering backward. The intensity of hockey was insufficient to withstand the opponent's lethal strike unscathed. However, he suffered no grave injuries. He wiped the blood from his lips, though a lingering pressure in his chest caused him discomfort. Meanwhile, Borsalino was also beaded with sweat, having barely evaded the sniper's attack during his own offensive. Had he not reacted promptly, elementalizing his body, due to his keen perception of danger, he would have surely met his demise at the hands of those treacherous bullets. Even so, his arm bore a wound. Stinging with pain. You wretched rat. You've hidden long enough. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through Ron's chest, sending him to his knees. Damn it, Roy bellowed, launching a reckless assault towards Borsalino, his hockey-encased fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Fearsome indeed, but my friend, rage alone will not grant you strength. Tinch no ken. In response to Roy's furious onslaught, Borsalino summoned a golden sword of light, meeting his adversary head-on. Competing in hockey, he had never feared such a challenge. Chapter 61. The rescue within the base. Joe and Will, upon receiving the news, wore expressions of concern. They had expected success as usual, yet this unexpected turn of events had caught them off guard. Their series of victories had perhaps lulled them into complacency. How fortuitous for the Navy to arrive at such a critical moment. With Roy's and his companion's strength, mere mortals should be no match for them, let alone capture them alive. According to reports from their subordinates, the enemy seemed to possess the ability of light. This suggests that the one who intervened was likely Vice Admiral Barussel at present. Yeah, and his companions remained confined within the naval branch of Kaiman Town. Arrange for the poison sting to provide assistance. I shall go alone. Is it not too perilous to venture alone? What if it is a trap? I have faith in your intelligence-gathering capabilities. Did you not assert moments ago that the information is accurate? In the face of adversity, one must remain calm, yet cannot afford to be timid. You must hold the fort here. Steer the vessel toward the naval branch. That it is imperative that no unforeseen incidents occur. Otherwise, the existence of this naval branch would be rendered unnecessary. Xiao Li's eyes glimmered with determination. You all must proceed according to plan. Remember, it is essential to rescue the two esteemed individuals. Yes, the assassins of Poison Sting swiftly dispersed, vanishing from sight as they embarked on their rescue mission. Xiao Lu strode confidently toward the branch's entrance. Halt! Who are you? Xiao Lu offered no response. With a mere widening of his eyes, an invisible aura enveloped the guards at the entrance. The sailors felt as if their heads had been struck by a heavy blow, losing consciousness and collapsing heavily to the ground. Xiao Lu advanced unimpeded, and the entire branch immediately raised the alarm, soon inundated by a multitude of armed sailors aiming their weapons at him. Who on earth are you? I remember now. He is the notorious pirate Spale Lu. With a bounty of 80 million berries, he is an accomplice of the two individuals captured by Vice Admiral Borsalino. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the officer clad in a coat of justice stiffened. The opponent is no ordinary foe. I wonder if those accomplices can manage. Fire! Fire! Without hesitation, all the sailors unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Xiao. a torrent of flames surging toward him with deadly intent. Accompanied by the clear sound of a long sword being unsheathed, countless sword energies danced like dragons in the air, intertwining and obliterating the incoming fire. The sharp sword energies seemed to rend the very air, producing a hissing sound. The tide of swordsmanship roars, a myriad of blades unleashed, surrounding Xiao Lu. The sword energy swirled like a dragon or a sea. With the Sword of Kings in his grasp akin to a lethal weapon, followed by hundreds of sword energies, in an instant, the brilliance of the swords illuminated the scene, instilling terror. The sound of blades echoed, as if shaking the heavens and the earth. One of the CP9 members gritted his teeth. Harboring the belief that they would successfully complete this mission, they dismissed the words of the Admiral, considering him merely a braggart. After all, how formidable could a figure from the North Sea truly be? Yet, a subtle fear lingered in his heart, one he was unwilling to acknowledge. Very well, it seems you are not entirely inept. I am coming again. Are you prepared? A cruel smile spread across Xiao Li's face. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared beside one of the men like a specter, effortlessly severing his left arm as if dismantling a mere component. The moment his victim felt pain and cried out, Xiao Lu vanished and reappeared behind another, snapping his arms backward with a swift kick that sent him flying. In a mere instant, two CP9 members were rendered powerless. Ignoring their screams, he seized the royal sword and charged toward the approaching Marines. Akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, with none proving a match for him, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake. Boss, both gentlemen have been rescued, a member of the Poison Spike, clad in marine attire, informed Xiao Lu. Withdraw. Glancing at the scattered bodies and the moaning survivors, Xiao Lu departed without hesitation. He had no desire for excessive slaughter. He would consider this a warning. Chapter 63. The Butcher, cursed be it. They've let Roger and the others escape again. Ahaha. Do not be vexed, Sengoku. There will be other opportunities. Have some sunbae. You scoundrel, you truly do not care at all that a tall marine with hair like froth and black-rimmed glasses spoke while seizing sunbae from a seemingly jaded man. Ah, you imbecile Sengoku, do not consume them all. Fortunately, Roger showed no signs of collaborating with the Golden Lion. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant dilemma. Nonetheless, we cannot afford to let our guard down. Vigilance must be maintained at all times. Witnessing the two men frolicking like children, Vice Admiral Crane could not help but shake her head with a sigh that a Marine Admiral and a Vice Admiral, both exemplars of the Navy, yet here they were, presenting such a ludicrous image. What would the public think? Indeed, the two men engaged in playful antics were none other than the current Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Yes, what little Crane says is right. Rest assured, next time I will surely capture Roger. Humph. Hearing this, Vice Admiral Crane could not help but roll her eyes. Report, Admiral Sengoku, we have received news from the North Sea branch. The pirate spire Lu has created chaos at the branch, killing two CP9 members and numerous Marines, while rescuing his accomplices. The reporting soldier presented a photograph. Damn it, Sengoku slammed the table, his furious roar reverberating with a palpable murderous intent. Even Garp, who had been playfully bantering moments ago, now wore a grim expression, while Crane, though her anger remained concealed, felt a fire of fury burning within her. Spire Lee's audacity was beyond measure. From the contents of the photograph, the Marines had suffered grievous losses, and those fortunate enough to survive would endure a lifetime of suffering, with corpses strewn about, and the audacity to infiltrate a Navy branch to rescue prisoners. It was evident he held the Navy in utter contempt. I warned you, this opponent is exceedingly powerful. He is a formidable foe. We must reassess his strength. His subordinates can contend with Borsalino, let alone himself. Indeed, Crane speaks wisely. Such a dangerous individual must be eliminated while we have the chance. If he grows stronger, he could become a notorious pirate, and it would require a greater cost to eliminate him in the future. Summon Branyu to convene all personnel. They must understand the threat he poses and devise ways to eliminate him. Sengoku commanded, calling for soldiers to relay his orders. Days later, Xiao Lu, due to your recent actions, your bounty has increased once more. Akati now stands at 120 million berries, while Rogers is at 60 million, and Ron's is 50 million. The newspapers even declare you a heinous pirate, a killer of countless innocents. reveling in the slaughter of civilians. A terrifying butcher. Damn it, they're spouting nonsense. The boss is a paragon of virtue. The little fishman will exploded with indignation, eager to defend Xiao, who merely smiled and patted his head in silence. Casting a sidelong glance, Ron, whose injuries had mended and was energetically gnawing on a chicken leg, could not help but inwardly scoff. What do you know? You little brat. Ron also rolled his eyes at Will, realizing the child had indeed been misled, spouting the absurdity that their boss was a good person. Thankfully, he had not eaten, or he might have lost his meal. Speaking of which, he admired Roger for being unaffected by such remarks. Seeing the reactions of others, Joe stifled a laugh behind his hand. Xiao Lu observed the responses of his companions with keen interest. Chapter 64. Doflamingo. As the year drew to a close, time seemed to slip away swiftly. This year had been eventful, marked by new companions and perilous encounters, as their enterprise flourished and everyone's strength saw significant enhancement. However, today they had a crucial task ahead. What have you discovered? Xiaolu, the intelligence is indeed accurate. This time, there is no room for error. Excellent. With the new year approaching, we must present a grand gift to our esteemed counterparts. And so, the group set forth, heading straight for their target, the stronghold of the Don Quixote family that on an island in the North Sea. Well, Doflamingo, our business has faced no disruption from them of late. Our weapons are selling remarkably well. Surely the last lesson has instilled a sense of caution in them. Doflamingo, we have seized considerable territory from them, and they remain unresponsive. It seems the previous lesson left a lasting impression. Shall we pursue our victory? The three speakers were all high-ranking members of the family, loyal subordinates of Doflamingo. The disheveled man resembling a snot-covered uncle was Treble, the one adorned in a bullfighteress attire. Painted face and all was Diamante, and the squeaky-voiced, comically absurd figure was Pika, the defeated subordinate of Roger. Doflamingo's business and the influence he wielded today owed much to their assistance. The family head, Doflamingo, appeared to be of similar age to Xiaolu. Clad in red glasses, his rebellious demeanor suggesting he was not to be trifled with. The last ambush on Roger was orchestrated by him, and it was his exceptional capabilities that allowed him to rival Xiao Lu in the underworld. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle erupted outside, leaving everyone bewildered. This was their territory. Who dared to provoke the Don Quixote family? The cadre followed Doflamingo to the entrance, just as a subordinate came hurtling toward them, only to be gruesomely cleaved into pieces before they could reach. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes aflame with fury. He was incensed, never anticipating an assault on his doorstep. Report, young master, the enemy is exceedingly formidable. We are utterly outmatched. Fools! A subordinate, scrambling toward Doflamingo, was kicked aside with disdain. Oh dear, treating your subordinates in such a manner is unbecoming of a leader. A playful voice rang out from above as Xiao, perched upon a white crane, looked down at Doflamingo with a mocking smile. Fufufu, you scoundrel, your attitude is truly appalling. Doflamingo seethed, his chest nearly bursting with indignation. Despite their similar ages, the audacity with which Xiao Lu carried himself was insufferable. Doflamingo's fingers danced erratically, resembling a spider's legs, and in an instant, the white crane upon which Xiao Lu rode was sliced into segments. What is happening? Joe, what has happened to your crane? I have no idea. It seems to have been severed by a sharp blade, Joe replied, equally perplexed. Though the crane was destroyed, the group landed unscathed. It must be invisible threads. This should be his ability, Xiao Lu remarked with a light chuckle. Gazing at Doflamingo, kill them, Doflamingo commanded, his dislike for seeing Xiao Li's arrogant demeanor unabated. The enemy possesses numerous ability users. Exercise caution, Xiao Lu countered, ready to confront Doflamingo, determined to impart a lesson today. Chapter 65, Clash of Conquerors Hockey at the behest of their leader. The two sides erupted into fierce combat. Towering rock giants, stealthy ambushes from below, undulating ground, and sudden explosions all posed considerable challenges for Xiao Li's side, resulting in heavy losses among their lower-tier fighters. Nevertheless, Xiao Li's forces retaliated with equal vigor, unleashing lethal sniping from the shadows, a deluge of paper blades, and feral, rampaging beasts that exerted immense pressure on the Don Quixote family. The latter, with their abundance of ability users, boasted superior overall combat prowess. The numbers on Xiao Li's side were overwhelming, bolstered by the presence of the formidable assassin, Poison Spike, not to mention the extraordinary combat prowess of Xiao Lu and his companions, resulting in a deadlock between the two factions. "Hey, how dare you divert your attention while battling me? You truly underestimate my capabilities," he exclaimed. The line of fate descended with a tenacity akin to iron and a sharpness like a blade, aimed directly at Xiao Lu. Despite the furious onslaught from Don Quixote Doflamingo, Xiao Lu maintained an air of effortless composure throughout the encounter. Although his opponent wielded the power of hockey, Xiao Lu quickly discerned that the intensity of Doflamingo's hockey was woefully inadequate. While Doflamingo was considered a master in the North Sea due to his fruit abilities in hockey, he was utterly outmatched in the presence of Xiao Lu. Foot kick line, bounce line, super whip. Seemingly incensed by the disdainful demeanor of his adversary, Doflamingo escalated his attacks with increasing ferocity, attempting to overwhelm Xiao Lu with rapid, relentless strikes. Rage will not make you stronger. The most formidable of warriors must distance themselves from emotions. You were never my equal from the outset, and why continued engagement with you merely served to provide my comrades with a greater opportunity for growth. You consider this a game? Doflamingo seethed, his fury reaching a boiling point at Xiao Li's mockery. Who was he? He was a celestial dragon, the sovereign of all. To him, these individuals were nothing but lowly commoners. How dare they mock him? Doflamingo had never harbored such a desire to annihilate anyone as he did now. His aura swelled, dark lightning flickering ominously, as a domineering presence surged forth. Those lacking the requisite fortitude and strength crumpled beneath the weight of his overwhelming aura. This fellow possesses Conqueror's hockey too? I never anticipated he would be akin to Xiao Lu. Wait, does that mean he is similar to our boss? This is Doflamingo, a born king, regardless of how many times he faced an opponent. The young master's aura remained consistently formidable. I hope that adversary does not become frightened. Xiao Li's group was taken aback to discover that their opponent also wielded Conqueror's hockey. The sheer potency of the aura was astonishing. Doflamingo's subordinates erupted in cheers. This was the leader they were willing to follow. The young master was a natural-born king, and they believed this without hesitation. The oppressive aura generated powerful waves that surged toward Xiao Lu, seemingly intent on forcing him to submit. Xiao Lu grinned, his eyes narrowing, as an even more majestic and formidable aura erupted from him. The overwhelming presence struck like a bloodthirsty beast, shattering the heavens as if piercing a hole in the sky. Dark clouds rolled ominously, fierce winds howled, and black lightning danced like serpents, conjuring towering waves beyond the island's shores. The entire isle trembled under the weight of this terrifying aura, as the cadre of the Don Quixote family felt as if they bore the burden of a mountain, collapsing to the ground. Doflamingo, too, was taken aback, never expecting his opponent to possess such formidable conqueror's hockey. It felt as though he had drawn the attention of a ferocious beast, his hair standing on end. A cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. When faced with someone beyond his reach, one must learn to bow down. Do not presume yourself to be the chosen one. The singular exception. Sea of swords, 1,000 blades arise. The terrifying sword chi surged forth, accompanied by the roars of tumultuous waves, crashing toward the Don Quixote family. The cadre was met with sharp sword energy that cleaved through them, leaving grievous wounds and causing blood to flow freely as they fell to the ground in agony. Even Doflamingo could not fully resist with his hockey, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. Chapter 66. Bowing down and lurking the oppressive sensation of Xiao Li's conqueror's hockey was far more shocking and terrifying than that of Doflamingo. This was no ordinary conqueror's hockey. It felt as if they were trapped in a hellish realm, devoid of any rebellious spirit, only resonating with tremors from the depths of their souls. This was not merely a blow to the cadre of the Don Quixote family. For Doflamingo, who had always held himself in high regard, it was a resounding slap to the face. The world is vast, yet in this North Sea alone, Doflamingo was struck by a profound realization he could not perish here. He was a king with grand ambitions still to fulfill. and he intended to pull the haughty, celestial dragons from their lofty thrones. The memories of his mother's death, being scorned by commoners, scavenging for food, the murder of his father, and the ridicule from the celestial dragons flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Unbeknownst to him, the released Conqueror's Haki became even more potent than before, yet it remained insufficient to rival Xiaolu. Moments later, the Conqueror's Haki of both dissipated, leaving the cadre of the Don Quixote family sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, even forgetting the pain coursing through their bodies as they gasped for fresh air. Under the immense pressure, their bodies felt as heavy as mountains, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, threatening to suffocate them in the next instant, yet they possessed no strength to resist. Their leader was indeed a monster. Observing his fallen comrades and the indifferent gaze of his opponent, Doflamingo's fury surged once more. His aura gradually rising that I will never concede. Doflamingo refused to allow himself to fall here. His hatred for the world and the celestial dragons surged through him like venom, reigniting his latent potential. Just as everyone thought he had been rendered powerless, a sudden shift occurred. The ground beneath him began to transform, morphing into white threads, much like his fruit abilities. What is happening? Is this his trump card? Shouldn't his fruit ability only involve threads? Why is the earth turning into threads? Xiaolu was baffled by the sudden turn of events and hurriedly distanced himself from Doflamingo. Yet those threads seemed to possess a life of their own, coiling toward them. Come forth, Doflamingo activated his ability, causing countless sheets of paper to coalesce into a majestic phoenix, lifting everyone off the ground. Doflamingo, too, felt astonished by his newfound power, sensing that his strength had indeed increased. Now he was determined to deal with this opponent properly. With a flourish of his hands, countless threads entwined, resembling massive serpents as they lunged toward Xiaolu, seeking to constrict him. Although Xiaolu was astonished by Doflamingo's abilities, he exhibited no signs of panic. Wielding the Sword of Kings, he unleashed a torrent of sword chi, severing the thick white threads at their roots. Humph, it won't be that simple. The severed threads began to grow back with a vengeance, no matter how many times they were cut, as if they were infinite in number. Honestly, I believe maintaining this state must consume a tremendous amount of stamina. Hearing Xiao Li's words, Doflamingo's heart sank. Just having awakened this power, he was not yet fully in control, and he sensed that his stamina was waning. However, I have no intention of engaging in a war of attrition with you. Allow me to try this technique. If you manage to survive, I shall spare you. What a joke. Every word that escapes this fellow's lips fills me with rage. One sword to rule them all. The aura surrounding Xiao Lu surged, an invisible force erupting once more, compelling those around him to retreat in haste. Drawing the Sword of Kings, the surrounding sword chi coalesced into a colossal dragon, cleaving through the torrent of white threads and splitting it in two as it lunged toward Doflamingo. In the blink of an eye, Xiaolu appeared behind Doflamingo, sheathing the Sword of Kings. The fierce sword chi dissipating into nothingness. With a thud, Doflamingo half kneeled on the ground, desperately holding himself upright, blood gushing from his mouth and staining his chest. Doflamingo! Young master, are you all right? His cadre was horrified yet dared not approach. Ha ha! Xiaolu stepped forward, pinning Doflamingo to the ground. The latter coughed up more blood, experiencing a proximity to death he had never felt before. This is the price for provoking my comrades. Dio, you understand? I am a merciful man, one who honors his word. Since you have endured this blow, I shall let you go. Xiaolu departed with his companions, offering a final piece of advice. I hope you learn how to engage with the strong in the future. Only the dead are remembered in history. It is the survivors who are the true victors. Cough, cough, cough. Truly enlightening. If Doflamingo were to remain indifferent, then Shaw would undoubtedly eliminate him completely to AS for whether Doflamingo might later rise to betray them. Shao harbored no concerns. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. Moreover, when it came to such scenarios, the Don Quixote family had long since devised their countermeasures, following the resolution of their conflict with the Don Quixote family. Not only did they gain additional channels for weapon sales, but they also managed to conceal themselves behind the Don Quixote family, using them as a shield. Additionally, Doflamingo's abilities provided them with an unexpected advantage. Through the amalgamation of various intelligence reports, they discovered the existence of a new level of awakening for devil fruits. Consequently, Joe's fruit development now possessed a new direction. Shall also restructure the company, organizing resources into 6 major departments: intelligence, shadows, finance, military, science, and education, each overseen by a person of considerable authority. Joe was in charge of the intelligence and shadows departments. Ron managed the poison stingers of the shadows, and Roy oversaw the military. According to clandestine reports from Germa, the science department had identified promising candidates, but patience was required to await the opportune moment. Due to a lack of manpower, some departments remained temporarily vacant, as they sought to recruit talent for Shao's use, which would also become a focal point of his upcoming endeavors. Today marks the last day of the year, and I extend my gratitude to all present for your dedication, which has allowed our company to flourish for the forthcoming banquet. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. Let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. However, our company still has many shortcomings. The most pressing issue is the lack of elite talent and high-end combat capability. I urge you all to diligently scout and cultivate such talent, for I firmly believe that our influence will spread across the vast seas in the future. Furthermore, after today, I shall set sail for Water 7. In this time, only Ron and Will shall accompany me. Joe and Roy, you will remain here to guard our interests. What? That won't do. Shall, we have always acted together. Why leave us behind this time? Indeed, Shall, what prompted such a decision? Faced with Joe and Roy's bewilderment, Shall responded with a light smile. Rest assured, my journey will not be prolonged. I am merely going to oversee shipbuilding. I have no immediate plans to venture into the New World. How could I do so without you? Roy, during this period, you must intensify the training of your subordinates to forge a fierce and unwavering ironclad force loyal to us. Your responsibilities are substantial. Joe, we lack personnel within the Navy. We must expedite our infiltration. Each branch can be penetrated, but remember, quality surpasses quantity. Be judicious in your selection of talent. Your workload is also considerable that I have faith that with you both here. The tasks will be executed flawlessly. Rest assured, we shall accomplish our objectives. Upon hearing Shall's explanation, Joe and Roy felt their burdens lift and quickly expressed their commitment. Very well, let us commence the banquet. Our subordinates must be eagerly awaiting. The group entered the opulent hall, where their subordinates sat upright and attentive. Dear colleagues, it is thanks to you that our company has achieved such greatness. I hope you will continue to dedicate yourselves to our development. The company will not neglect your contributions. The glory of the company is shared with you. I commend you all. Wow. Hail to the boss. Within the luxurious establishment, laughter and merriment filled the air, and the night sky sparkled with splendid fireworks. Everyone firmly believed that the brilliance of the Scarlet Tai Sui would illuminate the entire sea, for they were under the reign of a supreme king. Chapter 68. The Grand Line after the New Year. Shao and his companions began to make meticulous arrangements according to their respective tasks. The 3 of them, accompanied by their subordinates, set sail towards the Grand Line. Indeed, the likelihood of encountering pirates in the Grand Line was significantly greater than in the 4 seas. Observing the Shao ship bore no pirate flag, many assumed they were easy prey, unaware of how many foolish pirates sought to attack, only to find themselves the ones ensnared. Shall consistently allowed to engage in combat. For those pirates were no match for Will, who had mastered the 6 powers. Until the stakes were dire, Shall remained a mere spectator. Over the course of half a month, through numerous battles, Will transform from a timid little fish into a courageous and decisive shark. Boss, according to the compass, there is an island ahead. Shall we stop there for supplies? Certainly. We have been at sea for over half a month, and it has been ages since we last saw land. Let everyone take a breather. Upon arriving at the island, they learned it was called Mogu Town, a place rife with both dragons and snakes. The group dispersed, while Shao and Will headed to a bar. Pushing open the somewhat dilapidated wooden door, they entered a raucous establishment filled with lively chatter and an amalgamation of scents that was hard to discern for those accustomed to life at sea. Such an atmosphere was nothing new. The moment Shao and Will stepped inside, all eyes turned towards them. Not for any other reason, but because it was rare to see a fishman brazenly appear on land. Fishmen typically existed as slaves, and few would dare to approach them, as they were widely believed to carry disease. As a peculiar race, they were often regarded with disdain. Although it was only 10 years old, he understood all too well the connotations behind the gazes directed at him, and thus he felt a surge of anger, returning the stares with defiance, his heart brimming with impulsiveness. However, he knew he must maintain his composure. He could not create trouble for his boss. Boss, I would like a chilled cherry drink, and also a mixed blood girl. Although the Scarlet Tai Sui at 10 million berries a bottle is delicious, one cannot help but crave a change of flavor after prolonged consumption. If possible, please prepare us some food as well. Such is the extravagant life of the wealthy. Did you hear what he just said? 10 million berries for a bottle of Scarlet Tai Sui. He drinks it regularly. Huh. My cousin is the owner of this company. Do you believe it? By the way, I wonder what that drink tastes like. It would be nice to get a try, but it's too expensive. Do fishmen drink alcohol too? Fool. The drink is obviously for that fishman. Huh. Who does this guy think he is, boasting like that? This is the best joke I've heard all year. Various voices filled the air, their chatter unabated even in the presence of Shao and Will, with some even raising their voices deliberately, as if to incite collective ridicule. While a blue shark felt his skin flush with anger, he would not tolerate anyone mocking his boss. For Shao was the person he respected most. Shut your mouth, you little brat. What did you say? Looking for death, you ignorant fishman. Apologize to me right now, or I'll make sure you don't leave through that door. Ugly, filthy fishman, know your place. Will's words ignited a powder keg, and in an instant, the bar was thick with tension. Chapter 69. The drunkard Will, even in anger, one must choose their target wisely, a strong individual. You must possess the ability to control your emotions. Lashing out at the weak only exposes your own inadequacy. Remember, in the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. I understand. Boss, Will made an effort to quell his fury, sitting beside Shao and sipping his drink. Hey. What do you mean by that? Shouldn't you apologize for what you just said? A pirate wearing a felt hat stumbled toward Shao and his companions, attempting to place a hand on Shao's shoulder. Before he could make contact, Shao turned and shot him a glance that, in an instant, the pirate felt as though the world was spinning, his consciousness fading. And he collapsed to the ground. What is wrong with this guy? Did he just pass out? How embarrassing, he can't hold his liquor. Well, that works out. Let those two off the hook. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the eyes of strong, there's no place for the weak. What a fitting sentiment. In a corner, a burly man adorned with 6 copper rings around his neck, his nose disproportionately long, was drinking from a large barrel, thoroughly intoxicated, his face flushed with a sickly hue. Upon hearing Shao's words, a glint of clarity flickered in his eyes for a brief moment before he returned to his drunken state, incessantly gulping down alcohol, resembling a human barrel. After satisfying their appetites, Shao and his companions prepared to. Upon witnessing the pirate soaring towards him, the inebriated man in the corner waved his hand casually, causing the pirate's bones to shatter, extinguishing his life in but a moment. All the pirates within the bar lay lifeless, while the owner trembled behind the counter. Who are you? Will noted the drunken man's intervention. Hick, you little brat. You think you could disturb my drinking and simply walk away. You owe me that crimson Tai Sui as compensation. We did not provoke you. Do not bring trouble upon yourself. Is that your answer? After taking another swig of his drink, the drunkard staggered towards Will. Suddenly, he launched an attack, striking Will squarely in the face. Sensing the fierce wind from the punch, Will evaded to the side, only to find that the opponent had seemingly anticipated his move. The punch quickly transformed and landed heavily upon Will's body. With no time to react, Will braced himself against the tremendous force, crashing through the door and hurtling outside, just as the drunkard intended to pursue. Shao Lu appeared instantly behind him, pressing a hand firmly on his shoulder. If you pursue him further, I shall not remain a bystander. The drunkard felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as the grip felt like an iron claw. Halting his advance, seeking death, I shall eliminate you first. The murderous intent glowed in the drunkard's eyes as he ready to punch aimed at Shao Lu. Unfazed, Shao Lu retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash of their fists generated a visible shockwave, sweeping through the room and shattering tables, chairs, and glasses with overwhelming force. You are quite strong, aren't you? This is what makes killing enjoyable, the drunkard even while trading blows with Xiao Lu. Continue to drink that. Oh, is that so? To my surprise, you are rather weak. These words ignited a surge of rage within the drunkard, as he could not believe this insolent brat dared to mock him. With newfound seriousness, the drunkard's attacks intensified, becoming even more fierce and domineering. Despite his inebriation, his strength not only remained but seemed to amplify. His footwork remained impeccably agile, allowing him to evade Xiao Li's strikes at crucial moments. Though his physique was robust, his movements were surprisingly swift and nimble. Just then, amidst their skirmish, the drunkard abruptly drew a gun and fired at Xiao Lu. His timing was impeccable. Had it been an ordinary person, they likely would have perished in his sudden ambush. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Lu chuckled, feeling no anger but rather admiration for the drunkard's audacity. Fighting is a matter of life and death. Those with great strength disdain underhanded tactics, while the weak must resort to such means that, in the end, survival is what defines a true warrior. The method of victory, regardless of its treachery, is but a means. Those who cling to outdated notions have long since become mere bones in the grave. Discovering the gun to be ineffective, the drunkard returned to close combat with Xiao Lu, enveloping his hands in hockey. His attacks multiplying in ferocity, he had believed he could easily overpower his opponent, only to find that Xiao Li's strength was formidable. Even with the use of armament hockey, he was still outmatched. Realizing he had encountered a worthy adversary, he knew he must find a way to escape. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise here, for he still had many exquisite wines yet to savor. Iron block, heavy punch. Seeing the drunkard holding his boss in a fierce exchange, the pain will seize the opportunity when the drunkard's back was turned, slipping behind him and delivering a powerful strike to his back. The drunkard stumbled but reacted with astonishing speed, swiftly grasping Will. "You little brat, how dare you sneak up on me? You seek death." The drunkard tightened his grip around Will's neck, as if preparing to crush him like an ant. "Stop! Release him, and I shall allow you to leave." "Huh, the man is in my grasp. You have no right to make demands. Is that so?" Xiao Lu drew his sword, a chilling aura radiating from it, enveloping the bar in a bone-chilling frost, causing all to shudder involuntarily. An invisible killing intent locked onto the drunkard like a predatory beast. "I am a man of my word. Release him, and you may depart unharmed." Otherwise, in the next instant, the room was filled with swirling sword energy, the formidable force slicing through furniture, walls, and ceilings as if they were mere tofu. The drunkard was taken aback, realizing that his opponent was indeed a powerful swordsman. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Oh, not test my patience." The drunkard forcefully hurled Will toward Xiao Lu, as though tossing a baseball, and then swiftly retreated. "I'm sorry, boss." While having been rescued, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Had he not acted recklessly, his boss might have subdued the drunkard. "It's all right. Your safety is paramount," Xiao Lu reassured him. Will was moved to tears. His boss was truly a kind-hearted man. "Boss, I sincerely apologize. Please accept this bounty as compensation." Xiao Lu produced a stack of berries and handed them to the owner. "Oh, you happen to know the identity of that drunkard?" The bar owner beamed. "Having made a substantial profit today, oh, indeed. That drunkard is known as Scarlet, a very fearsome individual. Once, when he visited this town for a drink, he encountered a group of pirates who blocked his way, and he dispatched them all with a mere flick of his wrist. Those who know him dare not provoke him." Scarlet. Huh. It seems this encounter will be quite intriguing, since the incident in Magic Valley Town. Will have become increasingly diligent in his training. Each day, aside from eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, he devoted all his spare time to cultivation. He punched the air 10,000 times, performed 5,000 push-ups, and practiced dodging Xiao Li's armed hockey flicks 5,000 times, all while blindfolded. The sweat he shed during training was sufficient to wash the deck clean, and being a fishman, his physical resilience surpassed that of humans. After enduring such rigorous training, his physical strength reached new heights. Observing Will's relentless dedication, Xiao Lu found it hard to indulge in his own drinks beside him. Each time he urged Will to take a break, he was met with rejection, genuinely worried that Will might dehydrate to the point of becoming fish jerky. Initially, Ron had chuckled at Will being flicked on the forehead daily by Xiao Li's armed hockey. relishing in his misfortune. However, he soon found himself subjected to an equally harsh regimen, having to use his observation hockey to sense the birds flying outside and shoot at their claws with a sniper rifle without harming their feet, while Xiao Lu supervised with binoculars. Should he fail to sense or shoot according to the rules, he would be limited to one meal a day, with the weekly apple pie being completely forfeited. Under such inhumane pressure, Ron's range of observation hockey significantly expanded, surpassing that of an average person. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu, while training alongside him, also saw improvements in his own armed and observation hockey, after months of drifting, during which they encountered various skirmishes with pirates and battled with Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals. They inadvertently wandered into the doldrums, encountered sea kings, and obtained treasure maps, ultimately arriving at Water 7, but upon inquiring about the shipwright Tom's whereabouts. Xiao Lu and his companions headed straight for their objective. To their surprise, Tom turned out to be a tall, bull-headed fishman, and he too was astonished that the infamous butcher Spyler Lu would take on a little fishman as a companion. Perhaps it was because Spyler Lu was not as bloodthirsty as rumors suggested, or perhaps due to his genuine regard for fishmen, Tom agreed to assist Xiao Lu in constructing a vessel. When he laid eyes on the shipbuilding blueprints, he was left utterly speechless, stunned by the grandeur of the ship. From a distance, it resembled a divine lantern, with pavilions and towers soaring amidst cascading waterfalls and rocky formations. These architectural wonders were a testament to unparalleled craftsmanship, evoking awe and admiration. Tom could hardly fathom how this notorious butcher possessed such a grand and imaginative vision. Why had he never considered it? Seemingly oblivious to the complex emotions swirling in Tom's gaze, Xiao Lu began to outline his construction requirements. I have heard that the atom tree is one of the hardest woods in the world. I wish to use this material. However, this wood is exceedingly rare. It can only be procured on the black market and comes at a steep price, but I am not lacking in money. I also have leads on its availability. You need not worry, Mr. Tom. I can have it delivered by tomorrow. Even so, constructing such a ship will take considerable time. I am quite patient. I can wait. We lack manpower. If you ask, I can send some over, or you can find them here, and I will cover the costs. Seeing Tom remain silent and staring fixedly at him, Xiao Lu felt puzzled. Mr. Tom, do you require anything else? And no, that's all. Today, Tom had witnessed what it meant to be extravagantly wealthy and had also encountered Xiao Li's unparalleled patience. It was the day he had been interrupted while speaking more than any other. He believed he had never experienced such a thing before, and perhaps would never again. Since he could not resist, he decided to accept it with grace. Then about the ship, Mr. Tom, feel free to express any concerns. No need for hesitation. Gazing into Xiao Li's sincere eyes, Tom's mouth twitched, convinced that the other was not toying with him. What is your name? Tom asked swiftly, his questions flowing with unexpected fluidity, leaving him uncertain if he had even articulated them properly. Mirage. The whispers of Xiao Lu seemed to emanate from the heavens above, without a shadow of doubt. Chapter 72. The Power of the New World. The following day, with all the materials prepared, Tom and his crew immediately commenced the construction of the Mirage. To avoid unnecessary disturbances and draw attention, Xiao Lu specifically purchased a plot of land in the city of Seven Waters, ensuring a peaceful shipbuilding process. Members of the Poison Sting kept a covert watch outside the factory to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Ron and Will stood guard, and with their formidable strength, few dared to disrupt their efforts. Furthermore, to expedite the construction of the Mirage, Xiao Lu reached out to Zhou, dispatching a group of craftsmen to assist. Once all arrangements were in place, Xiao Lu set sail back to the North Sea with a select few of his subordinates. In a certain expanse of the Grand Line, two pirate ships were engaged in a fierce battle. On one side was the infamous Vortex spider pirate crew of a New World, while on the other was the relatively obscure Black Bear pirate crew. The conflict arose when the Black Bear pirate crew pilfered a fruit coveted by the Vortex spider pirate crew, leading to a confrontation that had escalated from the New World to the earlier stretches of the Grand Line. The Vortex spider pirate crew was renowned, their strength formidable. Logically, they were not a mere ragtag crew to be trifled with. However, unexpectedly, the opposing captain had consumed the stolen fruit, which turned out to be the rare natural type flame fruit, significantly enhancing his power. Captain Scarlet of the Vortex Spider crew was infuriated, realizing that this fruit rightfully belonged to him. Fire ring. A series of blazing fire rings surged forth, accompanied by a scorching wave, racing towards Scarlet, only to be cleaved apart by his blade. Though it appeared formidable, it was merely a bluff. Humph, just a warm-up. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Flame Fist. The captain of the Black Bear pirate crew, engulfed in flames, hurled his fiery fist towards Scarlet. Yet Scarlet was no pushover. His sword was enveloped in an aura as he countered fiercely. Boss, there are pirate ships ahead engaged in battle, blocking our path. Should we go around? Go around? Huh. That kind of scene is long over. Besides, since the Navy has bestowed upon me the title of Butcher, how could I let their goodwill go to waste? He commanded that the ships ahead clear the way, or face merciless retribution. Upon receiving Xiao Li's orders, his subordinates complied, inciting fury from both battling crews. Originally embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, now a third party arrogantly demanded they yield or face annihilation. Kid, do you even realize what you're saying? The sea is not a playground for brats like you. This is the domain of pirates. Ha, such a foul mouth that, you think numbers grant you power? Watch as I turn you to ashes, so you may understand the brutality of New World pirates. Oh, my ignorance pales in comparison to your grandeur. Why not let me witness the splendor of New World pirates firsthand? Upon hearing the sarcasm in Xiao Li's tone, Scarlet, infused with an aura, unleashed a powerful slash, vowing to cleave him in two. Such incredible strength. Truly, the pirates of the New World are formidable. Xiao Li, with his royal sword raised, calmly marveled at the force transmitted through his blade. You bastard! Scarlet could no longer tolerate the taunting of this insolent individual and lashed out with several fierce flying slashes. However, such rudimentary attacks were futile against Xiao Li. Dragon breaking sky slash. A fierce and domineering slash, akin to a dragon soaring through the skies, lunged at Scarlet. The oncoming sword energy sent chills down his spine, forcing him to hastily defend with both blades enveloped in an aura. The overwhelming force compelled him to retreat repeatedly until he collided with the ship's mast, nearly shattering it. A gruesome gash marred his forehead. Had he not exerted himself to alter the trajectory of the sword energy, he would have almost lost half his head at that moment. The captain of the Black Bear pirate crew sought to exploit the chaos and eliminate Xiao Li, his body enveloped in flames. A blazing fireball soaring toward Xiao Li, he was confident that this strike would surely vanquish his opponent. What a terrifying flame fruit. Even the fish would be roasted. Hell Path, Crimson Lotus Elegy. Behold my new technique. The Scarlet Sword energy resembled a hellish, fiery red lotus blooming, intertwining coldness and fervor into blossoming petals. Even before it drew near, one could almost hear the wailing of tormented spirits echoing in their ears. Chapter 73. The Elegy of Hell. The blazing fireball, radiating intense heat akin to a miniature sun, plummeted towards Xiao Li and his crew, seemingly intent on incinerating them all. Yet, it was cleaved in twain by Xiao Li's Crimson Lotus Elegy. Not only the inferno, but also the captain of the Black Bear pirate crew was severed completely by the enthralling sword energy. What a waste of such a fine fruit, Xiao Li remarked disdainfully. They had been at sea for so long and had acquired only a single fruit, one of negligible worth. While it is said that no fruit is truly worthless, only the unskilled fail to develop its potential. A superior fruit nonetheless determines the baseline of a user's combat capabilities. Even a lackluster wielder of the flame fruit would not diminish the innate power of the flames. Thus, it represented a threshold far beyond mere paper and blade. Witnessing their captain's demise, the remaining members of the Black Bear pirate crew felt the specter of calamity looming and hastily fled. However, from the moment they had sought to strike against Xiao Li, their fates had been sealed. There was no chance of escape, no room for resistance. They were all reduced to mere fragments by Xiao Li's sword energy. I remember now, he seems to be the notorious butcher from the North Sea, with a bounty of 120 million berries, a trembling pirate remarked. What? Are you joking? Scarlet's heart sank. He had only a little over 100 million bounty upon entering the New World. Why was this individual, who had always lingered in the North Sea, so powerful? And that cursed bounty from the Navy. So, are you prepared? Will you surrender or face death with dignity? What nonsense! I am Scuyard of the Vortex Spider. Come, you bastard! Scuyard roared defiantly at Xiao Lu, ready to engage. Captain, flee! Yes, we are no match for him. Captain, let us retreat for now. We can settle this another day. It seems you are not a very wise individual. Following a captain like you is a true misfortune. Xiao Lu mocked, shaking his head as Scuyard continued to provoke him. I'll send you on your way. Damn it, protect the captain. A deluge of sword energy cascaded like a sea of stars, akin to a myriad of golden blades, raining down upon Scuyard and his crude, I end this life and death moment. Scuyard's subordinates valiantly shielded him. An unexpected turn for Xiao Lu. Yet, those who chose to set sail must be prepared to confront death at any moment. Being a pirate is no child's play. While righteousness is commendable, it offers no protection from the specter of death. In such dire straits, compassion does not grant life an extra life bar, except for Scuyard. The very subordinates who had urged him to flee moments ago now lay lifeless aboard the ship, their warm blood splattering across the deck. Scuyard sat in stunned silence, seemingly unprepared to accept this brutal reality. Due to his obstinacy, all his loyal subordinates had perished here, leaving him feeling utterly hollow. Subsequently, this notorious pirate of the New World began to weep uncontrollably, clutching the bodies of his fallen comrades. His cries heart-wrenching. He felt regret, anger, hatred, and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. An unforeseen incident led it to plunge into the surrounding waters of the island. After being roused by Xiaola, it astonishingly began to regain its senses. No longer poised to attack others at every turn. Though it could not speak, it possessed an understanding of human language. Invited by Xiaola, it became his subordinate, and Xiaola took the liberty of bestowing upon it the name Jackson Peter. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Xiaola took the newspaper and was indeed stunned by the news within. The Roger Pirates and the flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion had engaged in naval combat in the Edward Sea. A sudden storm swept across the battlefield, allowing the beleaguered Roger Pirates to escape, while the Golden Lion Pirates suffered severe losses and vanished without a trace. Across the globe, the populace rejoiced at the news, hoping fervently that the Golden Lion had perished in the calamity. One must understand that the Golden Lion is a legendary pirate. His name alone is said to silence crying children, a testament to his ferocity and brutality. In the minds of ordinary people, pirates are a wretched lot, responsible for the world's turmoil and the myriad disasters besieging their lives. The Golden Lion? He is a formidable pirate indeed, and one can only wish to confront him and bring about his demise. Roger, you must not perish. I yearn to learn what kind of person you are that has left such a lasting impression on my master. Xiaola muttered to himself, lost in thought as he gazed at the newspaper. His eyes distant. Is there someone here as well? Kill them all, my little ones, as a tribute to our idol, the Golden Lion Pirates. Ha, Captain, at this moment, I am certain the Golden Lion Pirates will welcome your joining. Indeed, the captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 80 million berries. Silence. Peter, deal with them. Xiaola, interrupted in his musings, was incensed, knowing the consequences would be dire. Who dares to disturb us? Begone, wretched creature. Enraged, Peter leapt into the fray of pirates. Towering at 5 meters, he instilled great terror among the pirates, and in his fury, he commenced a ruthless slaughter. The unknown pirates who aspired to join the Golden Lion Pirates met their demise on this nameless isle. In Xiaola's eyes, it was the perfect grave for them. Nameless souls in an unremarkable land. Chapter 75. A fateful encounter, boss. Ahead there is a fisherman engaged in combat with pirates. Are there more of them blocking our path? Boss, should we fire cannons directly? I am a patient man. What harm is there in waiting? We are not murderers. Such remarks shall not be uttered again. Observing his subordinates' fervent expressions, Xiaola felt exasperated. How could he have such subordinates? They seemed eager for conflict, unaware of the folly they embraced. Captain, we must flee. That individual is too powerful. Very well, you stay behind to cover our retreat. The captain shall remember you. One day, I will avenge you. With that, he commanded the helmsman to hasten the ship, leaving his subordinates behind to fight against their foes. You scoundrels, clear the way. Watch out, ahead there comes another ship. The unknown pirate captain was in no mood to engage in robbery, fearing the formidable presence pursuing from behind. However, unbeknownst to him, the threat behind was just as fearsome as the one before him. Today, the king of hell has opened his gates, welcoming you home, before he could finish his sentence. Both he and his vessel were cleaved in two by a ferocious flying slash. Nonsense. The sword of royalty returned to its sheath as Shaola cast a detached glance at the corpses and wreckage of the pirates, then turned his gaze to the fishmen. Another fisherman. Has their audacity grown so great? After dispatching the pirates aboard the ship, the fisherman, clad in a headscarf and sporting a thick beard with crimson skin, shifted his focus to Shaola. He had witnessed firsthand how the latter had dispatched the pirate captain. This individual was an exceptional swordsman. The red-skinned fisherman sensed a faint yet palpable danger emanating from Shaola, his body tense and poised to confront any ensuing threats. May I be so bold as to inquire, you're not a pirate, are you? I see that your ship does not fly the pirate flag. Shaola's words alerted the red-skinned fisherman, indicating the latter's non-pirate status. Indeed, I am merely a traveler. How intriguing. Are you not concerned about being captured and enslaved? For one must know, the plight of fishermen on land is quite dire. Shaola offered this warning, mindful of the small fishermen within his crew. Should anyone dare to do so, the fate of the pirate from earlier would be their own. The red-skinned fisherman spoke gravely, stating a fact while subtly issuing a warning. Ha ha ha, indeed, it seems so. Nonetheless, I advise you to remain vigilant. The seas are teeming with formidable adversaries, and those are merely inconsequential threats. Upon hearing Shaola's well-meaning caution, the red-skinned fisherman's wariness began to wane slightly. May I inquire your name? I am Spire Lu. You possess commendable skill, for I have rescued a small fisherman named Will. Perhaps you know him that I am Fisher Tiger. Upon hearing the other's warm introduction and name, the red-skinned fisherman felt reassured, dismissing any suspicion regarding the truth of Shaola's words, perhaps out of confidence in his own abilities. After an amiable exchange, Fisher Tiger succumbed to Shaola's generous invitation and boarded his ship. He had never encountered someone who treated fishmen with such kindness. Gradually lowering his guard, the two engaged in discourse, sharing their experiences. When discussing the coexistence of fishmen and humans, Shaola's approach inspired Tiger. Tiger, since you are not inclined to work with me, I shall not insist. However, I sincerely advise you to remain vigilant. The seas are fraught with dangers, and complacency may lead to dire consequences. Fear not. I have confidence in my abilities. Thank you for your counsel. Should the opportunity arise, I invite you to visit Fishman Island, and I shall host you well. Watching Tiger's retreating figure, Shaola chuckled and shook his head. The other truly lacked an understanding of this world. Only through personal experience could one alter their perspective. All he could do was hope for the favor of fortune to accompany him. Chapter 76. Misguided into the Devil's Sea in the pitch-black ocean, fierce winds swirled with ominous clouds, while the tumultuous waves roared like a beast poised to devour all in their path. Shaola and his crew were among the unfortunate, as they had been swept away by the powerful tsunami. Utterly deviating from their intended course, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar sea, where an eerie silence reigned supreme. A dense fog enveloped the ocean, rendering it impossible to distinguish east from west or north from south. Even the most skilled navigator could easily become lost in this realm, destined to sink into eternal oblivion. Boss, this sea resembles the legendary Bermuda Triangle. If that is the case, escaping may prove quite difficult. I have heard that this sea is haunted, with living skeletons roaming about. Indeed, I've also heard from my cousin's aunt's third uncle's sister's granddaughter that ghost ships often traverse these waters, said to be ferrying the deceased to the afterlife. My goodness, how terrifying. As his subordinates began to chatter increasingly absurdly, panic began to spread, and Shaola darkened his expression, remaining silent. In an instant, the temperature aboard the ship plummeted to freezing levels. Quiet. The boss's angry .1 astute subordinate, sensing the shift in Shaola's demeanor, quickly urged everyone to hush and focus on their duties. With the boss present, what is there to fear? Ghosts and skeletons shall meet their demise. The sight of a junior officer so earnestly defending him brought a glimmer of appreciation to Shaola's eyes. There are indeed some subordinates worth keeping. In the following days, Shaola and his crew drifted through the treacherous waters of the Devil's Sea, searching for an exit. Although their provisions remained relatively plentiful, food would eventually run out, and if they could not locate an exit soon, they would inevitably become the subject of ghostly tales, joining the ranks of the spectral and the phantom ship. Did you hear that sound? Ah, it seems to be singing. How can there be singing here? Could it be a ghost? As the crew began to speculate and grow increasingly paranoid, a dark figure gradually emerged from the fog ahead. What is that? Boss, we have encountered an unexpected situation. Prepare yourselves. Shala also caught sight of the approaching dark object and surmised it was likely a ship. Could it also have stumbled into this cursed sea? Is it a ghost ship? A dilapidated sailing vessel finally appeared before Shala and his crew. Its exterior bore the scars of a fierce battle, and despite its battered condition, the marks of swords and blades remained vivid, as if the echoes of past conflicts lingered in the air. Boss, what should we do? Let us board and see if there are any spoils. However, before Shala and his crew could draw near, a chorus of laughter erupted from the ship. Despite their familiarity with life and death, his subordinates were still profoundly fearful of the unknown entities of ghosts and deities. Well, who would have thought that after all these years, I would encounter a living soul here? What a stroke of luck today. Oh my, a ghost. The skeleton can talk. Monsters, begone. A tall, slender skeleton with an extravagant hairstyle greeted Xiao Lu and his companions. Silence. At Xiao Li's sharp command, all his subordinates regained their composure. Although the skeleton was indeed terrifying, they knew that if their boss truly became enraged, their fate would hardly be better than that of the skeleton. Chapter 77. The skeleton brook seeing a skull protruding from the ghost ship. Xiao Lu was equally astonished. He had always been skeptical about the existence of ghosts and gods, considering them mere trickery. In his perception, the other party clearly had breath, indicating that the skull before him was a living being. Yet its physical condition suggested otherwise, unless, of course, the individual was a user of a devil fruit. Who are you? Facing Xiao Li's inquiry, the skeleton remained unfazed, feeling no offense whatsoever. He had lingered in this sea for so long that he had lost all awareness of the outside world. He was lonely, so very lonely. Now that a living person was speaking to him, he felt it was a divine blessing. He had hope of leaving this cursed sea. He had hope of fulfilling the promise they had once made. My name is Brooke. I was once a pirate, and also a musician. It brings me immense joy to meet you all today. Though I must confess, I have no tears to shed. Your body is merely a skeleton, yet you are still alive. Have you perhaps consumed a devil fruit? You have a keen eye. I owe my existence to a devil fruit I consumed long ago. What sort of devil fruit could possibly grant life to the dead? Truly, this world is full of wonders. Xiao Lu mused silently. May I ask if you know how to escape this devilish sea? Alas, I have wandered here for so long that I've lost track of time. I am sorry, but I do not know how to leave this place. Brooke's voice grew slightly somber. He also wished to escape this wretched location soon. Come aboard our ship, though we have yet to find an exit. Your chances of leaving here would greatly increase by joining us. That sounds splendid. I am immensely grateful for your invitation. It is an honor. Though, I must remind you, I have no internal organs. Just as Brooke began to steer his ship closer, he suddenly felt dizzy, as if he might float out of his body. His form trembled uncontrollably, as though something dreadful awaited him if he drew nearer. What troubles you? Noticing Brooke's hesitation, Xiao Lu furrowed his brow. No, it's nothing, Brooke replied, his gaze heavy despite the absence of eyes he had intended to approach, but a strange fear resonated deep within his soul. The seemingly amiable man before him felt like a demon from the depths of hell, and he had just glimpsed countless souls within him that he couldn't discern whether it was a mere illusion, but he felt that approaching would lead to the consumption of his very essence. This man is extraordinarily dangerous. Are you not coming over? Join us. Become one of us, Xiao Lu warmly invited, his tone gentle, as if coaxing a child. Upon seeing Xiao Li smile, Brooke felt even more compelled to retreat. What he sensed was not warmth, but an unsettling chill. What do you mean by us? Brooke dared not ponder further. Hastily steering his rickety ship away, he still wished to live and leave this place. No, thank you. I have some urgent matters at home. What on earth is this fellow playing at? Home. Xiao Li's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze flickering. The other party had clearly wanted to come over. Why had he suddenly changed his mind? Judging by his earlier words, he should have been eager to leave. Had he discovered something amiss? Or, Chapter 78. Leaving the Devil's Sea since Brooke's departure, Xiao Lu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He commanded his subordinates to pursue Brooke, and after enduring several storms, they sailed for days yet failed to encounter him again. "Boss, we made it out. Finally, we've escaped that accursed place. Oh, I haven't seen land in ages. How I long to breathe this sweet air again. I've decided. Once we reach land, I shall let loose." As they watched the cursed sea recede into the distance, Xiao Lu remained silent. Why had the skeleton felt fear? His instincts told him that Brooke's hasty departure and final words conveyed genuine terror. Was there something truly horrifying in that sea? No, that couldn't be right. Xiao Lu shook his head, as if attempting to clear the chaotic thoughts from his mind. "Boss, there's a small island ahead. Should we stop to rest?" "Yes, let us go." The island appeared to be shaped like a series of connected loaves of bread, and the town on it seemed quite large. Horse-drawn carriages traversed the bustling streets, and a myriad of goods displayed the town's prosperity. Upon entering a tavern, Xiao Lu quietly sat down, sipping on a drink while savoring delectable food. During their time in the Devil's Sea, he had not enjoyed a proper meal. His subordinates, lacking culinary skills, had been mentally tormented, and it was a miracle they hadn't gone mad, much less prepared any gourmet dishes. Now that they were in this town, he intended to relax and indulge himself. After inquiring, he learned that this island was called Nui's Island, abundant with cherry trees, renowned for its cherry pies, which were exported overseas. However, Xiao Lu felt a mix of joy and gloom. Their journey home had become longer, drawing them closer to the Shambadi archipelago. "Wow, have you heard? Another immensely powerful pirate has emerged on the Grand Line." "Oh, how powerful. What's his name? I hope we don't cross paths." "Sigh, as merchants, if we get robbed, we'll lose everything." I know about that too. The bounty doesn't seem that impressive. The tavern was always a hub of gossip. Beyond the news from newspapers, traveling merchants brought an array of strange, sometimes dubious information. After spending so long in the Devil's Sea, Xiao Lu was amused to listen to these boastful tales, stories of pirates being captured, new surgical geniuses emerging in the medical field, or famous actresses tragically meeting their end. Tales of the Sky Island's existence were all mixed up in a delightful atmosphere. Don't underestimate him. They say he can summon sandstorms, and every enemy he faces ends up as a desiccated corpse. That sounds terrifying. Has the Navy captured him? They haven't. Those who attempt to seize him become corpses themselves. What's his name? Something like Crocodile. Crocodile. If the rumors are true, he must be a user of this sansan fruit. Hearing the conversations, Xiao Li's mind began to race with speculation. He recalled the distinct characteristics of natural-type devil fruit users. I wonder what his true strength is. I hope he is not just another facade like that fire fruit user. Xiao Lu felt an involuntary surge of excitement within him. Chapter 79. The air of the ghost. Wow, look at the latest newspaper. A figure burst into the tavern, shouting. What? That man actually left the Roger Pirates. Taking the newspaper from his hands, the patrons were shocked by its content. My goodness. What are his intentions? How has the Navy not captured such a dangerous individual? The air of the ghost, the title alone suggested how formidable this individual was. Listening while eating, Xiao Lu became intrigued by this moniker, eager to uncover the true power of the man behind it. The so-called heir of the ghost was Douglas Bullet, a member of the Roger Pirates who was said to possess terrifying strength, rivaling that of Rayleigh, the crew's first mate. His goal in joining the Roger Pirates was to surpass Roger and become the strongest on the seas. It was rumored that his gaze was as fearsome as that of a demon, instilling dread in all who met become the strongest. Hearing this news ignited a fire within Xiao Lu. His blood racing, he yearned for the opportunity to confront such a formidable foe. And he wondered what kind of terrifying strength Roger possessed to defeat someone like Bullet. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him, every cell in his body vibrating with joy and anticipation. He and Bullet shared a common goal, to be the strongest. Yet Xiao Lu was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from the true masters of the sea. The pinnacle of strength, but he felt no fear. Moreover, he is someone who, in his quest for power and to become the strongest, is willing to resort to any means necessary. He firmly believes that in the end, only the survivors are the true strong. Are you also eager? Feeling the sovereign sword within its sheath tremble incessantly, Xiao Lu grinned widely. The sovereign sword thirsts for blood. To this toast, we honor the world. To the strong upon the sea. Xiao Lu laughed heartily, disregarding the peculiar glances from those around him as he raised his cup and drank deeply, a fervent gleam igniting in his eyes, as if he had succumbed to madness. What is wrong with you? Suddenly acting so strangely. You rascal, you startled me with your sudden outburst. The man who had spoken before jumped in surprise as Xiao Lu turned to him. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap from his chest, yet a chilling cold enveloped him. A bone-deep chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He felt an icy dread creeping over his entire body, his limbs growing stiff. How could the gaze of this person be so terrifying? Though the other party wore a faint smile, that look resembled a famished beast that had just spotted its prey, filled with surprise, excitement, and a hidden thrill for slaughter. Ah, everyone, I beg your pardon, Xiao Lu chuckled, offering a gentlemanly bow to the crowd, and even treating everyone in the tavern. He was in high spirits today. Although he had initially planned to return to the North Sea, he had now changed his mind. He would venture into the new world. Witnessing his carefree attitude, those around him expressed their admiration. One man, delighted to see Xiao Lu, praised him briefly, but suddenly collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, brother, what's wrong with you? Are you so overwhelmed with excitement? Ignoring the banter from the crowd, the man stared blankly at Xiao Lu until he departed. What was that guy just now? No, that man seems to be. The onlookers were curious, eager to understand why the man sitting on the ground had suddenly begun to tremble at the sight of Xiao Lu. That man was the notorious pirate Spire Lu, with a bounty of 120 million berries, nicknamed the Butcher. It is said that he is a remorseless killer, sparing neither women nor the elderly, nor distinguishing between navy, pirates, or civilians. Anyone who provoked him would meet a gruesome end. The man on the ground turned pale, his lips drained of color. In an instant, the raucous tavern fell silent, the atmosphere thick with dread. The only sound that could be heard was the occasional gulp of swallowed saliva amidst the suffocating stillness. Chapter 80. Sabaody Archipelago. Xiao Lu and his companions arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. Although they had heard of its wonders, the sight before them still left them awestruck. Towering ancient trees reached towards the clouds, their heights unfathomable. The robust trunks resembled the arms of giants, each marked with a number. The roots twisted like coiling dragons, thick and powerful. Countless crystalline bubbles emerged from the tree roots, soaring into the sky, refracting sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. They could see the foot of the Arceus vine tree. A bustling town thrived, where humanity and nature coexisted harmoniously. Xiao Lu, accompanied by Peter, roamed the islands of the Sabaody Archipelago with great enthusiasm, while Zhou and Roy back in the North Sea were far less pleased. Upon hearing that Xiao Lu intended to venture alone into the New World, Zhou and Roy were furious. Ever since the three had formed their partnership and established their company, they had been inseparable. Although they had always centered their endeavors around Xiao Lu, it was with their consent. However, the fact that Xiao Lu was now abandoning them for the New World was unacceptable to them. They had initially agreed only to go to Water 7 for shipbuilding, which was why Zhou and Roy had consented to Xiao Lu taking Ron and Will along. The two couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Lu had grown disdainful of their combat abilities. They had always fought together. If he thought their strength was lacking, they would train tirelessly to improve. They had sworn never to abandon one another. Was that merely an empty promise? Despite Xiao Li's repeated explanations, they remained unconvinced. While Xiao Lu was strong, the New World was fraught with peril, a realm teeming with monsters. That scoundrel. If he returns, I will certainly teach him a lesson, Roy bellowed, smashing his fist upon the desk until it splintered. Enough, Roy. He's already in Sabaody. Our anger won't change anything. All we can do now is provide him with information and safeguard our base. We cannot afford any more chaos here, Zhou consoled. Zhou, sometimes you're just too lenient with him. What do you mean? Zhou replied, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear, his voice softening. Oh, is there an auction here? Peter chimed in. Having caught wind of the auction, Xiao Lu decided to take Peter to investigate. They were in no shortage of funds, aside from the wealth they had brought with them. Their journey to Sabeti Archipelago had not been without its challenges. They had encountered pirates attempting to rob them. But they adhered to a policy of total annihilation, subsequently collecting any unclaimed treasures. They fought their way through, collecting riches along the way. Amassing wealth in excess of 100 million was no challenge. Upon entering the auction hall, they found little room left to choose from. The front rows were already occupied by elegantly dressed kings, princesses, nobles, and wealthy merchants. Esteemed guests, welcome to our auction, that we pride ourselves on our principle that the customer is king. The items up for bid today have been meticulously selected to ensure your satisfaction, that I hope you enjoy yourselves. A woman, clad provocatively and possessing remarkable beauty, flaunted her charms. Her voice was sweet and melodic, her every smile and frown exuding allure, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the auction. The distinguished guests seated below stared wide-eyed, eagerly fixated on her, as if she were a priceless treasure. Heh, this auction certainly knows how to please, Xiao Lu remarked with a knowing smile, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Chapter 81. The bidding now. Let us present our first auction item. The woman was stunning, her singing captivating. Not only was she adept in the arts, but she also excelled in household management and culinary skills. Purchasing her will ensure your home is in impeccable order. Furthermore, she possesses a rather special talent. Oh, I must have her! An emaciated, red-faced old man shouted eagerly. Starting bid. 50 million berries. I bid 60 million berries, the old man exclaimed, his impatience palpable. 65 million berries. She is mine. What a bumpkin. I bid 70 million. Sigh. How can such a woman survive in this world? I must reluctantly lend a hand. I bid 80 million, an elderly gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses lamented. You scoundrel. What are you planning? Don't think I don't know your intentions, that if you dare bid on her. Tomorrow I will have you collect her corpse. A corpulent noblewoman snarled at the old man. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Acquiring her would be a guaranteed profit, as the bidding was interrupted by the noblewoman. The woman on stage had no choice but to direct her gaze elsewhere. 85 million berries. Any higher would exceed her worth. I shall withdraw, the gaunt old man declared, casting a watchful glance around. His intentions cleared. Is there a higher offer? Purchasing her will undoubtedly grant you an extraordinary experience. Seeing that no one else was willing to bid, the old man grew impatient. Hurry and announce the results. 85 million once, 85 million twice. The old man was confident of victory, rubbing his hands together, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. 85 million, 100 million berries, a languid voice interjected. Whoa! The auction hall erupted in chaos. A wave of excitement sweeping through the crowd. 100 million berries. That could buy a devil fruit. Who is this fool? Sir, are you certain it is 100 million berries? The woman on stage asked. Startled, her voice trembling as she addressed Xiao Lu. Of course. Xiao Lu replied with a serene smile. My goodness. There's even a gorilla standing beside him. Wow. What a massive gorilla, over 4 meters tall. Is there a virus? How could they allow such an ugly creature to enter with them? So vulgar. Although Peter could not speak, he fully understood human language. Hearing their derisive comments, he seethed with rage, baring his teeth as if ready to charge at them. However, Xiao Lu restrained him. With a calm gaze, Xiao Lu regarded those who mocked him, causing several of them to suddenly convulse. Their eyes Xiao Lu completely disregarded the old man's words, jesting, Oh, is there anyone higher than this gentleman? Noticing the silence that enveloped the crowd, the beautiful auctioneer declared the final result. Congratulations to this gentleman for securing our first auction item at a staggering 100 million Bailey, setting a splendid tone for our upcoming auction. There are even more exquisite items ahead, and I hope everyone can acquire what their hearts desire. The enchanting auctioneer cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Lu, her captivating eyes glimmering with charm, bewitching all who beheld her. The youth before her appeared robust, wealthy in his youth, and rather handsome. Given the opportunity, she found herself unconsciously licking her soft, pink lips. That moment, Xiao Lu, standing at the back, involuntarily shivered. How strange. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Chapter 82. Green Heatherway Masso. After encountering some minor setbacks, the atmosphere of the auction reignited under the guidance of the beautiful auctioneer. This renowned painting starts at 40 million Bailey. I bid 45 million. 52 million Bailey. This fine blade starts at 35 million Bailey. 58 million Bailey. I shall take it. Ah, this dashing gentleman has bid 93 million Bailey for this mysterious music box. Let us congratulate him. Wow, this lovely lady has purchased Master Vankison's Tears of the Beauty for 88 million Bailey. What a perfect match. Look at this black gold dragon-headed cane. How imposing is. This esteemed guest truly has an eye for quality. The giant clan makes for the best bodyguards. Purchasing him is certainly a wise choice. As item after item was sold at high prices, the beautiful auctioneer beamed with delight. The more items sold, the higher the prices, and thus the greater her rewards. Observing the women snatched away at exorbitant prices, she couldn't help but fantasize about being chosen by one of those affluent patrons during the proceedings. She even showcased her skills to the guests, igniting their passions and leaving them eager to learn from her after the event, hoping to enhance their own abilities. Xiao Lu, however, remained uninterested in the auctioned items. Although he occasionally participated in the bidding, it was merely for the sake of formality and to feel involved. After all, he was already present. The woman he had purchased was soon brought to his side. Her long hair flowed. The auctioneer's face was alight with joy, pleasantly surprised by an unexpected delight. Oh dear, such a high price is truly beyond my means. This country bumpkin cannot bear it. He lamented, seemingly resigned to letting it go to the elderly gentleman. Just when the crowd thought that Xiao Lu would continue bidding, he unexpectedly shrugged his shoulders, a look of regret etched across his face. "You bastard!" the frail old man exclaimed, trembling as he pointed at Xiao Lu, rendered speechless with fury. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, merely arched an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded him. "Excuse me, is there a higher bid?" The beautiful auctioneer was momentarily taken aback, just like the others, having been misled by Xiao Li's demeanor into believing that the bidding would continue to her astonishment. The man withdrew, signaling the end of the contest. This honest old gentleman will not be outbid. Please grant him this victory. Dear lady, Xiao Lu said earnestly, as if genuinely advocating for the frail old man. No, this rascal is your hired stooge. This auction cannot be counted. The old man had initially intended to toy with Xiao Lu, but found himself outsmarted instead. The relentless taunting from the other side felt like a stab to his heart. He silently vowed to make this young man suffer after the event. Dear sir, how can you act in such a manner? We are all respectable individuals here. Does this not compromise your dignity? Have some shame. If you lack the funds, you should not play this game. It's disgraceful to put on airs when you cannot afford it. All right, I'll buy. Hearing the derisive laughter from those around him, the frail old man glared at Xiao Lu through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The beautiful auctioneer sensed the escalating tension and hastily announced the results, proceeding with the next steps. Before long, the auction came to a close, and the attendees began to disperse. Kid, where do you think you're going? If you're willing to hand over that woman and then kneel to clean my shoes, I might spare your life to a short distance away. Xiao Lu and his companions found their path obstructed by a group of black-clad bodyguards. The old man, flanked by his subordinates, approached Xiao Lu with a menacing glare. The snake boy was chained, with the other end of the chain held by someone else. Enough with the chatter! Kill them! Xiao Lu commanded coldly, and Peter immediately charged at the bodyguards, unleashing a brutal onslaught. Chapter 85. One wave subsides. Another rises. How dare they strike back? Kill them! Kill them! The frail old man roared in despair as he witnessed the refusal to surrender and the audacity to attack him. The onlookers had long since fled in terror. However, Peter's strength far exceeded their expectations. Although he was an ape, his combat awareness, honed by Xiao Lu, was beyond that of ordinary soldiers. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his agility and physical resilience were akin to steel. Conventional weapons could barely scratch him. He moved like a tank, leaving destruction in his wake. The black-clad henchmen either lay with shattered ribs or had their skulls crushed. The gruesome scene leaving the old man paralyzed with fear, a foul liquid seeping from between his legs. Marceau trembled in terror, but Xiao Lu offered no comfort. stating indifferently, "This is the world. This is merely a minor skirmish. If you follow us, be prepared to see." Clockter was taken aback, wondering when that fellow had appeared behind him. His right hand transformed into a treasured blade, and he immediately struck out, only to find himself slicing through nothing but an afterimage. Soon after, he felt a powerful force hit his waist, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood and send him flying. What was happening? How could that guy attack me? Clockter pondered in confusion. As the smoke cleared, he saw his opponent struggling to rise from the ruins, an expression of incredulity on his face, while the little rascal, Lu, grinned broadly. With that expression, you can't possibly think that the natural system is invincible. Can you? It seems you haven't experienced a proper beating yet. Consider this a complimentary lesson. No need to thank me. Lu reveled in his mockery. Chapter 87. Clockter's defeat. Do not jest. You succeeded in enraging me. Oh dear, how terrified I am. You foul crocodile. Hurry back to your desert, or I shall skin you alive to make a wallet. You scoundrel, Spilo. Weighty sandstorm. Once again with this move, I have no desire to play with you any longer. First kill, shadow, thunderclap. The sandstorm, formed of swirling yellow dust, loomed like a celestial curtain, blocking out the sun with an air of lethal intent. The debris caught in its grasp was instantly ground to dust, and the moisture in the air seemed to evaporate. The sand was parched, the wind arid, and so was the atmosphere. Sneck and Masso were already paralyzed in fear by this cataclysmic scene, utterly unable to fathom that such devastation could be wrought by a mere human. In that moment, they felt their insignificance acutely, their hearts tightening with concern for Lu. Peter, too, was beside himself, pounding his chest as if to rush to the rescue. But even his towering stature and immense strength could not withstand the ferocious gale. Yet Lu remained composed, the aura of his royal blade swirling with power, standing firm as if he were an unyielding sword poised for action. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes. And with the unsheathing of the royal blade, a clear dragon's roar echoed as he tore through the shroud of chaos. The sandstorm dissipated in an instant, transforming into swirling grains in the air. A hint of panic flickered in Clockter's eyes. For the first time in his life, he felt the chilling proximity of death. He barely registered a white streak flashing before him, seemingly the afterimage of the royal blade. Before a line of crimson was drawn across his chest, blood erupting forth. Without understanding the conqueror's hockey, even the mightiest of the natural system is merely a target in the eyes of others. Hey, foul crocodile, do you understand now? Little brat, do not let your arrogance blind you. Cough, cough, I have not yet lost, have I? Captain, are you all right? Captain, how are you? We are coming to rescue you, scoundrel. I shall fight you to the end. Do not come closer, Clockter bellowed in fury. Such ignorance. Once more interrupted, Lu wielded the royal blade, unleashing a flurry of piercing sword energy that spiraled towards Clockter's subordinates. The baptism of the vortex shall send you on your way. The assailants rushing towards Lu were immediately swept into the air by the whirlpool of sword energy, their screams echoing as the lethal force shredded flesh and bone. Shards flew in every direction, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Scoundrel, I will not spare you. Clockter glared at his subordinates. If it weren't for Shao calming things down, the king's sword might very well have drawn itself. Let me ponder for a moment. It is said that striking a celestial dragon invites a marine admiral. Are you Sengoku or Zifa? No, hold on. To my knowledge, Zifa currently serves as a marine instructor, so his arrival seems unlikely. Could you be Sengoku? However, it is rumored that Sengoku, known as the wise strategist, should be a meticulous individual who plans meticulously. You don't quite fit that description. Seeing Shao Lu shaking his head and talking to himself. Completely disregarding his own importance, the marine officers were left dumbfounded. You little rascal, what do you mean by that? From your tone, do you think I am inferior to that Sengoku fellow? Are you perhaps the marine hero? Garp? Shao Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded this man who possessed the title of Iron Fist, a formidable strength that had reportedly pushed Roger into perilous situations, yet he remained a mere vice admiral for reasons unknown. What a terrifying power, and yet not an admiral. How formidable must Sengoku and Zifa be? Shao Lu felt overwhelmed. The seas truly brimmed with strong contenders. You are quite notorious, you little brat. Shao he has long warned us of your danger. Kazan couldn't even catch you last time, which speaks volumes of your strength. It's a pity, such formidable prowess. And yet you choose to be a pirate rather than a marine? Garp lamented with a look of regret. Ah, a pirate? A marine? Ha ha! If you were to understand my experiences, would you still dare to utter such words? Hearing Garp's remarks, Xiao Lu burst into laughter, nearly brought to tears, almost rolling on the ground. Maso and Sneak exchanged glances. Although they had only just met, Xiao Li's demeanor left a profound impression. It seems the boss is indeed a man with stories to tell. Regardless of how you address me or the side you place me on, it does not alter the reality of our enmity. Xiao Li's expression shifted in an instant, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Now, let me see what makes you the so-called marine hero capable of cornering Roger time and again. Chapter 90. The Butcher versus the Hero. Though Garp had heard of Xiao Li's prowess from he and Kazan, witnessing it firsthand was still quite astonishing. From this young man's ever-rising aura, Garp sensed a prideful, domineering, and stern will, as if he were confronting a multifaceted entity. With a domineering presence, the King's Sword, Thunder God's roar, Xiao Lu radiated an overwhelming aura, his garments fluttering wildly, as the dark blade exuded a chilling, bone-piercing cold, reminiscent of the depths of winter. The powerful aura intertwined with his formidable sword energy, forming a bloodthirsty tiger. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lu appeared before Garp, his force akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, shaking the seas as he bore down upon Garp. The marines behind Garp turned pale, drenched in sweat, as if they beheld a bloodthirsty tiger preparing to pounce upon them. That was a crushing pressure on the very essence of life. You little brat, your strength is indeed fearsome. If left unchecked, the seas will know no peace. Garp, seemingly unaffected, allowed a hearty laugh, his presence unwavering, reminiscent of Mountie. In response to Xiao Li's fierce strike, Garp merely met it with his seemingly unremarkable fist. While the Marines had long revered Garp as a marine hero, witnessing Xiao Li's overwhelming display still caused them concern. Conversely, Xiao Lu felt starkly different. He realized the true depth of Garp's strength. He could sense the immense power concealed within that unassuming fist, the intensity of its domineering aura far surpassing anything he could muster. The two colossal forces collided violently, sending shockwaves that rippled through the surroundings, causing the very ground beneath them to crack like a spider's web. From an outward perspective, it appeared that Xiao Lu held the upper hand, yet he alone knew that his own domineering aura had become chaotic, a surge of blood rising within him, nearly spilling from his mouth. Not bad, little brat. Oh, the same to you. In response to Garp's commendation, Xiao Lu suppressed the turmoil within his chest and retorted. Garp could sense how sharp Xiao Li's sword energy was, and his mastery of haki was considerable. For a pirate hailing from a North Sea who had never ventured into the New World, such strength was indeed formidable. More importantly, Garp detected the flowing haki transmitted through the fist. Indeed, this young man has grasped flowing cherry blossom? Who is he exactly? How does he understand such advanced techniques? Can you tell me how you learned flowing cherry blossom? Flowing cherry blossom. Faced with Garp's inquiry, Xiao Lu was left utterly perplexed. What? You don't know about flowing cherry blossom? Garp was taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief. That is the term used by the samurai of Wano in the New World to describe haki. It is a technique that allows haki to flow, attacking enemies from within. You truly don't know? Xiao Lu suddenly seemed dazed, his tone laden with an inexplicable significance, as an even more powerful aura erupted from him, forcing Garp to take a step back. What is happening? Why has this brat's haki suddenly intensified so much? Garp, bewildered, felt a myriad of surprises from this young man. No, for the common folk, this will be a fright. A calamity. Chapter 91. Iron Fist. Garp, I must keep you here. Otherwise, it will be like releasing a tiger back to the mountains, and another calamity will emerge upon the seas. You speak of calamity. Do you see all pirates as irredeemable villains? Xiao Lu felt his ears nearly blister from Garp's rhetoric. From the beginning, he had been emphasizing his identity as a pirate and the supposed dangers he posed to the people, which only made Xiao Lu want to laugh. I cannot speak for others, but your deeds are indeed notorious. I've long heard of your vile actions. Ha. You see, seeing is believing, and hearing is but a phantom. It all depends on one's perspective. Moreover, the nature of my actions is entirely a result of your own making. As they spoke, the two engaged in several exchanges. Xiao Li's sword energy grew increasingly fierce and chaotic, while Garp's fists became heavier, suffocatingly so. Steadfast as a mountain, unyielding at last, Xiao Lu could no longer suppress the surge of blood within him and spat it out. This horrified Peter and Maso, and Xiao Li's subordinates were equally taken aback. Fire! Shoot them down! Avenge our boss! Xiao Li's crew immediately opened fire towards Garp, a torrential storm of scorching bullets sweeping across the battlefield, claiming the lives of countless Marines. Engage! Cover Vice Admiral Garp! Eliminate those pirates! The Marines quickly organized their counterattack, unleashing a ferocious barrage of fire that raged in all directions. Suddenly, a flash of bright steel surged toward Xiao Lu, catching him off guard. The assailant, clad in a brown suit and draped in a coat of justice, appeared to be a formidable adversary. Bogart, be careful, Garp exclaimed in astonishment, having not anticipated Bogart's sudden intervention. Yet this man was no ordinary pirate. Kid, you think you can ambush me? You still lack the skill. Xiao Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a swift motion, the king's sword struck towards Bogart with ghostly precision. Bogart hurriedly defended himself, but the immense force left his arm numb. Get lost! Before Bogart could react further, Xiao Lu leapt and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying. The overwhelming force shattered several of Bogart's ribs, causing him to cough up blood. One-line kill. Shadow, thunder. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Lu pursued relentlessly, like a bolt of thunder, his fierce sword energy laced with chilling intent, aimed squarely at Bogart, intent on ending his life. You won't succeed. Garp appeared before Bogart in a flash, delivering a heavy punch that shattered Xiao Li's sword energy, then lunged forward with a punch aimed at Xiao Lu. Dual shadows. To Garp's surprise, Xiao Lu vanished without a trace in the face of that punch. Illusion, you can't deceive me, little brat. Garp narrowly evaded the sword aimed at him from behind, then turned and unleashed a powerful punch into Xiao Li's chest, sending him sprawling. Ugh! The force was staggering. Xiao Lu knelt on the ground, the king's sword carving a deep fissure into the earth. Thankfully, he had managed to dissipate most of the force, where he felt that his very organs would have shattered. Ugh! Peter suddenly leaped in, his fists crashing down like a mountain upon Garp, only for Garp to evade effortlessly. You Kapu's fists were not only swift as the wind, but also heavy as a mountain. The tremendous force sent Xiao Li's hands trembling, while the overwhelming pressure combined with Kapu's robust aura nearly suffocated him. Despite Xiao Li's desperate attempts to evade using his observation haki, numerous punches still landed upon him. Fortunately, the haki circulating within him provided a modicum of defense against Kapu's iron fists. Otherwise, he would have been utterly defeated by now. That won't do. Breathe, cough. Maintain your composure, and attune your senses to the murderous intent of the fists, Xiao Lu thought to himself. Under Kapu's formidable assault, he unexpectedly closed his eyes. The sword of royalty in his hand was wielded with such precision that it created an impenetrable barrier, momentarily thwarting Kapu's onslaught. Little brat, let's see if you can handle the next punch. Kapu taunted, his fists wrapped in an even denser layer of armed haki, crashing toward Xiao Lu like a raging tsunami, exuding a force that could shake the heavens and earth. One strike breaks all techniques. No matter how tightly Xiao Lu swung his sword, it crumbled under the might of Kapu's iron fists, emitting mournful cries as if the blade itself lamented. To everyone's astonishment, Peter, who had been sent flying, rose once more, leaping into the air and gathering his strength for a punch aimed at Kapu. He was determined to protect his boss. You are no match for me. Surrender, and I may still guarantee you a banana to eat. Aha! Peter's punch was powerful, yet it merely pushed Kapu back a few steps without causing him any injury. Watch closely. This is what a punch looks like. Kapu swiftly appeared before Peter, delivering another blow straight to his face. Peter's dark complexion flushed with the impact, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Undeterred, Peter swung his fists wildly at Kapu, creating deep craters in the ground with his terrifying strength. However, Peter's towering frame rendered him a perfect target for Kapu, who battered him relentlessly as if he were a mere punching bag. Soon, Peter's bones were nearly shattered, and he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Enough, Peter! You've done remarkably well. Leave the rest to me." Shirao Lu spoke in a detached tone, slowly closing his eyes, the sword of royalty in hand as he approached Kapu, muttering incantations. "With a heart as clear as a mirror, free from stains and fear, how dare you? I shall make you pay for this." With that, two spirited youths, each unwilling to yield to the other, commenced their brawl. "Ha! The little rascal aboard our ship will never be outdone in the future." Roger chuckled heartily as he observed the two boys entangled in their scuffle. "Gulalala, this little brat possesses both strength and audacity." Marco chimed in. "What do you think about adopting him as a son?" "Father, this scoundrel is a menace, mercilessly slaughtering innocents. I absolutely refuse to endorse him." The pineapple-haired youth expressed disdain for Xiao Li's actions, perplexed as to why his father lauded him so. "Marco, sometimes one must not solely heed what others say, but learn to form one's own judgment. To the very least, this little imp is undeniably powerful. You ought to strive harder." "Gulalala, indeed, this little fellow shows promise." A female pirate donned in a pink dress gazed at Xiao Li's image in the newspaper, her eyes gleaming with fervor. "Fu, it seems our old friend has grown increasingly formidable." In a certain sea region of the North Blue, Doflamingo, upon reading the newspaper, wore an expression of shock and trepidation, mixed with an indescribable thrill. He yearned for the day when he could trample those adversaries beneath his feet, his thirst for power intensifying. "Hey, Doflamingo, trouble's brewing. That old hag is on our tail again. Damn it, she's like a persistent ghost. One day, I shall eliminate her." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A similar age, his opponent had managed to escape the renowned Iron Fist Carp unscathed, yet he could not even handle an old woman. An overwhelming sense of frustration and indignation welled up within him. "Roger, you must see today's newspaper. Xiao Lu actually engaged in combat with the naval hero Carp, and even struck a celestial dragon." "What? This rascal is causing quite the commotion," Roger exclaimed, taken aback by Joe's revelation. "He is stealing the spotlight while we're stuck here." "All right, don't be so upset." Xiao Lu messaged back saying they won't head to the New World and will return soon. "Is that so?" "Haha, I can hardly wait to see him," Roger remarked with a mischievous grin. Chapter 95. Preparations for return, boss. Your bounty has risen once more. IT now stands at 360 million berries. That crocodile's bounty has increased from 80 million to 100 million. "Oh, really? The Navy certainly holds me in high regard." Xiao Lu chuckled lightly at the news of his bounty, not taking it too seriously. He had initially planned to venture into the New World, but the ship was not yet ready for coating. Presently, the Sabati archipelago was swarming with the Navy, with reports of Carp and Zifa leading a contingent of vice admirals, effectively sealing off the entire island. He had neither the time to linger nor the interest in playing hide and seek with them. Moreover, his injuries had yet to heal, remaining there would be akin to delivering himself to the enemy. And he was not foolish enough to underestimate the situation. His escape from Carp's clutches was largely thanks to capturing the celestial dragon. Otherwise, they would all be doomed. "Snake, show me your capabilities." Xiao Lu aimed to enhance his companion's strength, ensuring they possessed formidable combat prowess. Instantly, Snake transformed into a 3-meter-long rock python, his fierce appearance startling everyone. Peter, brimming with enthusiasm, grabbed him, tugging him back and forth, this frightened Snake immensely, prompting him to revert to human form, too intimidated to retaliate. "Your courage is lacking. You require more training." Additionally, for any devil fruit to manifest its formidable power, the user's physical strength and resilience must be commensurate. "Henceforth, I shall train you relentlessly. Furthermore, I have a hypothesis concerning Zoan-type devil fruits that I need you to test. You must grow stronger quickly." Upon hearing this, Snake felt a surge of fervor that he yearned for strength, for growth. During the return journey, Snake engaged in rigorous foundational training daily, 1,000 punches, 1,000 sword swings, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 weight lifts, and physical combat training with Peter to fortify his body. Observing Snake, so young yet unwavering in his resolve, enduring the grueling regimen without complaint, Xiao Lu felt immense admiration. They had traversed similar paths, and the journey of growth invariably entailed sacrifice to replenish the energy expended daily. Xiao Lu frequently utilized his observation haki to catch some deep-sea giants to reward everyone, all while enhancing the breadth of his own haki. Coupled with Marco's exceptional culinary skills, the energy imbued in the food was perfectly absorbed, allowing Snake's small frame to endure the rigorous training. Xiao Lu also imparted to everyone the importance of critical thinking, of seizing any opportunity to grow stronger. This advice served as a motivation not only for others, but also for himself. Especially after clashing with Carp, he recognized the chasm that separated him from the world's top-tier warriors. Had he possessed sufficient strength to confront two admirals simultaneously and emerge victorious, he would not have been compelled to leave the Sabaody archipelago, but would have sailed straight for the new world. He must continue to evolve, to accelerate his growth, at the very least, the next time he faced Carp. He needed to masterfully wield the king's sword to convert the haki within him into overwhelmingly powerful techniques. The level of haki concentration and intensity his opponent possessed was far beyond his reach. Thus Xiao Li's great circulation technique incessantly operated, enabling haki to flow through his limbs, widening the meridians to accommodate more haki while simultaneously strengthening his physique. Additionally, since the very beginning, every time Xiao Lu activated the great circulation technique, he would store a wisp of haki in his dantian. With time, the haki accumulated there became exceptionally pure, constituting his greatest trump card. Chapter 96. An unexpected encounter in a certain area of the Grand Line. The sky was overcast and dim, resembling the wrathful visage of the heavens. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon, bringing brief moments of brilliance. The howling winds stirred waves, churning the sea as if attempting to hurl them skyward. "Peter, what in the world is going on with you? Where are we? Why does the compass keep spinning?" This scene seems familiar. I believe I encountered it in the Devil's Sea last time. Surely not. Early in the morning, the ship was filled with a cacophony of voices, everyone chastising Peter. "Boss, Peter has no idea where he has steered the ship. This place has an unstable magnetic field, and the compass keeps spinning. We've lost our direction," a subordinate reported anxiously to Xiao Lu, sensing that they were likely to encounter some bizarre occurrences once more. Having been roused from his sweet dreams early in the morning, Xiao Lu was seething with fury. Peter had been eager to experience steering the ship for days, incessantly causing a ruckus during training, disrupting everyone's peace. Reluctantly, Xiao Lu decided to indulge him. After all, with a compass in hand, and after repeated warnings not to steer wildly, he had finally relented to allow Peter to take the helm for a single night. Yet in that brief span, Peter had somehow managed to navigate the ship to an unknown location. "Peter, get over here." Seeing Xiao Li's dark expression and unfriendly tone, Peter felt a pang of fear, hesitating to approach. "Peter, did you not hear the boss speak? Hurry over. Indeed, this is all your fault. Had it not been for you, we would not have ended up in this cursed place," as the surrounding crew members blamed him. Peter grew incensed, shaking his fists and baring his teeth at them. Hey, don't get carried away. This is the boss's command. Do you dare defy it? Quickly apologize to the boss. Perhaps he will spare you." Witnessing Peter's readiness to lash out, the crew members quickly intervened that if this brute truly decided to act, they were no match for him. Peter, realizing the icy chill in Xiao Li's voice, Peter understood he had truly landed himself in trouble. Cradling his head with both hands, he approached Xiao Lu, whimpering. "Don't give me that pitiful look." Xiao Lu scoffed. "Get down and squat." After Peter complied, Xiao Lu disregarded his mournful gaze, seizing his ear. "Did I not repeatedly instruct you to follow the course and not steer recklessly?" Peter nodded in a guilty manner. "Did I not mention that if an accident occurred, you would forfeit your bananas for the month?" Peter's eyes widened in confusion, as if he had never heard such a thing before. Noticing Peter's attempt to evade accountability, Xiao Li's tone became increasingly stern, growling. Ultimately, Peter resigned to his fate, drooping his head in submission. "Go stand in the corner. You won't be having lunch today. Remember this lesson well. After punishing Peter, Xiao Lu took charge of the situation, steering the ship in the direction where the compass swayed the least. Remember, anything can happen at SEAS, a formidable individual. One must face any risks with composure and seek solutions. Only those with unwavering resolve can overcome all difficulties, fearless in the face of adversity. We are a powerful team, and every member within this crew is a warrior. I hope you all firmly believe. The brave know no fear. Once we return to land, we shall indulge in a hearty drink. Yes. Under the inspiration of Xiao Lu, everyone began to work methodically. Chapter 97. The rising current. Peter, please have this meal. You've taken care of me for so many days. If you don't mind, please enjoy it. Snake glanced around cautiously and discreetly handed the food in his hands to Peter, who was standing in punishment, gazing at him earnestly. Peter was deeply moved, never expecting Snake to be so kind-hearted that if he could speak, he would surely express his heartfelt gratitude to this adorable little imp. He vowed that in future training sessions with Snake, he would ease up a bit and not be so harsh. Turning his back to everyone, Peter poured the contents of the box directly into his mouth. Snake watched him with a beaming smile, subtly stepping back. Suddenly, Peter hurled the lunchbox aside, pounding his chest, his tongue lolling out as he roared loudly. The sound was deafening, drawing the attention of everyone on the ship. Peter glared at Snake, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. The gratitude he had felt moments before evaporated, replaced by a desire to strangle the annoying little brat before him. Just as Peter was about to advance, Snake wore a mischievous grin and pointed behind him at Xiao Lu. Upon seeing Xiao Li's impassive gaze directed their way, Peter's raised foot hesitated and returned to the ground. Tears welled in his eyes, sparkling like pearls, exuding an innocence that was utterly disarming. Snake had accurately gauged that Peter would not dare retaliate. Thus he had the audacity to play this trick on him, adding a generous amount of devilishly spicy peppers to Peter's meal as payback for his training companionship over the past days. Unable to defeat Peter, he still had the skill to provoke him. Enough, do not look at me with such eyes. We have not eaten, but we have enough water, Xiao Lu said as he approached them, handing Peter a water container while resting a hand on Snake's shoulder. Though Xiao Lu said nothing, Snake felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he dared not glance back at Xiao Lu. Since you are so kind-hearted, then you shall forfeit your lunch. Yes, boss. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's command, Snake's face fell, regret flooding his heart. It was truly a case of wounding 1,000 while injuring oneself. 800 at my goodness. What is that? Quickly avoid that whirlpool. Hurry and report to the boss. Ahead, a massive whirlpool had formed in the sea, resembling a bottomless black hole. Its immense gravitational pull threatened to swallow their ship whole. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Lu ordered his crew to change course. Yet the powerful pull felt like the hand of death, preventing their escape. Suddenly, a gigantic water column erupted from the dark center of the whirlpool, waves swirling upward toward the sky, as if attempting to pierce the heavens. Good heavens, is this the rumored rising current? Boss, what should we do now? Since we cannot escape this pull, let us sail along the direction of the rising current. Do what we can, and leave the rest to fate. Everyone except the helmsman retreated to the ship's cabin. Those on deck were instructed to secure themselves with ropes. Tomorrow and unforeseen events do not know which will arrive first. Warriors, your moment to prove yourselves has come. Can mere winds and waves defeat you? No. Hearing the unified response from his crew, Xiao Lu felt a surge of joy. The brave know no fear. Fortune shall favor you, and glory shall be with you. Oh. Chapter 98. The islands in the sky in a certain sea area of the New World, a towering waterspout reached toward the heavens, resembling a celestial pillar that bridged earth and sky. The swirling vortexes traced paths like a staircase to the heavens, or perhaps like a colossal dragon coiling around the water column, captivating all who beheld it. Xiao Lu and his crew navigated their ship in the direction of the swirling water, spiraling upward into the clouds. Standing on the ship and looking down, they beheld the vast expanse of the sea, igniting within them an unquenchable ambition. Yet, the occasional flashes of lightning in the sky instilled a sense of trepidation, as if danger lurked just a heartbeat away, ready to strike. The greatest concern for Xiao Lu and his crew was how to survive once the water column dissipated for those skilled in moonwalking. It posed little challenge. However, many of his subordinates lacked any means of survival, their fates seemingly on a countdown. Perhaps prepared for this moment, or perhaps emboldened by Xiao Li's words, not a single face among them displayed fear. The ship soared through the dense clouds, propelled by the rising current. At last, they reached a critical point where the erupting water column formed a blossoming spray at its apex. Suddenly, the vessel shook violently and plummeted. What is happening? Good heavens, is this an aerial island? What a magnificent sight! The crew clung tightly to the ship's railing, marveling at the floating islands surrounding them. Each island appeared to be lifted by an invisible force. Quietly suspended in midair, the islands were lush with dense foliage, extending far beyond sight. In the distance, several islands boasted opulent structures standing amidst the verdant landscape. This paradise. The crew was rendered speechless by the surreal scene before them. As the water column erupted, sending waves crashing, their ship was flung onto a nearby, floating island, startling a flock of birds in a flight. Boss, where are we? I'm not sure. However, at least we need not worry about plummeting from this great height into the sea. Do we? Since we are here, we shall make ourselves comfortable. Since we are here, we shall make ourselves comfortable. Though Snake found Xiao Lu's manner of speaking somewhat unfamiliar, he grasped the essence of his words. He committed every utterance of Xiao Lu to memory. Peter, Snake, you two stay here and watch the ship. Safeguarding Massoud, I will scout ahead. You must take care of yourselves and communicate any developments via the telephone bug. Boss, what about you? Let us accompany you. Massoud's beautiful eyes were filled with concern. While she understood her boss was formidable, the recent ordeal on Shambadi Archipelago had taught her that even he was not invincible. Especially now, in an unfamiliar aerial island, the surrounding circumstances were shrouded in uncertainty, and potential dangers remained unknown. Indeed, boss, let me accompany you. I have now mastered my transformation skills. I can surely assist you. Snake also expressed a desire to join Xiao, feeling a newfound confidence in his abilities. Enough, my decision remains unchanged that I will take a few subordinates with me. There is no need for you to worry about me. Besides, sometimes having too many people is not advantageous. Oh boss, you must be careful. Massoud understood the implications in Xiao Li's words, her tone somber. Snake fell silent beside her, ultimately aware that their abilities had yet to earn their boss's trust. Snake, you are still too young and inexperienced. But do not fret. I believe you will one day become a renowned force upon the sea, and you will be my right hand. Yes, boss. Xiao Li's words reignited Snake's confidence that he unwaveringly believed his boss's words. Chapter 99. Arrival at the central island with all matters arranged. Xiao Li led a few subordinates into the depths of the island's forest. Towering ancient trees cast a shadow over the ground, obscuring direction. The thick roots were exposed, intertwining like serpents. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow upon the ground, where the tree silhouettes were fragmented into irregular shapes. Various unknown birds chirped melodiously among the treetops, and hints of wild beasts could be discerned within the dense foliage. That a gentle stream sparkled as small fish frolicked in its waters. The entire island appeared to be a deserted primitive land, with its fauna displaying ferocity beyond anything they had encountered before. As they ventured further, they encountered increasingly aggressive beasts, and Xiao Lu and his companions had already dealt with numerous predators along their path. The strong scent of blood clung to them, and their ruthless methods had frightened off many would-be hunters. It seemed they had reached the end of this floating island. Xiao Lu pondered the mysterious force enabling these islands to float in the air. Below them lay nothing but emptiness. What was preventing them from plummeting into the abyss? Narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the floating islands ahead, countless thoughts raced through his mind. They stood at the edge of the island beneath them. Gazing down at the wispy clouds below, there are several islands ahead, yet none are connected by floating bridges or any other means to reach them. One would either need tools or the ability to fly. You all should return. Inform everyone to stay put and not to move. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, be sure to contact me immediately. I will proceed to the islands ahead alone. If you do not hear from me, You must not act without authorization and be cautious in your movements. But boss, what will you do? Indeed, boss. Let us accompany you. You wish to join me. How do you intend to get there? Fly over. Hearing his subordinate's words, Xiao Lu chuckled lightly. The group fell silent. How could they possibly cross? They had neither tools nor the ability to traverse the air. It was unreasonable to expect the boss to carry them along. Although the future remained uncertain, Xiao Lu was confident in his ability to protect himself. You are all my most loyal subordinates, and I would not wish for you to lose your lives needlessly. Even if enemies await, it would be easier for me to escape alone. Please ensure your safety on your return. Xiao Lu patted a few of them on the shoulder. Upon hearing the deep concern in Xiao Li's words, his subordinates were moved to tears. They had never encountered a boss who valued their lives so profoundly. Despite regularly pledging their loyalty to him, Xiao Li's simple words strengthened their resolve. They would die in service to their boss. Excellent. Hurry and grow stronger. You are all my capable aides. Satisfied with their loyalty, Xiao Lu parted ways with them and swiftly soared towards the neighboring island using his moonwalk technique. Acting alone greatly increased his efficiency. In no time, he arrived at the largest and final island. The island's edges were cloaked in forest, while its center boasted several luxurious buildings, artfully scattered about. The largest structure stood out prominently, its entrance adorned with a colossal lion's head, radiating a chilling and commanding presence. After surveying the area for a moment, Xiao Lu descended, but he intended to approach on foot. After all, intruding without permission was impolite, but he considered himself a person of refinement. And as a prominent businessman, he believed one must uphold proper etiquette. Chapter 100. A boss's refinement. Xiao Lu ambled leisurely through the island's outer forest, making his way directly toward the center. The opulent buildings lined either side, complete with pools and beaches, resembling a luxurious resort. To the heart of the island, on a raised platform, an impressive palace stood, clearly the residence of the owner. The fortified towers on either side were heavily guarded. Ah, what a splendid place. It seems the owner truly knows how to indulge. Xiao Lu smiled, striding confidently toward the palace, with no intention of concealing his presence, as if he were merely a tourist on holiday. His arrival had already attracted the attention of the sentinels in a watchtower's monitoring room. A report came in. A man dressed in red and black is approaching the palace. He doesn't appear to be one of ours. What should we do? How could a stranger arrive here? How did he manage this? The leader's face was filled with confusion upon hearing the report. Send someone to question him and ascertain his identity. Additionally, report the situation to the admiral immediately. Xiao Lu was well aware of the surveillance on him, yet he remained unfazed, devoid of any panic. Just as he was nearing the palace, he paused, turning suddenly to smile and wave at the watchtower. How did he realize there was surveillance here? The leader monitoring Xiao Lu was taken aback by his broad smile. The tower appeared unremarkable from the outside, lacking any protective measures or visible guards. It must be that he can't see us, the head reassured himself, though Xiao Li's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen as if they were face to face. Hey, who are you? How did you get here? What is your purpose? Don't even think about lying, or I'll put a bullet in you. At that moment, a group of armed pirates surrounded Xiao Lu, their eyes fierce and expressions menacing. Faced with these rude brutes, Xiao Lu chose not to engage further. After all, their leader was a legendary figure. He ought to show some decorum for barging in uninvited. I am merely a merchant who has stumbled upon this island and found that it is inhabited. I came to pay a visit to the owner. He saw every corpse met its demise in a unique manner. Initially, the pirates, brimming with excitement, clamored to make Xiao Li's life a living hell. Yet, they either found themselves as lifeless bodies on the ground or were struck with dread at the sight of Xiao Li's prowess. Too frightened to advance, their fervor waned and reality set in. The remaining pirates were left with only an unspoken terror while gazing at the man who stood amidst the corpses, smiling serenely. How infuriating! We are the Golden Lion Pirates. How could we fear a mere child? This fellow must be putting on a brave front. He surely cannot last much longer. Let us all charge at once. One pirate, suppressing his fear, shouted to the others who were too terrified to move forward. Do you wish to dance with death? In a moment of disorientation, Xiao Lu appeared before this pirate in a flash, as his eyes widened in horror. He barely caught the faint sound of a crack at his throat before witnessing the terror etched on his companions' faces. In an instant, the world around him drained of color. Chapter 102. The Killing Game Run. Seek aid from Captain Golden Lion. Upon witnessing Xiao Lu effortlessly claim another life, some pirates finally succumbed to the mental strain and began their frantic escape. Once the tide of panic began, it triggered a chain reaction, causing a mass flight. The remaining pirates soon realized the gravity of the situation and desperately fled toward the palace. Those who lagged behind could only blame their parents for not granting them 2 more legs. Xiao Lu was unfazed by their retreat, trailing them with a royal sword, much like a wolf pursuing a flock of sheep. The slowest among them naturally became the wolf's meal, with a pace that was neither hurried nor sluggish. Xiao Lu expertly kept up with the last fleeing pirate, claiming his life with ease. This spurred the others onward, tears streaming down their faces as they fled in a frenzy. The pirates who once sought to kill Xiao Lu for sport now found themselves the ones being toyed with. And the price they paid was their very lives. The dynamics of attack and defense had shifted dramatically. "Help! Help me! Don't leave me behind!" The last pirate, glancing back to see Xiao Lu closing in, cried out to his comrades. Yet no one paid him any heed, too preoccupied with their own flight. Suddenly, one pirate turned to him, hesitation flickering in his eyes, offering him a glimmer of hope, with tears in his eyes. This pirate gave him a thumbs up before hastening away, leaving him behind. "You scoundrel!" The last pirate's spirits plummeted from heaven to hell. Just as he was about to curse, he felt a piercing pain in his back. Looking down, he saw a dark hand protruding from his chest. Realizing his life was ebbing away, he wept profusely. Once a poor commoner, he had turned to piracy after the crushing taxes had suffocated his family, leading to the starvation of his wife and children, and the chaos of pillaging. He had lost himself and now regretted his choices. Perhaps for people like him, death was indeed the best form of liberation. Yet, in his final moments, he found a strange sense of peace. "You audacious fool! How dare you wreak havoc here? Do you wish to throw your life away?" Just as Xiao Lu prepared to continue his game, a burly pirate with gray hair swung a long knife at him. Xiao Lu reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade the sudden strike. "How dare you trespass on the territory of the Golden Lion pirates?" "I shall ensure you." The figure of Xiao Lu retreated swiftly, quickly closing in on the pirate who had stealthily launched a surprise attack. "It wouldn't be so easy," just as the pirate's pupils dilated in shock. Another pirate charged forth to shield him, that a long sword, measuring 4 to 5 meters, whistled through the air, aimed at Xiao Lu, establishing a standoff. Meanwhile, behind Xiao Lu, several shadowy long legs lunged towards his vulnerable back. Navi, with his observation haki fully activated. Any ambush from the shadows was as clear as day. To Xiao Lu, he inverted the royal sword, dissipating the force of the long sword, and in the moment of his opponent's stunned disbelief, he maneuvered behind him. A faint trace of blood appeared at the pirate's neck as crimson began to seep forth. Xiao Lu seized the body and hurled it towards the approaching blue-clad female pirate, whose dark, ink-like legs instantly pierced through the corpse, showering the area with purplish-black blood. Clearly, these legs not only possessed formidable strength, but were also laced with venom. There was no time for contemplation. Xiao Lu vanished from his position in an instant. A thunderous explosion resonated as the ground erupted, debris flying, and flames igniting. But a pirate wielding a rocket launcher was aiming at the spot where Xiao Lu had just stood, creating a massive crater in the earth. "I've been waiting for you." Amidst the billowing dust, a faint whisper, akin to the judgment of death, heralded an impending slaughter. That a pirate cloaked in black, eyes tightly shut, moved with an elusive grace, swinging his sword towards Xiao Lu amidst the haze. The dark blade entwined with fierce haki. It appeared he was also a master of both observation and armament haki. However, strangely, his seemingly certain strike missed completely, the blade failing to make contact as his opponent vanished from sight. His observation haki had accurately sensed the pirate's position. Why had he erred? Alas, he was blind, and no one was there to elucidate the scene before him. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to turn and block. The tremendous force of the sword compelled him to retreat step by step. "Blind man, I'll assist you." As the dust settled, The blind pirate was seen facing off against Xiao Lu, while the short pirate swung his massive hammer once more towards Xiao Lu. Truly absurd. Twin shadows. Suddenly sensing the sword grow light, the overwhelming force abruptly dissipated, sending a jolt through the blind pirate's heart. Be cautious, short one. In his perception, Xiao Lu's figure was swiftly closing in on the assisting short pirate. How could this be? Blood erupted from the blind pirate's mouth as a sword pierced through his back. He slowly turned his head, but alas, strength had abandoned him, and he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the short pirate, witnessing Xiao Lu rushing towards him, was momentarily stunned before swinging his hammer in a desperate attempt. Yet his opponent dissolved into thin air like smoke. As realization dawned, the warning from the blind pirate had already fallen silent, his form lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Chapter 105. Carelessness, damn it. I will kill you. The short pirate's eyes bulged with rage, his face contorted in a grimace. Though he had not been particularly close with the others, he had shared a bond with the blind pirate. The blind man had lost his sight while saving him in battle. Though genuine feelings were rare among pirates, they were not entirely non-existent. The death of the blind pirate ignited a fierce wrath within him, a volcanic eruption of murderous intent. The short pirate recklessly pursued Xiao Lu, attacking with abandon. His body bore countless wounds, and had it not been for the assistance of other pirates, he would have already succumbed to death. Yet he pressed on without regard for his own safety. The short one, is quite spirited this time. If you manage to kill him, I wouldn't mind spending a night of pleasure with you. The blue-clad female pirate laughed seductively. Several cannonballs rained down on Xiao Lu's position, aiming to force him into exposing a weakness, creating opportunities for the pirates. Those who had been merely spectators began to abandon their detached observation. Drawn into the fray by the short pirate's fervent determination, united in their efforts, Xiao Lu found himself no longer as carefree as he had been at the onset, that a corner of his garment was shredded by the recent explosion, and his previously pristine face was now marred by dust and a shallow wound on his left cheek. Surrounding him, the bodies of pirates piled high, blood saturating the battlefield. Broken weapons lay scattered about, and the wounded pirates moaned on the ground, while fire and smoke intertwined, filling the air with a suffocating scent of bloodlust. Quickly, summon Captain Shiki. This guy is an absolute monster. Today has turned out to be a disastrous day. Encountering such a formidable opponent, a pirate with a hollowed right arm lamented. Regardless of his identity, I must avenge the blind man today. The short pirate, gasping for breath, fixed his murderous gaze on Xiao Lu, who was engaged in combat with a blue-clad female pirate. Enough. You've lived long enough. It's time to end this. Seizing the opportunity presented by the long legs attack, Xiao Lu advanced, the haki surging on the royal sword, plunging it through the chest of the blue-clad female pirate. How infuriating. Noticing the toxic blood spraying from her, Xiao Lu jumped back hastily. Captain Shiki will arrive shortly. Fear not, everyone, let us press on and deny him a moment to breathe. The remaining pirates surged forward once more, a torrential barrage of bullets aimed at Xiao Lu, while hidden arrows lurked like serpents, and agile swordsmen wove a deadly net to ensnare their prey. Observing the lifeless body of the blue-clad female pirate and the encircled Xiao Lu, the short pirate gulped nervously, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The tide of swordplay roars like the waves of the ocean. Not wishing to prolong the engagement, Xiao Lu's aura surged once more, the sound of swords ringing out. A chilling intent locked onto the crowd. A torrent of sword energy surged forth like a swimming dragon, enveloping the advancing pirates. The sharp sword energy interlaced into a massive net, ensnaring the pirates within, who were cleaved and mutilated, their screams echoing like the wails of spirits. Flesh flew, blood sprayed, and hell descended upon the earth. This move won work on me. Evading the hammer descending from behind, Xiao Lu pivoted, delivering a lethal strike to the short pirate. Xiao Lu regarded the short pirate coolly, yet the latter exhibited no signs of fear as the royal sword pierced through him. Instead, a strange smile crept across his face. Suddenly, a vision flashed through Xiao Lu's mind, prompting him to withdraw his sword hastily. The short pirate clung tightly to the blade, spewing forth a torrent of purple blood toward Xiao Lu. Chapter 106. Golden Lion seeing the short pirate's eerie smile. Xiao Lu sensed something was amiss and sought to retract his sword immediately. However, he was taken aback when the short pirate clung desperately to the blade, refusing to relent. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Lu's mind as he envisioned the short pirate preparing to expel a mouthful of blood, though he did not comprehend the short pirate's motive. Xiao Lu understood it was undoubtedly the final gambit. In a flash of thought, Xiao Lu twisted the royal sword, severing the short pirate's hand, and then withdrew. However, the blood from the short pirate still sprayed toward Xiao Lu. As he withdrew, he instinctively raised his left arm to block, turning away. The short pirate finally lost the last vestige of his strength, collapsing to the ground, yet his face bore a serene smile. Was this moment worth sacrificing his life for? Xiao Lu reflected somberly as he gazed at the fallen short pirate. Just as he spoke, a searing pain akin to being engulfed in flames coursed through his face, followed by the sensation of countless ants gnawing at his wound, burrowing into his flesh and bone. Even Xiao Lu, seasoned by numerous trials, could not suppress a cry of agony. The wound? Xiao Lu finally grasped why the short pirate had desperately attempted to spray blood upon him. Glancing at the purple blood staining his sleeve, Xiao Lu's expression darkened. Carelessness. He then fell silent, contemplating the lifeless body of the short pirate. As his internal energy surged chaotically, he felt the toxic gas spreading across his left cheek, beginning to engulf his entire face, while a heavy pressure settled in his chest, as if a great weight bore down upon him. Fortunately, his haki continuously circulated within him, coupled with the effects of his internal energy technique and mastery over his body, allowing him to halt the spread of the toxin. Subsequently, the haki within him surged towards his left cheek, gradually forcing the toxic fluid out from the wound that he was confident that given time, he could expel the poison entirely. Just as Xiao Lu stabilized his injuries, a massive and fierce sword energy sliced towards him with blinding speed. Reluctantly, Xiao Lu grasped the royal sword to block, the overwhelming force forcing him to retreat repeatedly, carving a deep trench into the ground beneath him. "Ha! You little brat, how dare you wreak havoc in my territory and injure so many of my subordinates? You truly have a death wish." In an instant, a man with golden hair and a ship's helm perched atop his head floated above, casting a disdainful gaze down upon Xiao Lu. The newcomer was none other than Shiki, the Golden Lion, a notorious pirate renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard. From him, Xiao Lu sensed an overwhelming, tyrannical aura, a lion's roar that commanded the seas and claimed dominion over all. "Pooh, you scoundrel," interrupted mid-treatment. Xiao Lu coughed up blood, glaring defiantly at the Golden Lion above. "You little brat, unable to withstand even one of my strikes, yet you dare to act so recklessly. Your actions have wrought such turmoil here. Today, I shall ensure your demise leaves no trace behind. Ha ha ha. What are you babbling about, old man?" Faced with the taunts of the Golden Lion, Xiao Lu was so incensed that he found himself laughing instead. Already furious from the interruption of his treatment, he was further provoked by the condescending demeanor of his opponent above him, igniting a tidal wave of murderous intent within him. Chapter 107. The fierce tiger and the majestic lion, you dare to declare that I shall have no grave? Such audacity! Come down here. The murderous intent in Xiao Li's eyes was palpable, his aura swelling dramatically. A domineering and formidable presence erupted from him, surrounded by swirling black lightning, his overwhelming might shattering the sky above and piercing the clouds, as if he had torn a hole in the heavens. The shockwave radiating from him fractured the ground, creating a ferocious wave that spread in all directions, in infinite killing intent, entwined with an overwhelming conqueror's haki, surged forth like a bloodthirsty tiger, roaring towards the Golden Lion in the sky. Conqueror's haki. Little brat, do you have any idea who I am? I'm the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion felt the overwhelming will emanating from Xiao Lu, as if his own conqueror's haki responded in kind. Erupting forth, a more powerful aura surged from him, his golden hair whipping wildly, dark lightning howling around him, and the winds howling in despair. His domineering presence, true to his title, resembled a fierce lion, roaring as he charged toward Xiao Lu. The two colossal forces clashed violently, creating a tempestuous shockwave that radiated outward from their confrontation, causing the mountains to quake and the spirits to wail. The skies seemed to tremble, and the earth appeared to shudder. Just moments ago, the heavens were clear. Now, they were shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of light. The vast firmament appeared as if it had been violently torn asunder, plunging the world into an apocalyptic scene. Heavens, look at the sky. What is happening? That direction seems to be where Captain Shiki is. The sky has split open. Is this the end of the world? The pirates within the palace watched in trepidation as the battle between Xiao Lu and the Golden Lion unfolded, sensing the immense power of both combatants from the atmospheric changes. Who on earth is that person? Has Captain Shiki not yet subdued him? Hey, does anyone have information on this guy? Ever since the catastrophic battle at Edwar, the Golden Lion pirates had suffered grievously, and Captain Shiki, with the ship's helm lodged atop his head, seemed at times deranged. This left the underlings feeling a deep sense of unease. For now, they could only silently lick their wounds, recuperate, and await their return to the new world to dominate once more. Meanwhile, on Xiao Li's side, the two powers continued to escalate, resembling a fierce tiger and a noble lion, each embodying the will to reign supreme as they clashed. Kid, I acknowledge your strength. Join us and become my right-hand man. I will lead you to dominance over the world. The Golden Lion, observing that Xiao Li's momentum remained unaffected by his own, felt a desire to recruit him. Humph, become your subordinate. Do you possess the strength for that? Hell's Path, Crimson Lotus Elegy. In an instant, the aura surrounding Xiao Lu became as deep and formidable as the abyss, the air around him chilling to the bone. Sword energy, akin to the chilling winds of hell, swirled around him, coalescing into a deadly crimson lotus blooming in the depths of purgatory. The powerful sword energy howled through the air, even causing the invincible Golden Lion to feel a shiver run down his spine, as if this little brat had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Yet the Golden Lion did not falter. A lion has never known fear. He felt a thrill in his soul, the exhilaration of encountering a worthy adversary. Ha ha ha. Kid, I find myself more and more impressed by you. I must have you under my wing. The Golden Lion's eyes gleamed with fervor as he laughed heartily in midair. Chapter 108. The Power of the Lion Upon the Vast Ocean. The Golden Lion had encountered countless strong foes, but few, if any, at Xiao Li's age possessed such terrifying strength in his recollection. He believed that if he could recruit Xiao Lu, their power would undoubtedly surge. However, those with strength possessed their own confidence and pride. To subdue this fierce tiger before him, he must wield even greater power, lest he be harmed by the beast. In a flash, the hell's crimson lotus bloomed, and countless scarlet sword energies, like the scythes of death, tore through the air, howling towards the Golden Lion. The blade of royal authority indicated the presence of Death's scythe. Come forth then, and witness my strength. The Golden Lion, confronted by the oncoming lethal sword energies, bore an expression of exhilaration, neither dodging nor evading. Time was of the essence, as the aura of death firmly locked onto him, leaving no avenue for escape. Lion's roar. Thousand Cuts Valley. His aura surged dramatically as he swiftly drew two renowned blades from his waist, the withered tree and the cherry blossom 10, his hands moving with blinding speed, creating afterimages. Countless golden sword energies, like the sharp claws of a lion, surged forth, imbued with their master's supreme will, lunging forward with the intent to shred the enemy before them into pieces. The fierce, chilling crimson sword energies collided violently with the domineering golden sword energies, producing a cacophony of sonic booms, the overwhelming aftermath rippling outwards. The entire battlefield became fragmented under the onslaught of the sword energies, with even the air seeming to howl in despair. Ha ha ha. Kid, how does it feel? This is the view only the strong can witness. The Golden Lion grinned widely. Wave slash, as soon as the words left his mouth. The Golden Lion's dual swords danced again. This time, he did not unleash separate waves of sword energy with each blade. Instead, he combined their might, unleashing a far more immense force. Dual sword fusion, as he swung. A colossal golden sword energy capable of rending the heavens surged forth, hurtling directly towards Xiao Lu below. The speed was akin to lightning, catching one off guard. The aura of dominance coursed through Xiao Li's limbs. The royal sword resonating with a powerful tremor, its aura surging and coiling, that he swung his sword to parry, the overwhelming force nearly forcing him to his knees. The ground erupted violently, shattered beyond recognition. "Get away from me!" Gritting his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, Xiao Li's gaze remained unwavering, fixated on the golden line above. With a mighty shout, his aura surged, his garments billowing wildly. His slightly bent legs straightened once more, and he defiantly pushed back against the overwhelming golden sword energy, rebounding it like a flash of lightning towards the golden lion. What? Lion's might? Earthquake! The golden lion's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that his combined sword strike would not topple his opponent, but instead be returned to him intact. With no other option, he activated his ability. Instantly, the ground began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, a colossal lion emerged, towering before him, roaring at the incoming sword energies. Boom! In an instant, dust and debris were thrown into the air. The massive lion could not withstand the ferocious golden sword energy for long. Collapsing to the ground in a thunderous crash, "Kid, to have reached this level, you are quite formidable." As the dust settled, Xiao Li's figure was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a rush of wind whooshed behind him, and the golden lion felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 109. The might of the fierce tiger, sensing the impending danger from behind, the golden lion did not turn to defend. Instead, he accelerated towards the ground. In that fleeting moment, he assessed the battle's dynamics and made the most advantageous decision for himself. Xiao Lu was momentarily taken aback. The golden lion's maneuver was indeed unexpected. Anyone in such a situation would instinctively turn to defend, as exposing one's back to the enemy is an act of sheer folly. Yet the golden lion had chosen this very course. As it turned out, the golden lion's judgment was astute. Had he turned to defend, Xiao Lu would have seized the opportunity to relentlessly attack, denying him a chance to react and forcing him into error. Xiao Lu, undeterred by his missed strike, pursued swiftly in the direction the golden lion had descended. As the golden lion landed, Xiao Lu was already at his back, swinging his sword towards him. Suddenly, a stone wall erupted between them, intercepting Xiao Li's assault. Before the royal sword, even the toughest stone wall crumbled like paper, reduced to fragments. The golden lion, hidden behind the wall, vanished and reappeared in midair once more. "Little brat, if you survive this strike, I shall let you off the hook." Lion's might. Sovereign's earthquake. The entire ground trembled, as if a colossal creature were about to emerge from beneath. Xiao Lu stood on the quaking earth, as if on a tumultuous sea. In the blink of an eye, several massive lions emerged from the ground, encircling Xiao Lu in a menacing manner, roaring incessantly. This was the power of a legendary pirate. To the common eye, it was an existence capable of wreaking havoc on the world. With a wave of his hand, the golden lion commanded the lions, and they lunged at Xiao Lu, their roars echoing through the heavens, deafening all. The majesty of the lions was not to be trifled with. Is this the power that can rival Joel D. Roger? Ha ha ha! Golden Lion, you truly are the legendary pirate. I acknowledge your strength. Faced with the oncoming horde of lions, Xiao Lu showed no fear. His fighting spirit soaring. How could a proud tiger ever cower before the might of a lion's pack? Clouds rise and mist envelopes, concealing intentions of slaughter. I am invincible across the realm, amongst the myriad of warriors. Who can stand against me? My sword reigns supreme over the four seas. The tides of the sword's sea roar, giving birth to mountains of might. A majestic and overwhelming aura erupted from Xiao Lu, as dark lightning danced like a frenzied serpent, emitting piercing shrieks that rendered even the roaring lion pride momentarily frozen. The grand and imposing sword intent surged skyward, tearing through the firmament, allowing sunlight to cascade through the breach. As if sensing its master's emotions, the sovereign sword emitted a clear and resonant clang, akin to the dragon's roar from the heavens above. The regal and formidable sword energy intertwined with the black lightning, forming what seemed to be a spiraling black gold dragon. What? How can this be? The golden lion's face was a mask of disbelief as he roared at Xiao Lu, shedding his usual lofty demeanor. Wherever the black gold dragon soared, the once mighty lion pride fragmented, their earlier ferocity diminished as if their claws and fangs had been severed. Even the most majestic lions crumbled like paper, collapsing with a thunderous crash that reverberated through the earth. In an instant, the thick smoke and dust enveloping the battlefield dissipated, leaving the lion pride in submission, while faint echoes of dragon roars lingered in the air. Xiao Li's right hand trembled slightly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The sharp pain on his left cheek surged once more, leaving bizarre red cloud-like patches on his face. His poisoning had deepened, yet his gaze remained fixed on the golden lion above. The battle was not over. The enemy could not escape his sight. Chapter 110. The acknowledgement of the golden lion gazing at Xiaolu, who stood unwavering in the deep pit. The golden lion grinned, his expression grave, flashing an inscrutable light. This young lad's strength exceeded his expectations greatly. If his eyes had not deceived him moments ago, it appeared that the boy had entwined the conqueror's haki within his domineering moves. Although he had not revealed all of his power, the boy was undoubtedly a prodigy. "Hey kid, what's your name?" The golden lion sheathed his twin blades at his waist and inquired. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name? Otherwise, it's rather impolite." Xiao Lu responded calmly, suppressing the excruciating pain. You're quite to my liking, kid. From our earlier clash, you should know that I'm Golden Lion Shiki. It's a pleasure to engage in combat with a renowned pirate. I am Spire Lu. The Navy has dubbed me the Human Butcher." Xiao Lu spoke of his name with an fa-ade of joy, yet his tone remained remarkably flat, revealing no trace of happiness on his face. "However, I am not particularly fond of that title. I prefer being called Crimson Tai Sui. Of course, Red Tai Sui is acceptable as well, though. I recall now, you are the one who struck the celestial dragons at Sabati Archipelago and managed to escape after clashing with Garp." The golden lion realized, understanding that if word of the boy's survival spread across the seas, it would undoubtedly stir up a tempest. But isn't that title the name of a type of liquor? "Never mind, it's of no consequence. Spire, as I mentioned earlier, if you could survive that last attack, I could let you off the hook. Moreover, my earlier proposal still stands. Join us and become my right-hand man. And together, we shall conquer the world." The golden lion spread his arms wide, laughing heartily. Although he was aware that such a person would find it hard to submit, he still wished to make the attempt. "I will not become your subordinate. However, we could indeed collaborate," Xiao Lu suggested. "After your last battle, you must be in dire need of reinforcements, and I can assist you with that, furthermore, to conquer the world. Wealth is indispensable, and I can provide that as well. In addition to these, I can also supply you with a vast array of weapons. What do you think?" It seems you're not a simple character yourself. I have always believed we are of the same ilk. If we could join forces, we would surely turn this world upside down. Are we not already in collaboration?" Xiao Lu spread his hands slightly, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light, the brightness flickering unpredictably. Follow me. We shall discuss the specifics of our collaboration at the palace. I shall host a banquet for you, as partners must get to know one another. Then I must thank you, Captain Golden Lion." Xiao Lu bowed with a gentlemanly gesture. I prefer to be called Admiral Golden Lion. Admiral Golden Lion, please." The Golden Lion laughed heartily as he soared towards his palace, while Xiao Lu wore a faint smile, gazing deeply at the Golden Lion's retreating figure. His eyes held a profound secrecy, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Only the pain etched upon his face seemed to incessantly remind him that his heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. Chapter 111. Bargaining with a tiger. "Look, Boss Shiki is back. That guy must have dealt with the intruder. How dare he come to our territory and cause a ruckus?" Truly overestimating himself, as they spotted the golden lion flying towards the palace. His crew erupted in cheers. Since their recent defeat in the Battle of Edwar, the morale of their pirate crew had plummeted and a gloomy atmosphere had settled within, especially with their leader, who oscillated between highs and lows like a comedic figure. "Wait, hold on, it seems like someone is following Boss. Isn't that the very person who came to cause trouble? Is he plotting something sinister? Don't just stand there, hurry and inform the boss. Prepare for an attack." As the Golden Lion, preparing for a banquet, noticed his crew on the lookout, weapons drawn towards him, he was filled with confusion. My little ones. Prepare for the feast. Boss Shiki, watch out behind you. That troublemaker is still alive. Finally understanding why his crew was so anxious, Shiki chuckled lightly. Let him in. He is our partner. Partner, it's hard to imagine, as just moments ago, he was a fierce enemy. Oh, those who perished must be regretting the outcome if they knew it would turn out like this. The Golden Lion, however, paid no heed to the opinions of his subordinates. In his ranks, strength spoke above loyalty. In the vast hall, a man clad in a white coat and a blue scarf approached the Golden Lion, his footsteps producing an odd sound. Dr. Indigo, can you not find a way to remedy this issue? You walk as if you were passing gas. Prepare for the banquet. I wish to treat our partner well. The Golden Lion sighed, exasperated by his subordinate's quirk. Understood, boss. Indigo clapped his hands, departing with an unusual gait, swaying as if he were a circus performer. Your subordinates are quite distinctive, Xiao Lu remarked as he followed the Golden Lion into the hall. The Golden Lion did not respond, but instead initiated a conversation regarding their collaboration. You mentioned you could provide me with a significant military force. From where? Seeing the Golden Lion's directness, Xiao Lu did not hesitate. We discovered an island in the first half of the Grand Line, teeming with ferocious beasts whose savagery and combat prowess far exceed that of ordinary wildlife. Most importantly, they can be tamed. If you manage to do so, you will immediately gain a formidable fighting force. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, the Golden Lion's eyes flickered, though his expression revealed a lack of strong willingness. Additionally, I have a partner in the North Sea who can provide a substantial military force without the worry of betrayal. The weapons issue can also be resolved. As for finances, I can offer you funds immediately. Recruiting or purchasing weapons will not be a problem. Such favorable conditions. Since this is a collaboration, what do you wish to gain in return? The Golden Lion, skeptical, found the offer to be almost too generous. That I hope that when the need arises, you will be ready to support us at any time and place. Furthermore, assist us in establishing a floating island, ensuring it will never fall. Is that all? The Golden Lion remained cautious, knowing well that Xiao Lu was no fool. Admiral, do not underestimate the value of support. After all, you are the legendary pirate. With your status, everything will be much easier. Xiao Lu laughed heartily, attempting to alleviate the Golden Lion's doubts. In the vast seas, everything is determined by strength. This is the realm of the strong. What do you have to fear? Fear? Who have I ever feared? Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Chapter 112. Masawa's thoughts within the Grand Hall of the Palace. The Golden Lion and Xiao Lu finalized all collaborative matters, leaving both parties exceedingly pleased. Shortly thereafter, the banquet was prepared, and under the introduction of the Golden Lion, the pirates were finally made aware of Xiao Li's formidable strength, leaving them utterly astounded upon learning of their alliance. The pirates were filled with joy, as having a powerful ally was indeed far preferable to provoking a formidable enemy for the current Golden Lion pirate crew. The entire banquet was a scene of revelry, with toasts exchanged and laughter resonating throughout the hall. In stark contrast, the situation on the island where Xiao Lu and his companions had initially landed was vastly different. That direction, I am certain, is where the boss is gone. Just moments ago, even the sky underwent a transformation, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Something significant must have transpired. What if the boss has encountered a formidable adversary? What should we do? The boss is alone, and we have no idea how many foes he faces or what their strength might be. Now, there is no movement from that side. Could the battle have already concluded? The boss. As the crew aboard the ship discussed the circumstances surrounding Xiao Lu's battle, worry etched across their faces. According to the boss's orders, without receiving a command from him, no one was permitted to act rashly. Nevertheless, the subordinates were deeply concerned for Xiao Li's safety, fearing he might have fallen into enemy hands. Yet there had been no word from him. They found themselves in a dilemma. Masawa, hearing their anxious chatter, wore an expression of distress. Her rosy lips pressed tightly together, and tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Clenching her fists against her chest, she fervently prayed for Xiao Li's safety. She had long sworn to follow him unwaveringly. From the moment he had saved her and granted her dignity, her life had ceased to belong solely to herself. To love whom he loves, to think as he thinks, in life and death. I shall accompany you, boss. If anything happens to you, I cannot survive alone. Crystal tears silently streamed down Masua's delicate cheeks. Utterly useless. The boss is certainly in danger. This is a matter of urgency. We should be rescuing the boss instead of endlessly discussing it like you lot. Sneak was also worried that Xiao Lu had encountered misfortune. After all, Xiao Lu was the light in his heart. Observing the group's idle chatter without any action, he could not help but retort. Fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Waiting here is the boss's command. Are you defying it? You, a newcomer, should refrain from boasting. I've been with the boss longer than you've been alive. I've had enough of you. If it weren't for the boss, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. Come on, who is afraid? Sneak, incited by their words, spoke darkly. Under Xiao Li's guidance, he now felt unafraid of them. Do not provoke a fight, Xiao Ku. Everyone, refrain from fighting. The boss's safety is still uncertain, and we must stand united, avoiding internal conflict. I implore you all. As tensions rose, and it seemed a confrontation was inevitable. Masa rushed in between them, arms outstretched to block the impending clash. Please, everyone. With tears brimming in her eyes, Masa beseeched the crowd, her voice choked with emotion. She had no power, yet at this critical moment, with the boss's fate uncertain, she could not allow discord to erupt among their ranks. If they were to fight amongst themselves, who would be able to support the boss if he truly encountered a mishap? Masa, it is not that we wish to fight, but this troublesome brat indeed. We are concerned for the boss's safety as well. This brat speaks too harshly. He wants to learn without a lesson. What did you say? Do you dare to have your mouth torn apart? I apologize on behalf of Xiao Ku. He was merely caught up in the heat of the moment and did not mean any offense. Masa bowed deeply to the crowd. Masa, how could you, Xiao Ku? Masa wept as she shook her head at Sneak. Observing her tear-streaked face, Sneak felt a pang of sympathy. Masa had always cared for him the most, and he regarded her as his own sister, unwilling to see her harmed. Damn it. Sneak clenched his fists, casting a glance at the others, his serpentine eyes gleaming with menace, before ultimately retreating to the ship's cabin. Chapter 113. Sparring. The atmosphere in the hall was vibrant, filled with laughter and merriment. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Admiral, we arrived here due to unforeseen circumstances, and my subordinates are still waiting for me on a floating island. Could you send someone to retrieve them? As Xiao Lu took a sip from his drink, it seemed he had suddenly remembered his companions, patting his forehead while inquiring of the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha, no problem. As the Golden Lion dispatched his crew to fetch them, Xiao Lu contacted Masa and the others via the transponder snail, clarifying the situation. Wonderful, the boss is safe. Ha ha ha. How could such a powerful man as the boss possibly be in danger? I knew the boss would be just fine. Nonsense, you were the loudest just now. The previously somber ship was once again filled with life, as if nothing had transpired. Accompanied by members of the Golden Lion pirate crew, Masa and the others arrived in the Grand Hall. Boss, what happened to your face? What on earth is this? Boss, the crowd rushed toward the boss, excitement filling the air, only to halt in shock at the sight of Xiao Lu's left cheek, marred with ominous red blotches resembling clouds, which was quite alarming. Masa gasped at Xiao Li's appearance, a surge of pain swelling in her heart. Xiao Lu reassured them to take their seats and recounted in detail the battle he had fought alongside the Golden Lion pirate crew, specifically cautioning them that he and the Golden Lion were now partners and that they should not act recklessly. Admiral, there's one more thing I wish to inquire about. Xiao Lu then asked the Golden Lion about the female pirate in blue, hoping to ascertain whether there existed an antidote for the poison he had been afflicted with. Before coming to the palace, he had searched the corpse of the female pirate, but found no remedy. I have never seen her produce any antidote. Once her venom comes into contact with a wound, no one has ever survived. You're the first. Ha ha ha. I have a sample of the venom. I wonder if you have any skilled physicians here who could assist in developing an antidote. I will surely reward you handsomely. We're already partners, so helping each other is only natural. Right? Dr. Indigo, take this and analyze it. Be sure to examine it thoroughly. Sure thing, boss. With an odd gait, Indigo humorously departed with a piece of Xiao Lu's tattered sleeve in hand. Admiral, do you remember the mysterious island teeming with fierce beasts that I mentioned? My companion was found there. Peter, upon hearing his name, Peter, who had been gluttonously devouring food, hurriedly swallowed his morsels, Is there any brave soul among you who wishes to spar with my companion? Whoever wins shall receive this pocket watch of mine. Although it is not particularly valuable, consider it a prize to liven up the festivities. Admiral, what do you think? Xiao Lu produced a dazzling golden pocket watch, its face adorned with a circle of multicolored gems, a trophy he had claimed from an old man during his last visit to the Chambered Archipelago. Ha ha ha! What a delightful proposition! Anyone wishing to spar may step forward. Ha ha ha! I shall take on the challenge. A burly man, his bald head adorned with black snake tattoos. Step forward. Peter, we are all allies. Be mindful during the sparring not to harm our friend. Keep it light. Humph. Is it a slight against me? Just you wait. I will make you regret it. The bald pirate seethed inwardly. Chapter 114. Peter's strength roar. Peter pounded his chest, beckoning the bald pirate with a finger, signaling him to come forth. Ha ha ha. This fellow is rather amusing. Who would have thought this gorilla, despite being unable to speak, is quite akin to a human? To have become a companion of that guy, he must possess considerable strength. The pirates opposite Xiao Lu whispered amongst themselves, astonished to witness such a human-like demeanor from a gorilla. Seeing Peter as provocation, the bald pirate's face darkened with fury. How dare a mere beast look down upon me? I will ensure you learn the harshness of this world. The bald pirate silently vowed. He felt as though he had collided with a steel plate, his knuckles aching fiercely and tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Yet the pride of a warrior forbade him from showing weakness. He must conquer the formidable gorilla before him. Quite impressive that you could withstand my punch. Your strength is indeed remarkable. The bald pirate laughed heartily, his right hand trembling slightly behind his back. It was evident that the previous blow had not been easy for him to endure. Peter scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Is this what it means to be acknowledged as a strong contender? From now on, I shall take this seriously. If you're afraid, you can surrender. No one will mock you. The bald pirate shouted at Peter, though his true thoughts remained a mystery. Peter was not one to back down easily. Upon hearing the suggestion to yield, he felt it was unacceptable. How could he continue to fit in with Xiao Li's team if he did? Without waiting for the pirate to continue his taunts, Peter swiftly moved to his flank. Hiss! How is this guy so fast? With such a large physique and immense strength, his speed is astonishing. Truly unbelievable that Peter's performance left everyone in awe. Even the Golden Lion had to reconsider the mysterious island Xiao Lu had mentioned. With Peter's figure gone, the bald pirate was momentarily taken aback, only to realize through the murmurs of his comrades what had transpired. The bald pirate hurriedly turned to defend himself, but under the command of the Golden Lion. His band of pirates engaged in fierce combat with a group of beasts. Among them, a blood-eyed gorilla charged towards Peter, initiating a brutal physical struggle. To his surprise, this gorilla proved to be quite formidable. Ha ha ha! This gorilla is quite impressive. I have decided to take it as my companion. Indeed, we're the most suitable partners. Upon hearing the Golden Lion's words, Xiao Lu couldn't help but smile. Chapter 117. Journey to Drum Kingdom. After a fierce skirmish, many of the Golden Lion's subordinates fell victim to the onslaught of the beasts. However, the Golden Lion remained unfazed, instead growing increasingly eager about the beasts. Boss, it seems these beasts are stimulated in some way, making them more ferocious than usual, noted Indigo, a doctor who had made this observation after careful examination. You know the specific cause. This requires in-depth research and will take time. Ha ha ha! I'll leave this matter to you. If we can uncover the reason, I believe we can forge an even more powerful beast army. Yes, boss, I'll take care of this. After a while, the Golden Lion's aura surged dramatically, his golden hair whipping about wildly, and the immense pressure he exuded instilled a profound sense of dread in the beasts across the island. With a wave of his hands, the very ground trembled beneath them, causing all the beasts to cower in submission. Soon, the entire island began to levitate, becoming one of the many airborne islands. Congratulations, Captain. I hope you can swiftly establish a formidable beast army. Xiao Lu marveled at the Golden Lion's abilities, truly a sight to behold, but ha ha ha. So, what are your plans next? We intend to visit Drum Kingdom first to explore potential remedies that you need me to escort you there. Thank you for your kind offer. Captain, we are aware of the location of Winter Island and can manage on our own. I eagerly anticipate your return to the new world, where the world can once again witness your grandeur. Xiao Lu replied with a calm smile. All gatherings must eventually disperse, spire. Until next time. Until next time. As the Golden Lion Pirates departed, Xiao Li's smile faded, the sharp pain on his left cheek a constant reminder of his humiliation. Let's set sail for Winter Island. Xiao Lu donned half a skull mask over his face, and the group made their way toward Winter Island. The vastness of the ocean nurtured countless extraordinary lives, while the boundless skies encompassed an array of breathtaking vistas. Each time Xiao Lu sailed across the expansive sea, he pondered the marvels of this world. It was a beautiful place, and he believed it would be even better without war, famine, and oppression. He had imagined countless times what he would do if that day ever arrived. Deep within his soul, a voice gently urged him, stay grounded, yet gaze at the stars. Perhaps one day, he would seek to uncover whether life existed on the moon or what lay beyond the universe. Lying on the deck, gazing at the deep, starry sky, Xiao Li's heart finally found a rare moment of tranquility. Margot stood at a distance, secretly observing him, her eyes filled with concern. Throughout the week of sailing, she had noticed Xiao Lu lying alone on the deck, believing he was preoccupied with worries over the seven-petal mystical flower. Several times, she considered approaching him but ultimately refrained. She vowed to help Xiao Lu find that rare flower, willing to pay any price for it. Xiao Lu had long been aware of Margot's subtle actions, but he feigned ignorance, truly not taking it to heart. Chapter 118. Arrival at Winter Island. Wow, we have finally arrived at Winter Island. It is so cold, truly lives up to its name. It was said that this island experienced winter all year round, hence its name. Xiao Lu and his group set forth, and as soon as they stepped onto the island, they were immediately surrounded by a group of armed soldiers. Stop! Who are you? What brings you to our country? We are from the Crimson Capricorn Company, seeking medical treatment for a companion who has fallen ill. We have heard that Drum Kingdom is a great nation for medicine, renowned for its skilled doctors throughout the seas, and we have come to pay our respects. Moreover, we have heard that the King of Drum Kingdom is a benevolent ruler who cares for his people, providing them with peace and prosperity. If fortunate, we would also like to witness the king's grandeur. Additionally, if the country is as stable as rumored, we would like to establish a company here, hoping for the king's approval. Xiao Lu performed a gentlemanly bow, presenting a document representing the company to the soldiers questioning them. Noticing that Xiao Lu and his companions bore a distinctly merchant air, and their ship did not display a pirate flag, the soldiers nodded slightly. However, the mask on Xiao Li's face still instilled a sense of fear, prompting them to remain vigilant. Please wait here while we seek the king's permission. Keep a close watch on them. If they make any suspicious moves, take action immediately. The leading soldier instructed his subordinates in a hushed tone. Before long, the leading soldier returned with the king's permission for Xiao Lu and his group to disembark. Accompanied by soldiers, they proceeded to the palace. The entire island was blanketed in thick snow, each step leaving deep footprints behind. The houses along the path were enveloped in snow, resembling mushrooms coated in ice. Although a few villagers occasionally returned with fishing nets, the world seemed particularly tranquil, with only the howling wind and the crunch of snow beneath their feet breaking the silence. However, Xiao Lu noticed that the village's inhabitants were scarce, and the houses were quite dispersed, making it unsuitable for establishing a company. Yet, given the frigid weather, a sip of strong liquor would surely be well received. Still, the residents appeared not to be particularly affluent, causing Xiao Lu to shake his head in contemplation. Sir, may I inquire whether your people enjoy drinking? What types of alcohol do they prefer? As you may know, our company primarily deals in the liquor industry, and establishing a distillery here could stimulate your country's economy, benefiting us both. Our residents do indeed enjoy drinking. Due to the island's climate, alcohol feels more comforting than hot tea. Stronger spirits are particularly popular, such as fiery dance. Rum is fine as a beverage, but it tends to be too sweet. Expensive wines are the least favored due to their high prices. Though delicious, they are unaffordable, much like your Crimson Capricorn. Thank you. Xiao Lu responded with a faint smile that ha ha ha. You may not know this, but fiery dance is also one of our company's products, a new variety. One of his subordinates eagerly boasted to the captain of the guards. What? This is also your company's liquor. This credit goes to Roge and the others far away in the north. In addition to completing their missions, Roge and his team have developed several new liquors for the company's growth, and they have been immensely popular. According to Xiao Li's philosophy, both nobles and commoners should be able to afford and fall in love with our products, embedding our brand deeply in their hearts. For instance, they created Bloody Crown and Hero specifically for pirates, Fortuna for the common folk, Crimson Capricorn Royal Power for the nobility, the Sweet Sweetheart Queen, the Intense Fiery Dance, and the Alluring Enchantress. During Xiao Li's travels, Roge and his team propelled the company's growth, which was why he could promise Golden Lion such a substantial sum. Chapter 119. The rude Walpole as they chatted, the journey seemed shorter, and they finally arrived at the palace. A magnificent castle stood atop the snowy mountains, offering a panoramic view of the kingdom's landscape. Through the guard's announcement, they were informed that the King of Drum Kingdom would receive Xiao Lu and his party in the castle's hall. There, an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in opulent robes, sat upon the throne that the maid attended to him, while several doctors stood nearby with medical kits, seemingly ready to attend to him at any moment. The king's eyes appeared clouded, and he coughed intermittently, as if he might depart from this world at any moment. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Xiao Lu and his companions bowed deeply to the aged king in a gesture of respect. "Cough, cough. I'm already aware of your purpose for coming," the old king replied. "Our kingdom boasts the highest number of doctors, renowned for their exceptional skills, and I hope they can assist you." At first glance, the old king was startled by Xiao Li's mask, taken aback, yet he maintained a composed demeanor befitting a ruler. However, those around him were not as unfazed, especially his youngest son, Walpole. "How dare you wear such a ghastly mask in the royal palace?" "It startled me. Moreover, my father is already frail." "If father, they must be punished severely," shouted a young man with purple hair and a face reminiscent of a hippopotamus, whose chin resembled a barrel, as he stepped forward with fervor. "You Sneck, stand down." Sneck, taken aback by the audacity with which he was addressed, felt a surge of anger bubbling within him, ready to retort, but was promptly restrained by Xiao Lu. "May I inquire how to address you?" "Your Highness?" Xiao Lu offered a slight bow. "Humph. Do you think someone like you can simply know my name?" The insolence of the young man ignited a fire of rage within Xiao Li's subordinates. However, out of respect for Xiao Li's authority, they suppressed their indignation. Had it not been for their boss's prior admonition, they would have eagerly shown this impertinent fool the true meaning of cruelty. Ahem, Valpo. Though the old king was already teetering on the edge of the grave, his years of wisdom had enlightened him to the fact that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Despite their current facade of politeness, he understood that they were merely seeking something from him. Observing his son's continued aggression, he feared the potential fallout and hastily intervened. With his time running short and his eldest son ousted for attempting to usurp the throne, the burden of succession now fell upon his younger son. Regrettably, he lamented that none of his children possessed the merit he had hoped for, leaving him deeply concerned for the future of his realm after his demise. A tremor of unease coursed through Valpo at the king's harsh tone, prompting him to fall silent, though his heart brimmed with resentment. "Humph, the old fool still clings to life. If I ascend to the throne, I shall ensure these ruffians understand what true authority is. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness Valpo. My appearance is so fearsome that I dare not remove my mask, lest I frighten everyone." "Ha, so you are but an ugly wretch. Nonetheless, your words have piqued my curiosity about the visage concealed beneath your mask. Remove it, and let me gaze upon it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's subordinates fell silent, their eyes fixed intently upon him. The atmosphere in the grand hall instantly chilled, creating a sense of dread. "Silence! Take him away!" The old king, exasperated by his son's lack of decorum, commanded the soldiers to escort him out, but he feared that if he laid eyes on him one more time, he would be driven to the brink of apoplexy. "I sincerely apologize for the delay. I shall immediately arrange for the finest physicians to attend to you. Curiosity is a trait inherent to all, a fact of human nature." In response to the old king's apologies, Xiao Lu merely smiled faintly, his demeanor unruffled, as if Valpo's words had never registered with him. Chapter 120. The sorceress following the brief altercation in the Grand Hall. The old king, anxious to avoid further complications, promptly summoned the best doctors to treat Xiao Lu and his companions. The This poison is exceedingly rare. Indeed, it appears to be the venom of the blue scorpion. No, wait, it seems to be the poison of the black death hole spider. To survive such venom is truly astonishing. A group of doctors, upon obtaining a sample of Xiao Li's toxin, engaged in meticulous analysis. Astonished by his survival despite the potency of the poison, might I inquire if any of you esteemed physicians possess a remedy for the affliction upon my face? I assure you, should you be able to heal my wounds, I shall reward you handsomely. Xiao Lu felt a flicker of hope as he observed their fervent discussions. Remarkable. Sir, there are no signs of poisoning within you. May I ask what method you employed? It seems you have merely concentrated the toxin upon your left cheek. However, due to the duration of your injury, we cannot restore it to its former state unless we excise the poisoned flesh and allow new skin to regenerate. Is that truly possible? Xiao Lu expressed disbelief. Indeed, though the recovery process is exceedingly protracted, are there no alternative methods? For instance, is there a specific medicine that could restore my face to its original condition? Xiao Lu remained undeterred. There are indeed alternative remedies. It is said that on the island of Gua Frog in the New World, there exists a miraculous flower known as the seven-petal marvelous frog flower. It is reputed to possess the power to resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bone. Regardless of the severity of your injuries or the nature of your poison, consuming it will ensure immediate recovery. What? Such a wondrous property exists. Xiao Lu and his companions had previously heard of this flower from indigo, yet they had not anticipated its extraordinary capabilities. Has anyone truly encountered this flower or utilized its powers? This legend has circulated for over a century. Its existence has yet to be verified. However, given its widespread acknowledgement in the medical community, it must hold some degree of truth, though we firmly believe that resurrecting the dead is utterly impossible. Yet, despite its miraculous effects, it is said that those who consume it may lose an additional 50 years of their lifespan. Such is the nature of trade-offs that there truly no other way. I implore you esteemed physicians to devise a solution. Maso pleaded with tear-filled eyes. Maso's words stirred Xiao Lu. His lips parted slightly, as if to speak, yet he ultimately refrained. Alas, I wonder if she could cure him. Are you referring to that old woman? It seems unlikely. Her temperament is notoriously peculiar, and I have never witnessed her acquiesce to anyone's request. The doctors were engaged in fervent conversation about an individual, seemingly a physician of extraordinary skill, yet with an exceedingly quirky disposition. Might you reveal the identity of the person you speak of? The individual in question is Dr. Kaleha. Her medical prowess is remarkable, yet her character is exceedingly eccentric. To solicit her healing, one must rely solely on her whims, and one knows her origins, only that she has surpassed a century in age. And apart from her appearance, her physique belies her age, earning her the moniker of sorceress. What? Over a century old? How can one live so long? Could she truly be a sorceress? Fear not. Where might she be found? Maso, unlike the others, was not preoccupied with such concerns. The mere prospect of someone capable of healing Xiao Li's wounds restored a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She resides in the mountains to the north. After unexpectedly acquiring this information, Xiao Lu and his party set forth once more. Chapter 121. The search for the sorceress. Following a brief respite, Xiao Lu and his companions ventured forth in the direction indicated by the doctors. At last, they have departed. May they never return. Upon receiving news of their exodus, the old king breathed a sigh of relief. Since the moment Xiao Lu had appeared within the palace, the old king had felt as though he were a tightly strung bowstring, unable to relax even for a moment. Despite his impending demise, he sensed an inexplicable terror emanating from Xiao Lu, akin to standing before a ferocious tiger poised to pounce, the old king's son. Valpo continued to provoke and insult Xiao Lu, which filled him with trepidation. Had he not been past his prime and lacking in strength, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a fatal kick to his insolent offspring. While the old king found solace in their departure, Xiao Lu and his companions faced a series of tribulations. Shortly after setting out, a heavy snowfall descended from the heavens, accompanied by a howling north wind. Even clad in thick winter garments, they felt an unrelenting chill. The snowstorm intensified, the gale-force winds rendering it impossible to keep their eyes open, and within moments, snowdrifts piled several inches high, hindering their progress. Fortunately, they had brought ample supplies and quickly erected a tent, lest they be buried beneath the accumulating snow. After several hours of rest, the snow finally ceased. Once they had gathered their belongings, they resumed their journey. However, it seemed as though fate conspired against them, for as they passed through a thicket, a host of enormous rabbits suddenly emerged. These rabbits, each as large as bears, possessed immense strength and ferocity, wholly devoid of the gentle demeanor typically associated with their kind. Upon encountering Xiao Lu and his companions, they launched a ferocious assault, injuring several of Xiao Li's subordinates in the chaos. Seeking death, it was clear that this forest was their territory, and considering this, as well as the fact that they were within another's realm, Xiao Lu and his party refrained from inflicting lethal harm. The rabbits, however, had no intention of backing down, becoming increasingly ferocious. At last, Xiao Lu could endure no longer. A fearsome aura erupted from him, his powerful conqueror's haki surging forth like a bloodthirsty tiger pouncing upon its prey. In an instant, the once mighty rabbits found themselves cowering on the ground, trembling in fear. Some even fainting from sheer terror. One rabbit, with great difficulty, lifted its head, its once menacing glare replaced with sheer panic, as it repeatedly bowed to Xiao Lu, emitting pitiful squeaks and shedding copious tears and mucus. "Boss, please spare them. We must prioritize finding Dr. Kaleha." Understanding his boss's temperament, Maso grasped Xiao Li's arm just as he was about to strike, pleading earnestly. "Humph, get lost." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lu ultimately chose to spare the rabbits. "Hee. Thank you, boss. What are you laughing at?" As Xiao Lu beheld Masho smiling at him, he inquired nonchalantly, "Is there something on your mind?" To which Masho's charming visage blossomed with a captivating blush, akin to the effects of intoxication, immediately followed by a whimsical shake of her head, reminiscent of a rattling tambourine. Observing Masho's demeanor, Snick scratched his head in bemusement. Having spared the group of rabbits, Xiao Lu and his companions traversed the woods, forded streams, and climbed hills, ultimately arriving at the mountain spoken of by the doctors. "Phew, we finally made it. I can't believe how late it has become." At this moment, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and as Xiao Lu and his companions scaled the mountains, they were on the cusp of finding the witch doctor. Yet, could everything truly unfold as they wished? Chapter 122. The unexpected upon reaching the foot of Dr. Kaleha's residence. The late hour and their need for assistance compelled Xiao Lu and the others not to disturb her. Thus, they set up camp at the mountain's base, planning to ascend the following day. "Heaven, I hope we can find a remedy for our boss," Masho murmured as she drifted into slumber. The night was enveloped in tranquility, broken only by the sound of falling snowflakes. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu tossed and turned in the tent. Not from excitement over the potential healing method they might discover, but rather from a sense of unease that crept upon him after hearing the doctor speak of the wondrous effects of the seven-petal wonderful frog flower. In a fleeting moment, a sharp pain pierced his head, and he envisioned the seven-petal wonderful frog flower, despite having never seen it, feeling an uncanny sense of reality in the fragmented images. But why was he troubled? Perhaps it was futile to dwell on such thoughts. Since we are here, we might as well find peace. Clearing his mind of distractions, Xiao Lu began to meditate through the long, interminable night. As the lengthy night passed, the sun's gentle rays illuminated the snow-covered winter island, yet the thick blanket of snow remained unmelted. After packing their belongings, Xiao Lu and his companions set forth once more toward the mountaintop. Believing that their prolonged wait would yield results today, "Ahaha, my leg is truly healed. I can run again. Ha!" As they reached halfway up the mountain, they were greeted by the sound of laughter drifting from ahead. Upon closer inspection, they saw a gray-haired man bounding down the mountain, his face alight with uncontainable joy. "Excuse me, could you tell us if Dr. Kaleha resides on this mountain?" Xiao Lu and his companions halted the man who was descending. "Indeed, she lives up there. She is truly a wonderful person. I was hunting when I accidentally got bitten on my left leg. Other doctors failed to heal me, but thanks to Dr. Kaleha, I am now whole again. Without her, I would be bedridden for life. And what would happen to my two little daughters?" The gray-haired man, consumed by the memory, began to weep that you're healed now. So you should be happy. We won't take up any more of your time. We are also on our way to find Dr. Kaleha. Upon hearing Masho's words, the gray-haired man seemed to recover somewhat. However, when he realized they were also seeking Dr. Kaleha, his expression shifted. Oh dear. You are too late. Dr. Kaleha has already left. What? She has left. We didn't see anyone else coming down. If only we had known, we should have climbed the mountain directly last night. The group erupted in dismay. Having woken early specifically to avoid this situation, you know where she went. When will she return? Can you tell us the direction? Masho, filled with anxiety, couldn't believe another complication had arisen at this moment. It seems she has ventured into the mountains behind. As for when she will return, that remains uncertain. Why did she go out so late last night? Doesn't she fear an accident? I truly worry for her. With that, the gray-haired man clasped his hands together and began to pray for Dr. Kaleha. Wait, you said Dr. Kaleha left last night? Xiaolu asked the gray-haired man. Yes, I found it quite strange. What a coincidence. After a brief conversation, they watched the man descend the mountain, while Xiao Li's gaze sharpened, lost in thought. Boss, what shall we do next? Masho asked, her voice trembling slightly. We shall wait here for our Dr. Kaleha. Xiao Lu replied cryptically. With that, the group set off once more. Chapter 123. The witch appears upon reaching the mountain summit. They encountered a modest dwelling, which appeared to be Dr. Kaleha's abode, with an impassive expression. Xiao Lu directed the others to set up their tent in the clearing before the house. He had already sensed that the interior was indeed unoccupied. Boss, are we really going to wait here? Shouldn't we go searching for her? Yes, boss. We can look for her, that I believe we will surely find her. His subordinates urged him to search for Dr. Kaleha. Are you familiar with this area? How would you find her? What if we miss her again by mere chance? Xiao Li's words rendered the group silent. Fear not. Our Dr. Kaleha will surely return. I am not anxious, so why should you be? Calm your minds. Focus on your own tasks, and await patiently. 2 days passed. Cursed be this Dr. Kaleha. Where could she have gone? Surely she hasn't truly departed for an extended period. We've waited 2 days. Why hasn't she appeared? Could she have been devoured by beasts in the mountains? Perhaps she is frozen to death? After all, she is over 100 years old. Why would she wander about aimlessly, especially so late at night? As Xiao Lu sat in meditation on a stone slab, he suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of determination flashing within. He then turned his gaze toward his subordinates' backs. The group fell silent, fearing he might unleash his wrath. Oh dear, are you all so impatient, young ones? It seems you lack even a fraction of my over a century of wisdom. The unexpected voice from behind startled everyone, and they collectively turned to see an elderly woman with gray hair, a face lined with wrinkles, dressed in a strikingly provocative deep purple outfit and carrying a bag, approaching them. The flamboyant attire left them utterly bewildered. Jaws agape. Even the usually composed Xiao Lu could not suppress his astonishment, his lips twitching slightly. Were you the one speaking ill of me behind my back? Dr. Kaleha inquired with a smile as she approached the group. And no, we were just concerned about you, they stammered. I truly appreciate your concern. No need for thanks. Xiao Lu narrowed his eyes, and, just as one of his subordinates was about to speak, Dr. Kaleha swiftly tossed them down the mountain with remarkable ease, catching everyone off guard. How is this possible? Hey, who are you really? Are you truly over 100 years old? Dr. Kaleha's sudden action left the others tense, preparing for a confrontation. Unfazed by the surrounding hostility, Dr. Kaleha maintained a serene smile, her gaze appraising Xiao Lu. Are you not afraid of the mask on my face? I have seen much in my time. Why should I fear a mere mask? My subordinate inadvertently offended you. I ask for your generosity in forgiving them. I apologize on their behalf. Xiao Lu bowed deeply to Dr. Kaleha. The doctors in the palace speak highly of your medical prowess, asserting that no ailment can elude your skill. That I wonder if you could heal the wounds on my face. If you can, I promise you will be amply rewarded, Xiao Lu earnestly declared as he removed his mask. I can. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with immense joy, with Masho particularly elated. However, why should I assist you? The group remained elated from a previous statement, but Dr. Kaleha's next words plunged their spirits into despair. Chapter 124. I am Snake Ah. Excuse me, Dr. Kaleha, I didn't quite catch that. Did you say? Masho's heart raced, and she waved her hands, urgently inquiring as if she truly hadn't heard. She desperately wished she had misunderstood. I said, why should I treat you? You old hag, don't be too unreasonable. Snick erupted in fury upon hearing Dr. Kaleha's refusal to treat their boss, pointing at her while unleashing a torrent of insults. Xiaoku, how can you speak like that? Apologize to Dr. Kaleha at once. Dr. Kaleha, I sincerely apologize. Xiaoku is merely young and speaks out of concern for our boss. I hope you can overlook his rudeness and not hold it against him. Masho quickly intervened, fearing that the situation might escalate further. Masho, don't stop me. Old hag. You will Kaleha, with an air of intrigue, spoke to Sneak, utterly unfazed by the latent threat in his words. It seems you are truly one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Sneak, incensed by Kaleha's provocation, could no longer contain himself. Let me see what audacity you possess, old woman, to act so brazenly before us. No sooner had he uttered these words than Sneak transformed into a colossal rock python, its forked tongue hissing ominously as it moved with serpentine grace, shifting positions unpredictably, leaving observers bewildered as to where the attack would come from. In an instant, Sneak encircled Kaleha, his towering head looming over her with an overwhelming presence designed to instill dread. Kaleha, bowing her head, maintained an air of serene indifference, a demeanor that only served to infuriate Sneak further, who felt utterly disregarded. Suddenly, the serpent's head lunged forth like a bolt of lightning, opening its gaping maw wide. Little Lu, witnessing this, shook his head slightly, as expected. Kaleha swiftly dodged to the side, evading the massive jaws, and retaliated with a powerful kick that struck Sneak's head. In that moment, Sneak felt as if his skull had been smashed by a hammer, his thoughts becoming a chaotic jumble, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Little brat, this is what happens when you disrespect a young and beautiful lady. Seizing the opportunity, Kaleha leaped onto Sneak, pinning his head down with one hand. No matter how much he struggled, her grip was as unyielding as a mountain, preventing his escape. Let go of me, you old hag. The bravado he had exhibited earlier now turned to bitterness as he found himself humiliated before the onlookers. Defeated by an old woman, a reality he loathed. Combat must be adaptable and dynamic, employing tactics suited to the environment and the opponent to secure victory. Little Ku, you still require further honing. This time, you have lost. Lost? No. I refuse to concede. Sneak adamantly rejected the notion of defeat, his body beginning to thrash violently. If there is no defeat, then show me your true strength, rather than lying helplessly on the ground like a weakling. Little Lu chastised that it is survival of the fittest. You are a cunning and ferocious snake, not a pig to be slaughtered. Indeed, I am a snake. Chapter 125. Sneak versus Kaleha. I am not a weakling. He roared, thrashing under Kaleha's grip. Survival of the fittest, you say? A commendable sentiment. Heedle brat. What will you do now? After a fierce struggle, Sneak suddenly opened his massive jaws. What? What is happening? The onlookers were taken aback by Sneak's unexpected maneuver. Kaleha, too, was caught off guard, leaping away from the scene. Before them, the rock python's gaping maw expanded to its limit, then began to tear apart. Yet Sneak felt no pain. Suddenly, a larger serpent emerged from Sneak's mouth, and it was none other than Sneak himself. This was the technique he had developed, as previously suggested by Little Lu. The shedding of the serpent's skin, what was thought to be the conclusion of the battle, suddenly shifted, as Sneak managed to escape Kaleha's grasp. However, this move drained his energy significantly, and he gasped for breath. Little brat, that was quite a clever move, yet from what I see, you have yet to fully master it. Surrender, for you are no match for me. What nonsense are you spouting? The battle is far from over. Sneak would not concede so easily. In the next moment, he transformed into a hybrid form, half human, half serpent, in the blink of an eye. He lunged forward with increased speed, delivering a punch aimed at Kaleha. To his surprise, Kaleha evaded with remarkable agility, sidestepping his attack. As they passed each other, Sneak twisted his serpentine body, wrapping his elongated form around Kaleha, slowly constricting her, leaving her no chance to breathe. Sneak intended to ensnare her completely, draining her strength until she succumbed. Naive. Little brat, you have truly underestimated me. In an instant, Sneak felt his constriction falter as a powerful force began to expand his form. Damn it! Sneak exerted more force, transforming back into his serpent form. Seizing the moment when Kaleha was unable to evade, he opened his maw wide to bite down upon her. I refused to perish within a snake's belly. Kaleha braced herself against Sneak's gaping jaws, preventing him from clamping down on her. And oh, Matt, after Xiao Lu finished speaking, the two of them sat in silence, gazing intently at one another, as if the entire world had fallen silent, with only the howling wind reverberating between them. After a long while, this is still too simple. Let's change the request. Kuleha suddenly broke the silence. Xiao Lu remained silent, a slight smile curving his lips. Then he raised an eyebrow and lowered his head, gesturing for Kuleha to continue with her request. Look at how beautiful this girl is. Why don't you kneel instead? Upon hearing the topic shift to herself, Masu was taken aback momentarily. Then joy surged within her, and she immediately prepared to kneel. Suddenly, a sword was thrust across Masu's long, fair neck, preventing her from bowing. That a tremor ran through Masu's heart as she turned to look at Xiao. Madam Kuleha, we agreed that the request will be directed at me. Why involve unrelated parties? That seems rather inappropriate. Xiao did not glance at Masu, but asked Kuleha in flat tone, though the chill in his words sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chapter 127. Masu's resolution. What? Do you care for this girl? What is she to you? Kuleha inquired with evident interest. She is my subordinate, an irrelevant, self-deluded individual. Xiao Lu replied with an unruffled demeanor, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Masu's expression darkened, as if all color had drained from her face, and she lowered her head slightly. She tightly shut her eyes, striving to conceal the glimmer of tears threatening to escape. Hee, what a heartless little devil. I've made my decision. No need for this girl to kneel. However, I want her to fetch the 7-colored frog mushroom. If she can accomplish that, I'll heal you immediately. That is my only request. Otherwise, I absolutely will not assist you. After Kuleha finished speaking to Xiao, she smiled at the silent Masu. Beautiful young lady, would you be willing? If you can bring back this mushroom, I can heal his wounds, but it grows in the mountains, which are fraught with danger. And you must go alone. Are you still willing to go? Impossible. I will not agree. I am willing. Masu interjected firmly before Xiao Lu could finish, her determination evident, feeling Xiao Li's gaze upon her. Masu once again lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. That I am your employer. The moment I purchased you, your life no longer belonged to you. Without my command, you are forbidden to go. Even without that medicine, I can find other means. You are not allowed to go, because you lack the qualifications. Xiao Li's words cut through Masu's heart like a sharp blade, leaving her in agony. Unbeknownst to her, tears blurred her vision. Why? I only wanted to help you. Masu could not restrain herself from shouting at Xiao Lu, her anguished cry startling him and leaving the others dumbfounded. Kuleha nodded slightly at Masu, a strange expression flickering in her eyes. That I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to. Realizing her outburst, Masu quickly pressed her lips together to apologize to Xiao Lu, feeling profoundly wronged. Not waste any more time. Last night, I discovered a 7-colored frog mushroom in the mountains. You should hurry and collect it while there is still time. Kuleha immediately interrupted Xiao Lu, pulling Masu aside. I have a rough map here. Follow it to gather the mushroom. It looks like this. Dr. Kuleha, you mentioned it was a type of mushroom, but it looks like grass. Masu remarked, puzzled by the drawing. You not trust me? Of course not. Then that's settled. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Masu glanced at Xiao Lu as she took the map and headed toward the back mountain. Just as Xiao Lu intended to stop her, Kuleha darted in front of him. I've already made it clear. This is the only request. Besides, it's the girl's own wish. What right do you have to interfere? Are you her husband? You are utterly unreasonable. Who exactly are you? Are you anxious? Why did you speak such heartless words earlier? As Kuleha spoke, she warned everyone not to follow discreetly. Or else, even if Masu succeeded in gathering the mushroom, she would not offer her assistance. Seeing Xiao Lu signaling to the others, Kuleha promptly issued her warning. Rest assured, there will be no danger. If anything happens to her, I will ensure you and the entire Winter Island pay for it. Xiao Lu stated, word by word, to the still laughing Ku Leiha before sitting silently on a nearby rock. Only the soft resonance of the royal sword in its sheath betrayed his inner turmoil. What a terrifying killing intent, Ku Leiha mumbled as she rubbed her increasingly numb right hand before returning indoors to prepare the medicinal herb she had gathered the previous night. Chapter 128. The lengthy wait unbeknownst to them. Half a day had swiftly passed. Oh dear, why hasn't she returned yet? Sneak paced restlessly, anxiety gnawing at him. How he wished he could be the one to fetch the medicine. But that old hag had made such an unreasonable demand. Damn that old witch. If something happens to Ma Su, I will not spare you. Unlike Xiao Lu, Sneak found himself unable to remain composed. Cursing Ku Leiha in his heart, he could see this moment. Xiao Lu did not possess the calm demeanor he projected. Turmoil churned within him, as if he were cast into a lake disturbed by a great stone, creating ripples upon ripples. Previously, it was only when Xiao and Luo Yi encountered misfortune that he felt such restless anxiety. Just then, the doors slowly creaked open, releasing an indescribable odor that made everyone feel nauseated. Ku Leiha emerged, carrying a bowl of dark medicinal soup, striding directly toward the still-seated Xiao Lu. Here, drink this. What is it? Xiao Lu asked, frowning at the concoction before him. The potent aroma assaulted his senses, making him feel queasy. Do not concern yourself with what it is. Just know it will aid your injuries. There's only this one dose. Whether you drink it is your decision. Noticing the gleeful expression on Ku Leiha's face, Xiao Lu couldn't help but wonder whether she was plotting something against him. No. Despite her peculiar temperament, she likely wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. She must understand I am not someone to be trifled with. Nor is my strength something she can contend against if her intention was merely to toy with me. Her fate would be dire. One can glean from our brief interactions that she is not such a foolish individual. Xiao Lu took the medicinal soup, unable to suppress a swallow. The others, seeing their boss about to drink, held their breath, their eyes fixed on his face, as if sensing their thoughts. Xiao Lu slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at them. Instantly, everyone recoiled, like turtles withdrawing into their shells, as if they had not been staring just moments before. Noticing that no one was watching, Xiao Lu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and drank the entire bowl of medicinal soup. In an instant, he felt his stomach roiling violently in indescribable bitterness, mingled with other flavors, surged from his stomach to his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and even to the crown of his head. He felt he could barely control the muscles in his face, and the others turned their attention back to him. Impressive, truly impressive. Such an awful taste, yet the boss can endure it. He truly is our king. They genuinely admired their boss's resilience. Is there any sweet water? After a long while, Xiao Lu could not help but speak. He, such a little imp trying to act tough. Xiao Li's face flushed slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. After a moment of relief, Xiao Lu felt a burning pain begin to radiate from his left cheek, accompanied by an itch that made him yearn to scratch it. Resist! Do not touch it! At this moment, Ku Leiha cautioned Xiao Lu to hold back, for the effects of the medicine were beginning to manifest. Meanwhile, Ma Su faced numerous challenges, although there were no wild beasts in the mountains. The rugged terrain made progress arduous, leaving her covered in wounds. However, heaven rewards the diligent, and the medicinal herbs Ku Leiha requested were now in sight, filling her with immense joy. Chapter 129. The return from gathering herbs time slipped away like sand through fingers, and the sky had darkened, revealing a few twinkling stars. Come back safely, Ma Su. Sister Ma Su, hurry back. It's getting late. Miss Ma Su, it will be dangerous if you don't return soon. Everyone waited silently, praying for Ma Su's swift return. Time continued to pass. Bit by bit, I can't sit still any longer. I must go find Sister Ma Su, Sneak declared, unable to contain himself any longer. Yes, we should go too. If she doesn't return, she could be in danger. Boss, let us go. The crowd could no longer remain seated, as darkness enveloped the sky, the likelihood of danger befalling Masao would significantly increase. Little Lu could also no longer sit still. He rose to his feet, intending to say something, when suddenly his expression brightened, and he dashed towards the rear of the tea that moment. Masao had just returned from gathering herbs. She felt utterly exhausted, her body riddled with wounds. And the meager rations she had carried were long since consumed. Dizziness clouded her vision, yet she found solace in the fact that she was nearing the mountain's summit. She instinctively touched the medicinal herb at her chest. A faint smile gracing her pallid face. In the next instant, she collapsed in her hazy consciousness. She sensed herself falling into a warm embrace. And amidst the fog, a voice, urgent and familiar, called her name. Was it the voice of her benefactor? How blissful! Was this a dream? Maso, wake up! You must not sleep. I will not allow you to slumber. Do you hear me? Little Lu, sensing Masao's near arrival at the summit, rushed to her side. He saw her swaying, on the verge of collapsing, and quickly enveloped her in his arms. Observing her numerous wounds and the several gaping holes in her thick clothing, Little Lu felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped. And tears pricked at his eyes. He scooped Masao into his arms and rushed to Dr. Kalea's quarters, pleading for her to treat her without delay. Rest assured, her injuries are minor. She merely exhausted her energy and fainted. It is nothing serious. With a good night's rest, she will be fine. Hearing Dr. Kalea's words, Little Lu let out a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Under normal circumstances, he could have used his domineering presence to ascertain Masao's condition. Boss, I have returned with the herbs. Please do not blame me. Not cast me away. Just as Little Lu was about to rise, Masao clutched his arm tightly. Fool, how could I ever blame you? Upon hearing Masao's words, Little Lu immediately responded, only to realize that she was lost in a dream. He was astonished that even in her dreams, she called out his name, worrying that he might scold her for returning with the herbs. Seeking his forgiveness, you truly are a fool. Someone like me does not deserve such devotion. Masao, Little Lu gazed at the slumbering Masao with complicated emotions, then tenderly tucked the covers around her, hesitating for a moment before gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. He then took his place by her bedside, leaning against the bed and drifting off to sleep, as if in a dream. Masao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, a blissful smile gracing her lips as she tightened her embrace around him. Chapter 130. Tensions rise. The warm sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windowsill, softly caressing Masao's delicate cheeks as she slowly opened her eyes, whom she let out a soft murmur. Stretching languidly and propping herself up, her enchanting silhouette radiating under the sunlight. She had slept soundly, the events of the previous night replaying in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Aware of my wounds, she distinctly remembered returning from herb gathering, her body covered in injuries. She shook her head, striving to recall the events of the previous night. Right? She should have collapsed on a mountain path. Yet she vaguely recalled someone rescuing her, though only a blurry figure remained in her memory. She racked her brain, but the subsequent events eluded her. What's wrong? Frowning so early in the morning. Do you not recognize where you are? A familiar voice interrupted Masao's thoughts. Dr. Kalea, is this your room? Upon seeing Dr. Kalea leisurely approaching with a bowl of water, Masao's eyes lit up, and as she surveyed her surroundings, realization dawned upon her. Drink some water. Although I treated your wounds yesterday, you still need to recuperate. Your body is far too weak. Medicine? Right, Dr. Kalea. I gathered the herbs yesterday. Please help my boss with the antidote. Hearing the word medicine, Masao could no longer contain herself. She neglected the water and grasped Dr. Kalea's hand, imploring her to begin treatment for Little. Oh, what a foolish child you are. The boss you so ardently yearn for is not a benevolent person. Following him will only lead you to a path of wounds and despair. Leaving him behind may indeed be a wise choice for you, even if you manage to move him momentarily. It will not change his true nature. That I can sense that he harbors no personal affections. His ambitions lie solely in grand pursuits. No, my boss is a wonderful person. He is my benefactor. Wherever my boss is, even if it is hell, I would willingly follow without hesitation. Upon hearing Dr. Kalea's remarks about her infatuation with her boss, Masao's face flushed with embarrassment, her ears feeling as though they were ablaze. When Dr. Kaleha further criticized her boss, she could not muster a rebuttal, instinctively defending him instead. Humph. I am indeed not a good person. Does slandering others from the shadows make one a paragon of virtue? Masual, I believe it would be best to heed Dr. Kaleha's advice and depart from us sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you will inevitably descend into a dark abyss. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and little Lu appeared before Masual and Dr. Kaleha, a mocking expression on his face. No, boss, I absolutely do not harbor such thoughts. Masual, sensing little Li's displeasure, hastily waved her hands in explanation. Oh, your face, boss, upon seeing the ghastly red spots on little Li's face vanish without a trace. Masual was filled with joy. I came here precisely to inquire of Dr. Kaleha why Masual had not yet returned with the herbs, yet you have already received the antidote. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, the king's sword in my hand will be quite displeased. Little Li's tone turned cold as he slowly drew the king's sword, its chilling aura enveloping the room. Hee, little one, is this how you respond to someone who has cured you? Dr. Kaleha remained unfazed. What? Dr. Kaleha? Masual gazed at Dr. Kaleha in disbelief, finally grasping why the map the doctor had given her marked a specific herb, yet she was left bewildered. Chapter 131. Rising tides, why look at me with such eyes? As if I were a villain. Do you not owe me for curing the wounds on your face with the 7-colored frog poison mushroom? Even though you were poisoned, shouldn't you assist me in gathering herbs in return? Dr. Kaleha grinned at the two before her. Why choose to gather herbs at night? Moreover, it seems you were aware of our arrival. Little Lu narrowed his eyes, voicing his suspicion. Little one, that is my prerogative. Do I owe you an explanation? Humph, you're the first to dare toy with me in such a manner. However, since you have indeed cured my poison, I shall not dwell on it. After little Li's words, he sheathed the king's sword, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. In truth, little Lu had no real intention of engaging in combat. He merely sought to intimidate Dr. Kaleha. Masual, rest well. We shall soon embark on our journey to the North Sea. Yes, boss. A few days later, after enduring numerous unexpected events that delayed their return, little Lu and his companions set out once more. During their journey back, the New World was abuzz with turmoil on an island within the New World. An earth-shattering battle was unfolding fiercely. The ground lay in ruins, shattered beyond recognition. Dark fissures and deep craters bore witness to the ferocity of the conflict. Two figures exchanged blows, each strike laced with lethal intent. Desert Blade, this move has become obsolete, a futile effort. The burly giant scoffed at the swiftly slicing sand blade, his fists brimming with overwhelming might. With a thunderous punch, he conjured a tempest, instantly shattering the massive sand blade into a flurry of particles. Seizing the moment, the giant lunged forward, his fist, enveloped in armed color, surged with formidable energy as it struck Crocodile. His colossal fist tore through Crocodile's body, creating a gaping hole. Ah! Ha! What is with that surprised expression? Did you think armed color hockey could land a hit on me, Barrett? Crocodile responded, his tone dripping with disdain. Had it been in the past, receiving such a punch would have left him gravely injured. However, after his experiences in Sabeti Archipelago, he had come to recognize his shortcomings. Though he would not openly admit defeat, he could never forget the lesson imparted by that insufferable brat, which taught him that natural abilities were not invincible. Since arriving in the New World, through continuous battles, not only had his perspective broadened, but his strength had also soared. The burly giant battling Crocodile was none other than Douglas Barrett, a former member of the Roger Pirates. Known as the heir of the Ghost. After leaving the Roger Pirates, Barrett, unwilling to remain idle, sought worthy opponents, and many notorious pirates had fallen at his hands. This time, he had set his sights on Crocodile, who had recently stirred up chaos in the New World. Both men harbored their own pride, brimming with confidence in their abilities. Their meeting was akin to thunder clashing with fire, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Upon witnessing that his punch had failed to inflict any harm on his opponent, Barrett displayed not a trace of disappointment. Instead, a wicked smile graced his lips. Haha, this is what makes it interesting. Only someone like you can keep me from finding this dull. You truly are rather arrogant. Aren't you? A mere trick with your desert blade. Is this all you are capable of? The sharp, sand-slicing blade surged towards him like the claws of a ferocious beast. Barrett, with fists moving like shadows, darted forward once more, enveloped in a shroud of haki, resembling a humanoid titan. His fists, imbued with earth-shattering power, were hurled toward crocodile-arc-shaped sand dune. Perish, Barrett. Is this truly all you possess? Watch as I twist your head from your shoulders. The two combatants exchanged blows once again, a chilling aura of lethal intent sweeping across the battlefield. Chapter 132. The seven warlords of the sea, the vast and magnificent ocean, remained a deep blue beneath the sun's radiant glow. Evoking a sense of awe, seagulls soared, riding the briny winds, circling above as they sought to snatch a playful fish leaping from the depths. Boss, here's today's newspaper for your perusal. Setting down his fishing rod, Xiao Li's gaze was immediately drawn to the prominent black letters emblazoned on the paper. Demon Air Barrett has failed to defeat Crocodile in the New World, resulting in a stalemate. Accompanying the article were photographs of the two engaged in battle, with a note below indicating Crocodile's latest bounty, 300 million berries. Has this fellow become so formidable? It seems I'm not the only one growing stronger. Others are advancing rapidly as well. This is splendid. If we cross paths again, I won't be bored due to an overwhelming disparity in strength. Although Xiao Lu was astonished by Crocodile's growth, he felt no fear, for true strength encompasses not only power, but also an indomitable spirit. As Xiao Lu flipped to the other side of the paper, he found yet another article concerning Crocodile, one that piqued his interest. It detailed how the world government, in response to the increasing number of pirates in the New World and to alleviate pressure on the Navy, had established the warlords of the sea system, intending to employ pirates to counterbalance other pirates. Recently triumphing in a fierce battle with Barrett, Crocodile had become the first pirate invited by the world government to assume the role of a warlord of the sea. However, in the midst of his rising fame, Crocodile was unlikely to acquiesce to becoming a mere pawn of the world government. Promptly rejecting the offer, Barrett's inability to defeat him only bolstered Crocodile's confidence, for he harbored grander ambitions that a mere warlord title could not satisfy. Though Crocodile remained unfazed, Xiao Lu discerned the potential advantages of becoming a warlord through the brief introduction to the system. His eyes narrowed, a glimmer of cunning flickering within, as a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. And no longer concerned with the newspaper's content, Xiao Lu resumed his fishing training. Yet before long, his practice was interrupted once more by one of his subordinates. "Boss, a Navy ship is approaching us. How should we respond? What nonsense is this? What business do the Marines have with us? We are legitimate merchants." With that, Xiao Lu prepared to stow away his fishing rod and return to the cabin, allowing his crew to proceed normally. Unfortunately, someone was intent on courting disaster. "Report, Major. That person appears to be the infamous pirate Spire Lu, with a bounty of 36 million berries." "What? Let me see." The Major swiftly seized the telescope from his subordinate's hands. And indeed, he spotted the packing Xiao Lu, whose demeanor did not reflect fear, but rather elation. "Sail closer. I must capture him. An opportunity for promotion has arrived." The eager young Major commanded his crew to hasten their approach. "Admiral Catawal, that man is a notorious killer. Do not act recklessly." "Nonsense. The chance for glory is right before us. How can we let it slip away? Moreover, it is precisely because he is a notorious pirate that we must capture him to demonstrate justice." Yet, even with the warning, the crew was left with no choice but to obey the command, aware that it was a grave mistake. Chapter 133. Peter versus Admiral Catawal. Undeterred by his subordinates' protests, Admiral Catawal was resolute in his intention to apprehend Xiao Lu. In his estimation, Xiao Lu was merely a figure of empty reputation, his bounty inflated solely due to the massacre of countless innocents, for Xiao Li's escape from the clutches of Carp. He believed it was merely a consequence of the celestial dragon's influence. Confident in his own abilities, he had recently captured the notorious pirate known as Bone Crusher. "Fire the cannons," under Catawal's command. The ship's artillery unleashed a torrent of cannon fire upon Xiao Lu and his crew. Xiao Li's signal, Peter and Snake advanced to intercept the incoming projectiles, their training having intensified after their previous defeat. Mastery of the six styles had become increasingly refined, and the utilization of their devil fruit abilities had reached an impressive level of proficiency. Humph. It seems I cannot underestimate these fellows, observing that the cannon fire was failing to inflict any significant damage. Admiral Catawal felt no frustration. As the distance between them diminished, he abandoned his long-range tactics and led his men in a close combat, where he thrived. Spirelu, you scum of the seas, allow Admiral Catawal to send you to the depths of the ocean. With a series of sonic booms echoing from his footfalls, Admiral Catawal launched a sweeping strike. His blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, as a colossal azure slash cleaved across the sea. Reminiscent of a crescent moon, cold and fearsome, instilling dread. The crescent moon slash, a signature move of Admiral Catawal, was not only powerful but also strikingly elegant, embodying beauty while concealing lethal intent. Countless pirates had perished beneath its edge. Bolstering his confidence and solidifying his reputation, a mere trick, ostentatious yet devoid of substance. Witnessing this technique, Xiao Lu scoffed, lacking even the interest to counter. Peter, show this marine your true strength, upon receiving the command. Peter thumped his chest and unleashed a series of primal roars. Leaping forward, he soared into the air, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. In an instant, the air erupted with a cacophony of tearing sounds as invisible shockwaves coalesced into vacuum-like slashes. Racing toward the approaching azure crescent strike, in that moment, the powerful gusts collided, creating ripples in the air, as the waves of the sea seemed to part, as if driven by invisible hands. The next instant, to the disbelief of Admiral Catawal, his strike dissipated like a bubble, turning to mist. His attack had proven ineffective against a mere gorilla. Even more infuriating, this gorilla had mastered the six styles. As he felt the eyes of his subordinates upon him, veins bulged on Catawal's neck, his previously confident visage alternating between shades of green and red. The disdainful attitude of his opponent was palpable. Otherwise, why would a gorilla be sent to battle? Again, Admiral Catawal roared, prepared to unleash his full power and swiftly eradicate the threat before him. Once more he swung his long blade, and with the whistling wind, multiple powerful slashes surged forth like azure crescents, racing ahead one after another. They followed in succession like waves, each more formidable than the last, amassing strength as they neared Xiao Li's vessel. Layered crescent moon slash. I send you on your way, Admiral Catawal intoned, regaining his former confidence. Chapter 134. Layered crescent moon slash versus layered crescent moon slash. Faced with the oncoming onslaught of lethal slashes, Xiao Lu recognized the potency of this technique. It was evident that his adversary was no mere trifling character. Step back, Peter! Roaring defiantly, Peter exhibited no intention of retreating. Instead, he readied himself, crossing his arms in a defensive stance, his muscles taut, resembling a statue forged from iron. Firmly rooted in place, the overwhelming slashes struck him in an instant, unleashing a ferocious wind that sent all but Xiao Lu reeling backward. Peter felt as though his arms were being cleaved by a razor-sharp blade. The pain excruciating, threatening to shatter his bones. With no alternative, having chosen to take the hit, he could only endure to last, perhaps sapped of strength. During the clash with the strike, Peter succumbed, sustaining a deep gash across his chest, revealing glimpses of his stark white bones. Blood erupted from him like a geyser, instantly staining his torso crimson. Fortunately, his tough hide and concentrated defense with iron blocks had spared him from succumbing to his opponent's blade. Maso, unable to restrain his anxiety, witnessed the scene and turned pale with fright, hastily ordering his men to carry Peter below deck. Admiral Catawal is truly magnificent. General Cardival's maneuver inflicted substantial damage upon Peter, and his subordinate Marines witnessed the spectacle, cheering in admiration. Fall back. General Cardival calmly accepted the accolades of his men, yet he remained unsatisfied. His unwavering objective was always Spirelu. He sought to seize this opportunity to press forward and once again close in on Little Lu and his companions. However, Little Lu drew his royal sword, and the fierce aura emanating from it forced Cardival back on his own warship. But have you finally made your move? It seems you can no longer remain idle. Come now, unleash your full strength, and let me see if your reputation is indeed well-deserved. In response to the provocation, Little Lu smiled nonchalantly. You may strike first. Otherwise, I fear you may not have another chance. With that, Little Lu closed his eyes. How audacious! Cardeville, taken aback by his opponent's audacity despite witnessing the recent display of skill, sneered coldly. He wielded his long blade once more, unleashing a series of fierce lashes that coalesced into an awe-inspiring attack. The violent strikes surged forth like a soaring eagle, swift as the wind, skimming across the ocean's surface and lunging towards Little Lu. Wherever the blows passed, the rising waves were shattered into froth. Crescent wave slash. As Cardeville launched his attack, Little Lu kept his eyes shut, his mind meticulously processing each of his opponent's movements, akin to a finely tuned instrument. Suddenly opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered and vanished in an instant. Crescent wave slash? What? How is this possible? As Cardeville stood in stunned disbelief, Little Lu swung his sword in a horizontal arc, unleashing a multitude of sharp, chilling sword energies that intertwined like the surging currents of the Yangtze River. Tumultuous and powerful, before transforming into a soaring phoenix, charging towards the enemy. Bang! The two formidable strikes collided violently, sending towering waves crashing upwards, causing the entire sea to convulse dramatically, with both vessels bobbing on the tumultuous surface. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. You must be cheating. Cardeville's face flushed with rage, his teeth clenched. What is this? He merely glanced at my technique and can replicate the skills I've painstakingly honed for years. Ah, is it that difficult? Apologies, but there's no simpler technique than this, Little Lu shrugged, feigning innocence. Chapter 135. My name is Owl.